Can we please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Can I please have, for Carl Cox Motorsport, of course, can I have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes? Well, we are now live on the live stream as well. A very good morning to everybody that's tuned in. You are looking at the pairing lanes for Pro ET. They are all lined up in their pairs, ready to come around the corner. We're just about to get eliminations underway. It's be round one of Pro ET to kick things off. A full day of racing lined up for us. Going to be entertaining, Luke, isn't it?
It is indeed. It is indeed. And with that, the cars are rolling around, and Colin Morris is on the way.
Right,
Our first alternate has been taken.
Who has he replaced? Let's have a look. So we've got no Simon Innes.
Oh.
No Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. I saw Simon this morning. I had no indication from him. So, yeah, no Simon Innes. He's broken. So the Morris boys are in.
Well, there you go. Shows you the reason to come down, just in case. More importantly, it means you're going to be accruing points for eliminations.
Yes.
Otherwise, the Morris boys would have literally just been leaving with qualifying points, and that is it. So now they've guaranteed themselves an extra, basically 100 bonus points, no matter what happens now.
That could be crucial.
But they have got a tough contender of all the people to go and draw.
Yeah, Reuven Dawson, championship runner-up 2 years in a row.
Well, these boys know what they're doing.
So it's Darlings, and you'll see the difference on the tree this time. 9.90 for Colin Morris, 8.76 for Reuven Dawson, 1.14 seconds difference on when they leave the line. Well, it's not when they leave the line, it's the tree is set at that difference. You've got to cut a good line.
Now this should be interesting, because obviously they use the throttle stop to come back. Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that. Reuven Dawson goes 8.76 on an 8.76 Darling, but the better light and the win margin 0.02 at the stripe. Colin Morris takes out Reuven Dawson.
Wow, that's got to hurt. Whole shot win.
Yeah.
I'd be down there just looking at my ticket going, I run my number. I run my number. You only have yourself to blame at that point.
Right, all the McClures made it through, and they've all avoided each other.
Okay.
I did have to catch up with them last night. They were having a good laugh. So entertaining, that lot. Anyway, this is Jack McClure with Goldilocks. 11.41. Going alongside Tom Kay, 10.09.
Oh, a little wiggle at the top end for Tom Kay.
Oh, it's Jack McClure that takes it by 0.2 at the stripe. So that's one McClure through.
Next up, Bob Molden, our number 16 qualifier, taking on the other half of the ladder, which is Chris Waterhouse, who just got in number 32. Now, this is Chris's first event with this brand new car. He dials 11.99. Bob dials 9.59. So the Audi's going to leave first. Break quite a while. He's now into chase mode. He's basically going to drive up to the side of Chris and lift, which he does perfectly, and takes the win with a 9.71 to a 12.09. You can see that was going to happen on the reaction time basically for us, guys.
Right, let's have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro ET into the lanes. Next pair, that's Billy Everett down there. Has got Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster. So Billy Everett goes 9 flat with his dial in 9.53 for Susie McClure.
Is there a story behind the no boot on Billy's car? Or is it just he hasn't got one yet?
No idea.
Just not got around to getting one yet.
They've got one.
Okay. Oh, last minute dialing change. Oh, 970. Okay, talk about last minute. But, you know, tactics and all.
So, Mr. Vane, Billy Everett himself, going to be leaving first now. 9.70 dialing compared to 9.53. Bill just bumping into stage. Here we go then. Good looking race. Looks like Susie McClure takes it. 9.67 to lose out 10.13. So Susie goes through. Pair of dragsters for you. Andrew Brook with the distraction alongside Jess Bishop with the Nightmare Dragster. 9.05 plays 8.95. Just a tenth of a second between these two off the line. Qualifying doesn't matter anymore, but Jess was number 8, Andrew number 24. Both away well. And Jess 9.14 to a breakout 9.03. Andrew got there too quickly, got there first but broke out. So Jess Bishop takes the win. Or John Bean alongside his tuner, Ryan Garrett.
Okay, nice. He's like, yeah, I just need to do something with your car.
Yeah, that's it. Now, I asked a question. I had to go and see the boys this morning just to double check, and my thoughts were correct. This is the ex-Dave Bailey Valiant.
Okay.
And hadn't raced for over 10 years.
Wow.
But
it's looking good.
the boys got hold of it and done a lot of stuff to it. Looking at the new rear spoiler as well that they fabricated themselves. Very nice indeed. New back end in the car as well. Done a lot of work.
Green light drag race. One of our races has an advantage.
And it's John Bean. 8.96 on the 86. A better run for the Garrett boys, but it is John Bean that takes that one on a whole shot.
All right, next up, Warren Watts, Don Scott. 8.94 and 9.82. So the Superbird is going to be leaving the line first. Don Scott was our number 3 qualifier. Can he take that into eliminations today? Didn't break out, basically had the win there. 9.85 on a 9.82 dial, a 0.1 reaction to a 0.7. It's fair to say that Warren gave that up on the start line.
I think Warren doesn't pull lights like that. There's something that stopped him from pulling away from the line there. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
That was odd. All right, Dave Cherritt, Jordan Cowley, your next pair. Got a choice of 2 darlings.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's quite close, isn't it?
Yeah. One of them is his race number, though. 895 is his race number, just to confuse everyone.
Cherry. Only just got in on the final qualifier. Looking for 990 and goes 990 with a 0. Very nice.
Well, a reaction time advantage to Jordan, but Dave Cherry is one of those tricky customers to get around. And Dave Cherry takes the win.
Dave literally will get that ticket and go, where was that run all qualifying session? Saved it for the perfect time. Right, next up, Spencer Tram, Doug McClure. We've got a 100% McClure success rate so far.
Oh, and it continues.
Yeah. Right, Spencer Tram down to just the one class. He will continue on in top eliminator, but that is his day done in Pro E2. Goes through with a 10.99 as well. 11.25 for Doug.
Yeah, Cherry on the tree by 0.03 and breaks out by less than 100th. Oh, right.
Did
next
everything.
pair.
Did everything to go home there.
Ronnie Mercer and Lee Huxley. Lee Huxley spent a few seasons in Super Pro, come back to Pro ET. Going alongside Ronnie Mercer. 10.31 dial-in for Annie and 8.88 for the Dark Horse Mustang.
Oh, did it?
The winner, Ronnie Mercer. A breakout. Got there first, did Lee Huxley, but went a little bit too quick there by 500ths. So it is Ronnie Mercer that goes into round 2. Identical 0.7 lights between them, but it's Ronnie that we'll be seeing again later on. Wayne Saunders and Stevie Gates, your next pair. Stevie Gates took the perfect ET award on the second pair on the first day. We had 2 more perfect ETs in Pro ET, but Stevie Gates did it first.
This will be Wayne Saunders' first round of eliminations in this new car to him. Of course, this is the championship winning Dragster from Pro ET last year under the control of Nick Muggeridge. Unfortunately, he's going to have to wait for a win for another race. Goes red on the tree by 0.02. Stevie Gates goes 8.76 on an 8.75 just to rub it in.
Yeah. I think Stevie saw that Cherry on the other side of the track, so took it easy. Right, it's Stuart Thompson, 9.77 on the dial. He'll be going second, and he will be chasing Lee Morris, who has a dial of 9.90 with the Green with Envy Jaguar E-Type. Lee Morris, Pro ET champion a couple of years ago. And Stuart Thompson, former Nostalgia Superstock champion as well. So they know how to win races to these guys. Only one of them is going to see round 2. That is going to be Lee Morris who takes the win there. 0.8 at the stripe. And we've down Alan Medley with the old timer. Going alongside Chris Cresswell with BMW. Got plenty of runs in on the test day on the Thursday. And licensed in the car as well. Even though Chris has been racing for a long, long time, obviously it's a step up to Pro ET now.
Yeah.
So had to upgrade his license a little bit. Dial-ins then. 11.02 plays 10.52, half a second. breakout by the lesser amount. Chris Creswell takes that 10.51 to a 10.89. That was a big old breakout for him. But yeah, Chris takes it.
Pete over the moon with the win there.
All right, Ian King and Mark Huxley.
So Ian King just made qualifying in the final session of the weekend. Ended up 28th. Mark Huxley scored himself a 12th spot. 9.69, 10.66 are the dial-ins. So Ian King is going to be the man leaving the first in the Chevelle. Lights run down. 2 green lights. Very close to the finish time, but the win is going to go to Mark Huxley. 9.76 on a 9.69 and 10.69 on a 10.66, but that was a whole shot win. All right, last couple of pairs of our Pro ET racers. Amy Watkins, Freddie Thompson. Amy Watkins was our #1 qualifier. She has hit her number over and over again this weekend. Freddie Thompson's got a tough one here. He dials 9.74. Amy Watkins will leave the line first. 10.75 is her.
Not only that, it was a
Double
006 light as well from Freddie.
Double breakout.
Yeah.
Well done. So basically Freddie there, 006 on the tree, pushed Amy to a breakout there.
Okay, this is your last pair. So Brett, Bill and Carl haven't come in as alternates.
Oh, but they are coming round for a run. They're going to come round for a run.
So Neil Watkins, Tom Watkins. Neil in the Purple Express pickup. That's Dad, and that's his lad Tom in the other lane with Doris the Charger. Look at the number plates, Tom 1, Tom 2. Tom actually owns both of these, but Neil drives the truck. And Neil goes red by all 0-4. So it is Tom that takes the win. That's a wrap for Pro ET. You're going to send the alternates down anyway. So, round 2 matchups then. Freddie Thompson has got Lee Morris. John Bean taking on Chris Creswell. Don Scott has got Susan McClure. Ronnie Mercer has Jack McClure. Stevie Gates has got Colin Morris. Tom Watkins has got Dave Cherritt. Doug McClure takes on Mark Huxley. And Jess Bishop takes on Bob Mulder. So, Brett Featherstone and Bill Wilson. These were the alternates. If anybody else couldn't make it, these would have slotted in. Just going to go heads up. Yeah. It's time trial runs anyway.
Essentially just a bonus run.
Yeah.
Can see him coming down as a alternate. Some races they're like wicked, it's just a nice extra run. But then Carl underneath us, who was fitted a new gearbox last night, it's a perfect test run. 9 and 10, 4. So Carl will be back in 2 weeks' time. Spring Speed Nationals. He'll be in VW Pro. Class of 31 Volkswagen Land Group vehicles. Well, more work to be done, unfortunately. But you'll be glad he got to test it today. Gives them the rest of the day to look at it.
Right, got the two-seater Dragster below us. It's going to be putting some runs in today. They do have spaces available, so if you fancy go in the two-seater Dragster, pop round and see the team after this run, and you never know, you could be in the passenger seat today. So it's an 18th birthday present for Dominic Reichard down there. So two-seater have been putting plenty of runs in over the course of the weekend, but as I say, there are spaces available today. So pop down and see the team. They are just past the grandstand as you go into the pits before you get to the pod shop. Just checking in on the passenger at the back there. The key thing that they tell them is to keep your head pushed back against the roll cage. If your head is leant forward and Paul Brown releases the transbrake, you get thrown back at such a rate of knots, gives you a bit of a headache. So I always advise the passenger to keep their head pushed back. So the thrill ride. First run of the day for Paul. .808 at 165 miles an hour. Nicely done, Paul. And Dominic, I hope you enjoyed that 18th birthday present. All right, we move on to Carl Cox Motorsport Junior Dragster. That will So, first round the corner then. Just need to double check it. Yep, Frankie Kent, Letty check it. Now, they qualified yesterday on reaction times. Today, it's dial-ins. 12:42 for Letty. And Frankie is 9.15. Oh, just inching up to the start line. Our first pair in Junior Dragster. It will be Letty going first. So, sort it out at the 8th mile then. Both of them get a green on the tree. And the win light goes to Letty Chekic. 12:42 with a 7 on a 12:42 dial-in. Very nicely judged indeed. So Letty in to round number 2. Emily Phelps and Ethan Cannon, your next pair. 9:37 plays 8:35. 1.02 of a second between them on their dial-ins. So both now in pre-stage. Ethan goes in. Emily goes in. Tree drops. Oh, cherry on the tree for Ethan by 0-1. So Emily gets the win. Let's have a look at the ETs anyway. 9:53 and 8:46. Ada Cassisi with the Bandit Bomb. 8 flat on the dial in for her, but leaving first will be Molly Openshaw on 8.25. She's in the Slick Tricks lane with the Evil Tune Dragster. So 1/4 of a second difference between these two. Both get the green light, so sort this one out at the 8th mile. And the win light goes to Ada Cassisi, 8:07 against an 8:58. And can I please have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? All right, first round of eliminations for Sydney English. Going alongside Amelia Innes. 9:34 for Amelia, 12:70 for Sydney. Green on both sides. Amelia in chase mode. But gets there first and breaks out. Goes too quick by nearly a 10th. So it is Sydney English that takes the round win. And a 90-minute warning for Pro Modified. So Pro Modified, 90-minute warning. Right, Oscar Young, #1 qualifier, actually gets a solo here. $13.58 on that 13.45. So we have the Violet Hayes car down there. Going alongside Double Trouble. This, of course, is Emmy Cronwell taking on Finley Fagg. 8:24 dial-in for Emmy. She leaves second as it's Finley that will be going first on an 8:83. Both into pre-stage. Both into stage now. Oh, Remy goes too quick. cherry on the tree. So Finley Fagg takes the round win. Even though went past the tree and that was it, but the red light tells the story. Not only that, he broke out as well, went 8.16 on that 24. But Finley Fagg we'll see in round 2. Well, Letty Jacket has made it through. Let's see if Big Sister Chev can do it. Going alongside Neve DV. The winner gets Oscar in round number 2. So 8.23 dial in for Neve. She'll be going first. Chev 8 flat will be going second. Hear the whomping going on there, but Neve Devi takes it. Chev got there first, but broke out by less than 100th of a second. So Neve Devi takes the win. Teddy Howe, Tom Peters, your next pair. $8.16 dialing for Tom. He's the one going to be doing the chasing, as going first will be Teddy Howe. 9.36 dial-in for Teddy. It's going to be a close one at the stripe, but the win light goes to Teddy Howe by 0.17. With 9.45 against Lose out 8.30. So Teddy Howe in to round number 2. Next pair already coming up then, Lola Bell Kent alongside Ted Sullivan. Ted's best finished in Junior Dragster Championship has been Championship runner-up. Did that a couple of years ago now. But both of them running in JMA. So not much between them actually. 8.08 for Ted, 8.15 for Lola Bell. Just 0.07 of a second difference on the tree. Green light on both sides. Wow. Ted Sullivan takes that 0.3 on reaction time. But get this, Lola Bell Kent reaction time quad 0. 0.000 light. Phenomenal off the line. But the win margin 0.02 at the stripe. But you know, one thing is to get a perfect light with 3 zeros. There's not many quad 0 lights out there. But, oh, Lola Bell Kent had one there.
That's one of those where you're driving past the tree, just going, it's going red. You're just not looking at the tree because you know it's going red.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it probably surprised us so much.
Yeah.
That it made her break out by so much as well.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, next pair. Jake Cooper and Ella Rose. 893, 798, and it is Ella Rose that takes that one. Congratulations, her first round win. Right, Sam Hiscock and Chloe Crundwell. Just 2 pairs to go, including this one. So the Darlings then, 808 for Chloe, 870 for Sam. Chloe Crundwell takes the win there. Win margin 0-1-9 at the stripe. Right, your last pair. It is going to be Kai Cooper and Jensen Kidley. Bit of a difference on the Darlings here. 12.50 for Jensen. Kai with a 7.98. 4.52 second difference on Darlings. After this, the Bluebird will be going out, getting ready for Super Pro ET. So Kai's got to be really patient down there. He's got to wait. Yeah, here Kai Womping the throttle there. 804 takes the win there. Jensen a little bit too quick there as well, but well done to Kai.
Literally looking over his shoulder. Womp, 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 womp.
So, Junior Dragster, Oscar will be taking on Neve in round number 2. Finley Fagg taking on Kai Cooper. Emily Phelps will be taking on Letty Checkett. Teddy Howe will be taking on Ted Sullivan. Chloe Crundwell against Ada Cassisi. Sid English will be taking on Ella Rose Smallworth. So there's your matchups for round number 2. Right, the Bluebird is out there at the moment, just putting some extra traction down as we get ready for Super Pro ET. So what we'll do, we'll just take a pause in proceedings up in the tower. Your opportunity, folks, if you haven't got one yet, is to go and grab a weekend program. They're only £3 from the Santa Pod shops.
What are you going to do with that program?
Read it.
And you're going to take it to Nitro FM.
And?
Point out where you are.
And
get an Easter egg.
Oh.
Have we still got any Easter eggs over there? Nitro FM? There we go. Oh. Is it only small people? Well, I did. When we said earlier, I started running down the tower, and then I was like, "Am I really eligible?" I didn't want to walk the full way and then just to be turned away like a.
Are you eligible? Yes.
There you go. Simples. There you go. And if they don't go, to Luke and Colin. Like
Yeah,
that.
but we have a thing up in the tower called a tariff tax. Anybody walks through has to bring us food.
Yeah. Yeah. Bucket of eggs. It could be chicken from. Yeah. The salt and pepper, the churros, anything that has come past this tower has been adopted to tower tax. Yeah. That's it. No. And if you're bringing food, you must come in this end and you must pass a tower tax. That's it. We will find you. We have ways and means.
Yeah.
No, that's it. Yeah. I was trying to think of a song then, but you've got something lined up anyway. No, we don't like it. We don't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nitro FM, whilst you're there, please take over the airwaves, stop us from talking complete and utter rubbish, and we'll take it back when we get back on commentary with Super Pro ET, which is the next class to come round here at the Festival of Power.
Interesting, because obviously they use the throttle stop to come back. Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that. Reuben Dawson goes 876 on an 876 dialing, but going alongside Tom K, 1009.
Oh, a little wiggle at the top end for Tom K.
Oh, it's Jack McClure that takes it by 0-2 at the stripe. So that's one McClure.
Bob's on the turns break quite a while. He's now into chase mode. He's basically going to drive up to the side of Chris and lift, which he does perfectly, and takes the win with a 971 to a 12.
Go then. Good looking race at the side. Susie McClure takes it. 967 to lose out 10. Moved away well. Paul Yaxley, if you can make yourself known to the two-seater dragster team, please. Paul Yaxley. If you can go to the two-seater trailer near the grandstand, please, make yourself known. That's a request from the team over there. Right, it is Super Pro ET Eliminations round number 1, and it's Elaine Hancock and Charlie Seward. We do have some casualties to report in Super Pro. We'll come to those when you see only one car racing instead of two. Certainly got a pair here. Right. Charlie Seward with the Camaro. Dials 888. Elaine Hancock dials 850 with the Crazy Lady Racing Zephyr. So it'll be Charlie that will be going first then. All right, both into stage. Tree drops. Oh, Elaine goes red. So Charlie Seaward goes through to round number 2. Great run from Elaine, 8:38, broke out, went 007 red on the tree, but Charlie Seaward takes the win. And we'll see Charlie in round number 2. All right, Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. Should have been alongside Pete Walters.
Okay.
But maybe a continuation of the back axle problems.
Talk about the highs and the lows.
Yeah.
So breaks the car, takes the #1 qualifier, but then doesn't make the call for the round.
Which is weird because I had a list of braking odds from Super Pro and Pete wasn't on that list. So, oh dear. Oh, sorry, no, not Pete Walters.
Pete Brown.
Pete Brown. Sorry, sorry, Pete. Oh, my word. I was just looking at the wrong name.
No, fair enough. Well,
Callum Swinchat, yeah.
Yeah, Peter Brown had a ring
yeah.
year, didn't he?
Yeah, so they've basically done a starter motor ring gear, so that's why they're not there. And my sincere apologies to Pete. So Callum goes 8.94 with a 9 on an 8.95. They're so close, they're so dulled in this weekend.
Yeah, Cherry doesn't matter, solo run, so still goes through.
Right, Jack Brewster and Sean Law. So Sean Law dialing in 8.75. Jack Brewster 7.8. Fair to say that Jack's had a bit of an up and down weekend. They did find that had an issue with the teeth on the, I think it was a flex plate or starter motor. They weren't in harmony, shall we say. And then they had, they came down for another run, had a problem, had to go back to the pits.
Sometimes it happens.
It does, yeah.
But then sometimes you are rewarded. Sometimes.
So going to be Sean Law, going to be leaving first. 8.75. Jack Brewster, who we're doing the chasing here, 7.80. Jack taking the long way round. He went red on the tree. Breakout there for Sean Law, but the cherry on the tree told the story.
Yeah. Next up, Jacqueline Bartlett. And Matthew Southcott. So Matthew started off the weekend in Comp Eliminator. He had a really strong down in the sixes, but then after his first run, went onto the weighbridge, had the car weighed. It was turned out to be illegal for Comp Eliminator as he was too light. So then has moved over into Super Pro ET. Ended up 20th in qualifying and finds himself in round number 1 against Jacqueline Bartlett. Or should I say, unfortunately, the car's been shut off and there's a trail coming from underneath the Plymouth, unfortunately.
Oh.
So it's going to be a solo run.
Well, Jacqueline had a perfect light in qualifying. Car going very, very well indeed. Ended up number 7 qualifier, but she was right at the sharp end.
Well, making use of the buy run.
781 on a 79, that'll do nicely, well done. Right, so Matt just being pushed back. A little bit of a clean in the Kestrel beer lane. I'm looking around to see who's going to flinch next round the lanes. You've got Pete Walters down there. You have Bob Dorr. You've got Andy Thetford. They're all down there ready to put their runs in. Not exactly getting warmer yet. Still a breeze. It was. I thought it was a windy old night, though.
Was it?
Yeah, I know you weren't here, but you went home. But those of us that stayed on site last night, very, very windy indeed. Obviously, the further north that you went, the conditions got worse, but could still feel it here all night last night. I think I saw a few casualties in the campsite with tents not surviving the night. And most of the race teams, if they didn't have sufficient weight or couldn't anchor down their awnings or gazebos strongly enough, they did actually decide to take them down. So very sensible decision by a lot of teams yesterday. That wind was very, very strong indeed.
Well, these gazebos aren't cheap.
No.
So
no.
Sometimes you just elect and go, do you know what? Come on, let's just take it down.
Yeah.
You want to keep it up because you've got all your equipment in there. But sometimes you just like, if you've got enough pre-warning, you're like, yeah.
Well, the signs were there.
Let's just do the sensible thing.
Yeah, the signs were there. That's without a shadow of a doubt. So, yeah, the first race of the year is always testing for the teams, as in it's like new parts, will the combinations work? And when you get weather conditions like that, okay, it stayed dry, thank you very much indeed.
Yep.
But wind was a real curveball that we didn't really want to deal with, and the wind direction has changed today.
Yeah.
Instead of coming from like the scrutineering side of the racetrack, it's actually coming from the main gate this time. So it's still got a headwind with slight cross on it as well. So yeah, going to be testing conditions.
The problem is sometimes that can be worse because the bank masks the wind until you go through the finish line, and then all of a sudden you're into the open. At least the pit side, you've got all the people pitted, which does block a bit of the wind. But our racers know what they're doing. It's all right.
Well, that's why they build airfields in the open area, so that they do get the wind. And obviously, that's why it's always windy at drag strips, because most of them are built on former airfields.
Yep.
Well, a bit more of a clean-up than we thought, actually, in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Unfortunately, Matt Southcott hopefully hasn't sustained any damage there.
And luckily, it was only during the burnout.
Yeah.
So it's only gone so far.
Don't forget, we've got Live Action Arena today. Let's just do a little bit of housework as well. Live Action Arena, got 2 shows from them today. What's happening over there? You have got, let's have a look, the pit party. Has actually started already, Live Action Arena, if you want to head over there. And that will end at 11:15. And then they get ready for their first show at 12 o'clock today in the Live Action Arena. That's with the monster trucks. Obviously, Terry Grant is over there as well. Go and see all the stuff that's going on over there. If you missed the first show at 12 o'clock, you have a second show at 2:30 this afternoon. You've got mini monster truck rides over in the Entertainment Village, along with the Fusion Extreme Stunt Show, and you've got Bing, a meet and greet at the Entertainment Village at 11 o'clock. So there's all sorts of things going on in the entertainment village. That is the other side of the road to the live action arena. We've got fun fair here as well, obviously behind the spectator banking as well. Pay a visit to our traders. We've got plenty of them here this weekend, and you can pick up things from hoodies, t-shirts, die-cast models, sunglasses, all sorts of things. Retro signs, loads of retro signs here actually. It's really good.
I bet hoodies and I bet woolly hats are very popular this weekend. And also, don't forget, next weekend I'm back here. Saturday is a general run with your brung day. So if you've enjoyed what you've seen today, but you've never been down the quarter mile and you're like, you know, I've got a sporty car. I'd love to know what my car runs down the quarter mile. Come and join us. Come and join me next Saturday. I have a general run what you brung, which means you can bring your own vehicle down the drag string. The only thing you're going to need is a helmet. It does not have to be an in-date helmet. It doesn't have to be any specific specs. You just need to have a car racing helmet. And you can come and join us and do hopefully as many runs as you want in the day, as many as you possible in the day. We basically limit it to about 150, I think it is, and the cars just go round and round. On the Sunday, it is GTI Springfest, our first lifestyle show of the year. So open to anything with the Volkswagen Audi Group brand. VW, Audi, Skoda, Seat, even Porsche are allowed in, even though technically they're not owned by the Volkswagen brand. There's like a 2% holding in there, and we go on then.
Yeah, but then if somebody turns up with a Bugatti, you'd let them, wouldn't you?
Damn straight I would.
Because they are part of the VW.
Never seen anyone turn up with a Bugatti yet, until one day. And then the weekend after, I really encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, come back to the Spring Speed Nationals. 300 and last time I looked, 301 entries on a 2-day event, and the tickets, without looking, are about 28 quid. It's an absolute bargain. And don't forget, free camping still, like every other event that we have here at Santa Pod Raceway, free camping. Come and join us for the Spring Speed Nationals.
Right, a bit more information on Lola Bell's timing ticket. You know, we shouted out she had the Quad Zero. So Lola Bell Kent in Junior Dragster 000063.
Is that like fantastic? Is that 4 or 5?
That's 4 zeros.
Plus the 0 in the front.
Yeah, plus the 0 in the front, So 0.000063. Brilliant.
No, that's it. Oh, and as talking of Spring Speed Nationals, if you arrived at Santa Pod Raceway early this morning and you bought a program on the gate, make sure you flick through every page. The first 30 programs of each day this weekend had a Spring Speed National free ticket in it. So if you arrived early on any of the 3 days of this event, make sure you double check inside your program. You may find a free ticket to the Spring Speed Nationals.
Right, we continue into eliminations with Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl, and of course Bob Doyle with the Z case. Bumped into Tracy Doyle last night, and I made a comment in commentary yesterday. They were all feeling pretty down actually in the Z case bits, but I made a comment yesterday and it lifted all their spirits. And if you remember this one, I said no early bath for the bath bloke. that is Bob Doyle's company. He's a plumber by trade, and he is known as the bath bloke. So that was the explanation for that one.
We have a knack of saying something off the cuff, don't we? Every once in a while, and someone enjoys
it. Sticks. Right, dial-ins then. 860 for Bob, and Andy Thetford 742. So Bob Doyle takes that 862 to a lose out 741 breakout. Whoa! Very well judged from Andy Thetford, but very well judged also for Bob Doyle.
Well, in that case, it's Andy Thetford that's Opham for an early bath in Opham, where he lives.
Yeah.
So, guys, just at the top end, checking the track, as you can see. Bob Doyle makes the turning down the bottom of the track. You see the cloud just disappears around the corner. A lot of our crew are stepping back over the wall, which is good to hear. So it looks like we've got a clear track. And it is our #1 qualifier in Super Pro ET, Peter Walters, taking on Mark Corsell, celebrating how many years was it?
30 years.
30 years of drag racing this weekend. Wow. Still doesn't look a day over 20, does he?
I've got to say a big shout out to Mark Corsell because over the winter I've had it at my house a few times.
Have you?
Changed all my kitchen cupboard doors, so appreciate that. He's also he changed all the internal doors of our house. He did our new ensuite for us, so yeah,
Nice.
he kept very busy at our
Have you
place.
been making use of the Santapod Index?
That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's what you got to.
It is come in handy.
Yeah. He also did a lot of work in our lounge as well. So yeah, it's a very handy guy to know.
Oh, tower tax.
Tower tax.
So you can't get cakes on your birthday here, can you? So I thought I'd get you Pick-a-Mix instead. And it's out the window.
That's Owen Forrest that's just come into the town.
It's his birthday.
So, Pete Walters, Mark Corsell, Pete. Oh, dear, that's taken a bit of a wander. And Pete Walters takes the win. Mark Corsell goes 8:28 and breaks out. Pete Walters takes the win. Wow. So, AC Bell and Leah Kellett, your next pair. So you got the Limpy Slug Firebird just sitting in the burnout box at the moment. Leah Kellett has already done her burnout. She's reversing back. And then AC now next to do his burnout.
Yeah, true.
I've got Hayley Fife that's tuned into the live stream at the moment. Obviously, they were due to race. Pete Brown was due to race Callum Swinchart earlier. They had a ring gear and starter motor issue, so they had to withdraw. So they just wanted to give big thanks to the Evil Edna crew for their help last night and wishing them the best of luck for today. Well, they're not far away from coming round. But first, let's have a look at Leah Kellett with the Dolly Daydream Dragster. 7.29 dial in there. The Limpy Slug, the AC Bell Firebird, 8.99. So the Firebird will be going first, and then Leah will be doing the chasing. 765 for the win there for Leah Kellett. 984 for AC. So the rusty dog of Steve Saunders should have been taken on Mark Bailey, but Mark Bailey, one of our casualties, unfortunately, done a transmission during qualifying, so Mark Bailey unable to take part in elimination. So Steve Saunders will get a bye run here. As I say, you know, first race of the season, it normally has mechanical casualties along the way, and Mark Bailey suffering there. But Steve Saunders, he suffered his tales of woe over the year. Actually destroyed an engine a couple of seasons ago. Took them out for a while, but they're back. Good to see them. Nice little wheelie off the line. Well, an 889 goes through with an 878. Yep, okay, take that. Perhaps it's like nodding of approval.
I've seen a couple of bits that you've got a car in the garage.
All right, next up then, it's Aaron Fensom. What a run he put in late yesterday afternoon. He's only had one run in qualifying, and he made the most of it. He qualified number 2, and he actually gets a bye run here in round number 1. It wasn't predetermined by, but unfortunately Mark Turner, and commiserations to the whole M&M team, suffered horrendous engine damage in qualifying. It was a great looking pass, but it all went wrong as he crossed through the lights, and the engine expired in a big way. So they've got a big rebuild coming up. They are back at base already, starting to strip everything down and get things working on it. So they want to be back for door slammers, and I do wish them all the best for that one. But again, talking of paying your dues over time, Aaron Fensom, he's had his trials and tribulations. He's hurt engines before. He's come up from the world of junior dragster. I'm so pleased for Aaron. And Saskia up here this weekend as well. Everybody very, very proud of what Aaron has achieved. Put his heart and soul into this car.
The algorithm's going, you're breaking the speed limit there. He's reading the road signs.
He hasn't forgotten how to leave the line of 03 light. Good looking run. 730 on the line. 721. Aaron, he's got himself a race car. Very, very good indeed. All right, next up then, Ashley Bell and Alan Didwell. Well, Alan Didwell was on my casualty list, but then we had a notification that he might be fixed, and lo and behold, there he is. He is fixed. Can I have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, can we have you into the lanes, please? So Alan Didwell's opponent then, Ashley Bell with the Dinger's Dodge. 850 down in there against Alan with a 767. Right, Alan Didwell apparently has engine problems, but he's got it fixed. So they have made it down into the lanes and onto the track. Good news for them. Oh, a couple of spots of rain in the shutdown area. Ah, typical. We were getting on so well, but yeah, a few sprinkles at the top end. Actually, you can start to see it at the top end there. When the trees start to get a little bit misty at the top end, then and the wind direction is coming this way, you can tell that everything is right. So it is spotting at the top end, and we just got to ride this one out. So it's the good old British weather.
Well, our VIPs had the right idea, because they've paid the extra and they went, oh, rain, well, we're going inside. See you in a minute. But yeah, obviously the people on the banking, you're probably going to get it first.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in that queue at the ice cream truck.
Oh dear. Right, well, it's Eliminations Day, 10:38 in the morning here at Sandpod Raceways, Easter Sunday.
Should we do an Easter egg check? Pete, how are you doing on the Easter eggs?
How many you got left in Nitro FM? There we go. That's the question. You've got to guess how many. Whoever's closest gets them.
He's currently on the other side of the room going, I'm meeting them all.
Well, there was 6. I was a bit peckish. There's
one
only
of them's
5.
gone. Pete, you there? Nitro. Oh, there you go.
He's eating an Easter egg.
Were you eating an Easter egg? I'm not bringing one down. I was coming down for it. No. Sorry. I don't know. But I am smaller now.
Yeah, but I'm much smaller.
I'm 2.2, so smaller. Oh. I'll come in on my knees.
In actual fact, the rain has now reached the tower, so
no.
yeah, it is properly spitting out there now a little bit harder.
Do you have, Travis, why does it always rain on me in the system? Oh, how about Prince Purple Rain? How about whatever her name is, An Umbrella? These are all the songs I play on a Run What You Wrong day. We either start the day with Travis, or we start the day with
Rihanna.
Rihanna, or we start the day with Bob Marley and Sun Is Shining. It's either one of those two. Anyway, we'll leave it to you. You can play us some music, Nitro FM. Is it? Are you sure? Yes! All together now, Santa Pod. Special song for Owen Forrest's birthday. 44 today. Living life. Santa Pod Raceways. Summertime.
Is set at that difference. You're a good line.
Now this should be interesting because obviously they use the throttle stop to come back. Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that. Reuben Dawson goes 876 on an 876 dialing, but that lot. Anyway, this is Jack McClure with Goldilocks. 1141. Going alongside Tom K, 1009.
Oh, a little wiggle at the top end for Tom K.
Oh, it's Jack McClure that takes it by 0-2 at the stripe. So that's one McClure.
29, Bob dials 959. So the Audi's going to leave first. Bob's on the turns rate quite a while. He's now into chase mode. Basically going to drive up to the side of Chris and lift, which he does perfectly, and takes the win with a 971 to a 12-0.
Bill just bumping into stage. Here we go then. Good looking race at stripe. Susie McClure takes it. 967 to a lose out 10. Qualifying doesn't matter anymore, but Jess was number 8, Andrew number 24. Moved away well. And Jess takes up on a 914 to a breakout 903. Andrew got their new back end in the car as well. Done a lot of work.
Green light drag race. One of our races has an advantage.
And it's John Bean.
Yeah. Quite close, isn't it?
Yeah. One of them is his race number though. 895 is his race number, just to confuse everyone.
Jarrett only just got in on the final qualifier, looking for 990 and goes 990 with a 0. Very nice.
Well, a reaction. Oh, and it continues.
Yeah. Nice. Spencer Tram down to just the one class. He will continue on in top eliminator, but that is his day done in Pro T. Goes through with a 10.99 as well. 11.25 to floor. Doug.
The winner, Ronnie Mercer. A breakout. Got there first, did Lee Huxley, but went a little bit too quick then.
This is the championship winning dragster from Pro ET last year under the control of Nick Muggeridge. Unfortunately, he's going to have to wait for a win for another race. Goes red on the tree by 0.02. Stevie Gates gets 876 on an 875 just to rub it in.
Yeah. I think Stevie's going to win races to these guys. Only one of them is going to see round two. And that is going to be Lee Morris who takes the win there. 0.8 at the stripe.
Lights run down. Two green lights. Be very close to the finish line, but the win is going to go to Mark Huxley. 976 on a 969.
Look at the number plates, Tom 1, Tom 2. Tom actually owns both of these, but Neil drives the truck. And Neil goes red by all 0-4. So it is Tom that takes the win. That's a wrap for Pro ET. You're going to send the ultimates down anyway. So, round two matchups then. Freddie Thompson has got Lee Morris. John Bean taking on Chris Creswell. Don Scott.
Let's see him coming down as a alternate. Some races, they're like wicked. It's just a nice extra run. But then Carl underneath us, who was fitted a new gearbox last night. It's a perfect test run. 9, 10, 4. Class of 31. Group vehicles. Well, more work to be done, unfortunately. But you'll be glad.
So the thrill ride. First run of the day for Paul. .808, 165 miles an hour. Nicely done, Paul. All right, both into stage. Tree drops. Oh, Elaine goes red. So Charlie Seaward goes through to round number 2. Great run from Elaine. 8th.
Fair enough. Well,
Callum Swinchat, yeah.
Yeah, Peter Brown had a ring
yeah.
year, didn't he?
Yeah, so they've basically done a starter motor ring gear, so that's why they're not there. And my sincere apologies to Pete. So Callum goes 894 with a 9 on an 890. Jack taking a long way round. He went red to the tree. Breakout there for Sean Law, but the cherry on the tree told us. So Bob Doyle takes that 862 to a lose out 741 breakout. Whoa! So has just come into the town.
It's his birthday.
So Pete Walters, Mark Courcelle, Pete. Oh, dear, that's taken a bit of a wander. And Pete Walters takes the win. Mark Courcelle goes 8.28 and AC Bell Firebird 8.99. So the Firebird will be going first, and then Leah will be doing the chasing. 7.65 for the win there for Leah Kelly. 9.84 for AC. Good to see them. Nice little wheelie off the line. Oh, an 8.89 goes through with an 8.78. Yep, okay, take that.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down with it.
It's not when they lead the line, it's the tree is set at that difference. You've got to cut a good line.
Now this should be interesting because obviously they use the throttle stop to come back. Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that. Reuven Dawson goes 8.76 on an 8.76 darling, but that lot. Anyway, this is Jack McClure with Goldilocks. 11.41. Going alongside Tom Kay, 10.09.
Oh, a little wiggle at the top end for Tom Kay.
Oh, it's Jack McClure that takes it by 0.2 at the stripe. So that's one McClure.
29, Bob dials 9.59. So the Audi's going to leave first. Bob's on the trans brake for quite a while. He's now into chase mode. He's basically going to drive up to the side of Chris and lift, which he does perfectly, and takes the win with a 9.71 to a 12.0.
Bill just bumping into stage. Here we go then. Good looking race outside. Susie McClure takes it. 9.67 to a lose out 10. Qualifying doesn't matter anymore, but Jess was number 8, Andrew number 24. Moved away well. At 9.14 to a breakout 9.03. Andrew got their new back end in the car as well. Done a lot of work.
Green light drag race. One of our races has an advantage.
And it's John Bean.
Yeah. Quite close, isn't it?
Yeah. One of them is his race number though. 895 is his race number, just to confuse everybody.
Dave Cherry only just got in on the final qualifier. Looking for 990 and goes 990 with a 0. Very nice.
Well, a reaction. Oh, and it continues.
Yeah. Right, Spencer Tram down to just the one class. He will continue on in top eliminator, but that is Jay Dunn in Pro E2. Goes through with a 1099 as well. 11.25 for Doug.
The winner, Ronnie Mercer. A breakout. Got there first, did Lee Huxley, but went a little bit too quick then.
This is the championship winning dragster from Pro ET last year under the control of Nick Muggeridge. Unfortunately, he's going to have to wait for a win in another race. Goes red on the tree by 0.02. Stevie Gates gets 876 on an 875 just to rub it in.
Yeah. I think Stevie's going to win races to these guys. Only one of them is going to see round 2. And that is going to be Lee Morris who takes the win there. 0.8 at the stripe.
Lights run down. 2 green lights. Going to be very close to the finish line, but the win is going to go to Mark Huxley. 976 on a 969.
Look at the number plates. Tom 1, Tom 2. Tom actually owns both of these, but Neil drives the truck. And Neil goes red by all 0-4. So it is Tom that takes the win. That's a wrap for Pro ET. You're going to send the ultimates down anyway. So, round 2 matchups then. Freddie Thompson has got Lee Morris. John Bean taking on Chris Creswell. Don Scott.
Let's see him coming down as a alternate. For some races, they're like wicked. It's just a nice extra run. But then Carl underneath us, who was fitted a new gearbox last night. It's a perfect test run. 9, 10, class of 31. Group vehicles. Well, more work to be done, unfortunately. But you'll be glad.
So the thrill ride. First run of the day for Paul. .808 at 165 miles an hour. Nicely done, Paul. All right, both into stage. Tree drops. Oh, Elaine goes red. So Charlie Seaward goes through to round number 2. Great run from Elaine. 8th.
Fair enough. Well,
Callum Swinchat, yeah.
Yeah, Peter Brown had
Pete
a
Brown,
ring
yeah.
year, didn't he?
Yeah, so they've basically done a starter motor ring gear, so that's why they're not there. And my sincere apologies to Pete. So Callum goes 894 with a 9 on an 890. Jack taking the long way round. He went red on the tree. Breakout there for Sean Law, but the cherry on the tree told us. So Bob Doyle takes that 8.62 to a lose out 7.41 breakout. Whoa! So has just come into the town.
It's his birthday.
So Pete Walters, Mark Courcelle, Pete. Oh dear, that's taken a bit of a wander. And Pete Walters takes the win. Mark Courcelle goes 8.28 and AC Bell Firebird 8.99. So the Firebird will be going first, and then Leah will be doing the chasing. 7.65 for the win there for Leah Kelly. 9.84 for AC. Good to see them. Nice little wheelie off the line. Oh, 8.89 goes through with an 8.78. Yep, okay, we'll take that. Perhaps it's like 7.65 not when they leave the line, it's the tree is set at that difference. You've got to cut a good line.
Now this should be interesting because obviously they use the throttle stop to come back. Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that. Reuven Dawson goes 876 on an 876 darling, but that lot. Anyway, this is Jack McClure with Goldilocks. 11:41. Going alongside Tom Kay, 10:09.
Oh, a little wiggle at the top end for Tom Kay.
Oh, it's Jack McClure that takes it by 0-2 at the stripe. So that's one McClure.
29, Bob dials 9:59. So the Audi's going to leave first. Bob's on the turns brake for quite a while. He's now into chase mode. He's basically going to drive up to the side of Chris and lift, which he does perfectly, and takes the win with a 971 to a 12-0.
Bill just bumping into stage. Here we go then. Good looking race outside. Susie McClure takes it. 967 to a lose out of 10. Qualifying doesn't matter anymore, but Jess was number 8, Andrew number 24. Moved away well. At 9:14 to a breakout 9:03. Andrew got their new back end in the car as well. Done a lot of work.
Green light drag race. One of our races has an advantage.
And it's John Bean.
Yeah, look at that. Quite close, isn't it?
Yeah. One of them is his race number though. 895 is his race number, just to confuse everybody.
Derek only just got in on the final qualifier, looking for 990 and goes 990 with a 0. Very nice.
Well, a reaction. Oh, and it continues.
Yeah. Right, Spencer Tram down to just the one class. He will continue on in top eliminator, but that is Jay Dunn in Pro 2. Goes through with a 1099 as well. 11:25 to for Doug.
The winner, Ronnie Mercer. A breakout. Got there first, did Lee Huxley, but went a little bit too quick then.
This is the championship winning dragster from OET last year under the control of Nick Muggeridge. Unfortunately, he's going to have to wait for a win on another race. Goes red on the tree by 0.02. Stevie Gates goes 876 on an 875 just to rub it in.
Yeah. I think Stevie's going to win races to these guys. Only one of them is going to see round 2. And that is going to be Lee Morris who takes the win there. 0-8 at the stripe.
Lights run down. 2 green lights. Be very close to the finish line, but the win is going to go to Mark Huxley. 976.
Update out there at the moment. Obviously, that pesky little weather system that just came through has thankfully disappeared. Blue sky above us. What is really helping us at the moment is the wind. Unbelievably, it's been our enemy for most of the weekend, but now it's been our friend. It's helping us dry things off a lot quicker. So hopefully we will not be down for too much longer. The shutdown area is always the pain, but is actually coming around quite quickly because of the wind. So our track crew are still out there working hard. Bit of an update for you, and this mainly applies to the bike racers. The pit marshals are coming around to tell you, but all bike classes for today will be racing to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. So obviously this will have an effect on 850 bike and 950 bike, so obviously your numbers will change. So 850 bike, your numbers for the 8th mile is 5.45, and 950 bike, your numbers for the 8th mile is 6.05. So just to repeat that, 850 bike will be running 5.45 index to the 8th. A 950 bike will be running an index of 6.05 to the 8th mile. Okay, so that's the update for you on all the bikes, and it's purely down to wind conditions. Obviously the wind is quite strong out there, and it is coming from, if you like, from the main gate. So once you lose the banking, if you like, when you get into the open air at the end, that's going to cause a few issues. So the right decision has been made to have 8th mile racing for the bikes today. So important update. When we come back, it will be the continuation of Super Pro ET, and that will go into Street Eliminator. But as I say, we need to get everything dried off first. Give you a bit of a time check. It's coming up to 11:15. Not far off the Live Action Arena first show. That one is due at 12 o'clock today. Still lots of other things going on site. Still, you can pop around and see our traders, pop into the pod shops, go and get the weekend programme. They're still collectible, and they're only £3. So worth it for all the information that it gives you. Obviously, you've got the race calendar on the back page as well. Okay, that was the update from the tower. So I wanted to pass that one on to you. Nitro then will take the airways back, but we'll be back with you when we continue Eliminations here at the Festival of Power.
Run down. 2 green lights. Be very close to the finish line, but the win is going to go to Mark Huxley. 9.76 on a 9.69.
Look at the number plates, Tom 1, Tom 2. Tom actually owns both of these, but Neil drives the truck. And Neil goes red by all 0-4. So it is Tom that takes the win. And that's a wrap for Pro T. You're going to send the ultimates down anyway. So round 2 matchups then. Freddie Thompson has got Lee Morris. John Bean taking on Chris Creswell. Don Scott.
Let's see him coming down as a alternate. For some races, they're like wicked. It's just a nice extra run. But then Carl underneath us, who was fitted a new gearbox last night. This is a perfect test run. 9, 10, class of 31 Volkswagen Audi Group vehicles. Well, more work to be done, unfortunately. But you'll be glad.
So the throw ride. First run of the day for Paul. .808 at 165 miles an hour. Nicely done, Paul. All right, both into stage. Tree drops. Oh, Elaine goes red. So Charlie Seaward goes through to round number 2. Great run from Elaine. 8th.
Fair enough.
Callum Swinchat. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Brown had
Pete
a
Brown,
ring
yeah.
year, didn't he?
Yeah, so they've basically done a starter motor ring gear, so that's why they're not there. And my sincere apologies to Pete. So Callum goes 894 with a 9 on an 890. Jump taken the long way round. He went red on the tree. Breakout there for Sean Law, but the cherry on the tree told us. So Bob Doyle takes that 862 to a lose out 741 breakout. Whoa! So has just come into the town.
It's his birthday.
So Pete Walters, Mark Courcell, Pete. Oh dear, that's taken a bit of a wander. And Pete Walters takes the win. Mark Courcell goes 828. AC Bell Firebird 8.99. So the Firebird will be going first, and then Leah will be doing the chasing. $765 for the win there for Leah Kelly. $984 for AC. Good to see them. Nice little wheelie off the line. Oh, 889 goes through with an 878. Yep, okay, we'll take that.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop, don't quit. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound,
we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been alarming, honey? But take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been alarming, honey? But take a look at where we are. Isn't the day so exciting? Oh, honey, when I wake up, I'm feeling brand new. You shine like a ray from the sun. There's something people look for but never can find. I swear you're the gold I've been running for. On it like I woke up and won the top prize. So many days spinning cold and too lonely, sitting all the time living in blue. All I can say is I look like no money, and the only thing I know is true. I owe it to you, you. I owe it to you, you. I owe it to you, you. I owe it to you.
I know you were all singing along there, weren't you? La, 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 la. Well, typically, The computer is locked up just as we did that. So we're back into it. It's come up. Right, so Ashley Bell against Alan Bidwell. As we continue on Eliminations in Super Pro ET. Straight after this will be Street Eliminator. They're all sitting down there poised and ready. Got a little bit of a break there due to the R stuff, but it's gone now, and we're back to it. So, Alan did well. Burnout complete. The SNH Dragster reversing back. Ashley Bell waiting nice and patiently with the Dodge Avenger. Darlings on the board, 850 and 767. So our number 17 qualifier, Ashley Bell, will be leaving the line first. As Colin has said many times this weekend, this is a brand new car to Ashley this weekend. So he is learning it and he's getting quicker with each run. The dial-in dropping now to 850. Still out the front at the moment. Front wheels, Alan did well, drives around at the very last second, 827 on a 767. It's fair to say Ashley was a bit generous on the light. So Tom Atkinson, not the first out for Super Pro ET. I bet he was down in the lanes first. And Bailey was just like, you know what, I'll hold on back. It'll annoy him not being first. Try and do something to get in his head. So Tom Atkinson was qualified number 5 with the time is Money Cortina. Bailey Ashdown was number 18. Just a couple more pairs by the looks of it in Super Pro ET.
Right, Sportsman ET. Although I gave you a shout earlier on, we're going to call you again. Sportsman ET, if we could have you into the pairing lanes, please. Sportsman ET into the lanes.
That was pre-weather, you see. I couldn't remember if we'd done it or not.
Yeah, well, I think obviously it was before the weather interlude.
they probably got in the car and went, no, let's hang around for a little bit.
So 844 plays 804, 4/10 of a second difference on the tree. That's Tom Atkinson with an 852, taking that to an 823.
Joshua Duncan with the financial mistake number 2, the Rover. Is it a Rover 214 or 216, I think it is?
Yeah.
Something like that. Again, another car that I just look at and go, oh, you don't see them anymore, do you?
They have had trials and tribulations. They had an MSD failure and had to go and source another one. Nobody had one here, so it was a trip out to sort one out.
Fair enough, but they got it fixed and they have made the call. That is the important thing. And then we've got Jack Williams and Evil Edna with Nova in our Slick Tricks Racing Lane. Dial-in a 720. I'll tell you what, 770 dial-in for the Rover is stout though. And there we go then. So both cars being called forward.
Purge of the nitrous there for Josh. As they are now both in pre-stage. Well, cherry on the tree and a big swing to the left there for Josh. So Jack takes that 724, 190 mile an hour pass there. And Josh, 999, still went through 157, got back on the gas. I think it was more frustration than anything else.
Josh trying to take our coated race bearings spanner out. Pudgy didn't even move, didn't even flinch.
Right, I think it's just Scott Hauser to go. It would have been alongside Nick Curtis, but unfortunately Nick is one of our casualties in qualifying. Right, a shout out please for Paul Yaxley. You can make yourself known at the two-seater trailer. That is near the grandstand. So Paul Yaxley, if you can make your way over to the two-seater trailer, which if you go past the grandstand, it's one of the first trailers that you come to. If you can head over to the two-seater Dragster trailer, please. Thanks very much. So Scott Hauser then with the Bang Tidy Dragster, 7.40 on the dial-in. An unexpected buy run. But once Scott takes the light, then it will set up all of our round 2 pairings for Super Pro ET. Pete Walters actually will get a buy in round 2. Tom Atkinson will race Sean Law. Callum Swinchat will take on Jack Williams.
So looking for a 740. For a 730. Slightest of breakouts, but solo run. Doesn't matter.
And now means that Scott will take on Alan Didwell. Charlie Seaward will be taking on Bob Doyle, but unfortunately Bob Doyle on that winning run has suffered engine damage. So unfortunately we're not going to see Bob again today. Jacqueline Bartlett will be taking on Steve Saunders, and I think the matchup of the round are the 2 7.2 second dragsters. Nice. One of Aaron Fenson and one of Leah Kellett.
Okay.
Should be an interesting one there.
That's it. Well, they grew up in junior dragsters as well, so
yeah,
nice bit of rivalry.
So move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator up next.
Now we don't have a full field.
That we don't.
We've lost some cars.
Yes. Unfortunately.
So part of the Street Eliminator class is the mandatory cruise, which on a Saturday night at the end of qualifying, all these cars, because they are road legal, they have to prove that they're road legal. They will basically take a driver and a crew member out of Santa Pod Raceway. They will drive it down the road to a local petrol station. They will fill up with some petrol from the petrol station. Then they will drive back to Wellingborough. They will go to the B&Q car park where they shall stop. They shall stop there. Then they'll do a hot start. If anyone fails the hot start, then you are disqualified from eliminations. If anyone does not make it back to Santa Pod Raceway or make it even out on the cruise, you are disqualified from the class. Unfortunately, we had a couple of people who were disqualified. In a minute, Colin will tell you who they are. He's just writing a few bits down. The headset goes on. And here we go. So who are our disqualified racers?
Right. I saw Tony Higgs in civvies down there. Indeed he is. So unfortunately we've got no Tony Higgs in eliminations. Would have been taken on Hazel Carter.
Did Hazel make it back? Because
Well,
she
someone-
had issues.
I was told everybody made it back, but then someone also said that she had issues at the gate. So,
Yeah.
sorry, on Airfield Road. So
And then
wait and
obviously
see.
we've lost Jason Weir with the Mustang.
Yeah. But coming round is Joe Baxter. And he'll be taking on Joe Stevens.
Yep.
Joe's already underneath us.
He's hard to see underneath.
So heads up, no dial-ins. First to the top end will win. But Joe Baxter had a great weekend. 7:28 in qualifying. Been over 200 miles an hour. But it's also the return of the Sunbeam Stiletto of Joe Stevens. Straight and true there for Joe. 7:26, 190 mile an hour pass there. 9:25 for Joe, 142 with the Sunbeam. But it is Joe Baxter that goes through.
Great run. So next up, Jack Petley in the Maliboost Chevelle. He's going to be taking on James Murray with the Cortina. Number 6 and number 12 in qualifying. As Colin said, if you go into Tesco's or any other shop, pick up a copy of Custom Car Magazine, you'll find on the front page this Chevelle. You can find all the information. Can Jack Petley go deeper into the 8s?
Very calm on the launch, actually. Didn't want the front end to come up.
No.
.1088, taking it easy. 13:21 from James. All right, Andy Bond will have a solo.
Yeah.
And you are absolutely spot on. I went and had a word with the team this morning. I had to go and check out. And it's a very subtly done, but very cleverly done. The car has had a roof chop. It's 1 3/4 inches. And basically what they've done is they've taken it down. Basically, there was space between the top of the cage and the roof. So I thought, well, that's wasted space. So they've lowered it accordingly, and it was 1 3/4 inches.
It's just from the front. You can see it a lot easier. Thank you, whoever said that.
So the tractor just doing a little bit of a sweep in the Slick Tricks lane as Andy Bond will come around for his solo pass. Number 1 qualifier, 7.23 was his number.
So does that mean this is now a wrap? Oh.
No, I don't think so. I've actually got photographs of all of the build on this car originally. Amazing bit of kit. Well, not originally, because obviously it was quite a laser-based car.
So Andy Bond, here he is then with the Ugly Sister. 665 cubic inches underneath the hood. And Andy going to book his spot in round 2 here. Arrow straight. That is a beautiful looking run. And that is just moving the goalpost out a little bit further. 7:15 at 208 for Andy Bond. just reminding everybody who's the boss. Right, Nigel Hale and Mark Sheridan.
This is one of those situations where Mark Sheridan could potentially just ease it off the line, but he knows he's got the power in the back end of the track. Mark Sheridan, number 3 qualifier with a 7:34. Nigel Hale was 9th with a 10:60.
From Mark Sheridan. Wow, what a run that was. That is his quickest ET ever, 198 miles an hour, but 7.12. I'll be pleased with the 60 foot, actually, 127 for the 60. And at the 8, 479 and 167 for Mark Sheridan, 7.12. I find that it's just quite good. It's like Andy Bond just went through 7:15, reminding everyone he's number 1, and then Mark Sheridan goes, "Hello, I'm still here."
Still here, 7:12. Thank you very much.
All right, Bill McDermott with the Bentley, going alongside Ash Cooper with the Transit. I remember when the Bentley first came out, it actually had the original wing that came up automatically.
Yeah.
But now got a more permanent feature on there.
Testing and development, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Ash has rolled the beams. So is Bill going to go over 200 here? He does indeed. 7:27 at 206 miles an hour for Bill McDermott. Wow, that has set up a brilliant matchup in round 2. Andy Bond and Bill McDermott.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Oh. Okay, right, next up, your reigning champion in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, Rob Carter with Percy the Passat, taking on Nick Hale with the Mercedes. Now, Rob's best run so far this weekend, 7:57. Nick has been 10:64. Rob?
885, 125, but taking the long way around there.
Yeah, well, a little something came out the back of Rob's car as he launched. I don't know whether it continued down the track, but our spotters haven't moved, so I'm going to assume not.
Well, here comes Hazel.
Okay, well, unfortunately, sounds like we've got something on track in Rob's lane, so our spotters are going to be jumping over as the guys down the bottom end of the track are calling it through.
Oh, it just gives me an opportunity. We need a vehicle moving, actually. It's on the road between, well, before you just get to the main pit entrance gates. We have a van with its tail hanging out too far. It's YE59JUU. It's a white, either Sprinter or Crafter, but if you could go and please move that in. Thank you. So here goes Hazel Carter. With Perry the Passat, goes 13.83. So that sets up a match-up with Rob in round number 2. Joe Baxter gets the bye. Mark Sheridan will be taking on Jack Petley. And, of course, Andy Bond and Bill McDermott. Here comes one more car. It is, of course, the Grudge Mustang. It's Jason Ware. It's on a time trial. So Jason just bringing the Grudge Mustang up to the line then. A checkout pass for him. Once again, just couldn't get any purchase on the track at all. But when they suss that combination, that car is going to absolutely fly. So Jason just coasting very slowly in the shutdown area, and our track crew get to work in the Kestrel beer lane. We've got a super comp lined up round the corner. So unfortunately, that rain interruption has just upset our run order a little bit, but we'll always gather it back, and yeah, they're certainly dealing with something there in the lanes. So just a reminder, Live Action Arena not far away. Their first show due at midday. Other things going on site, well, we've got the Fusion Extreme Stunt Show in the Entertainment Village going on at the moment. We've also got the meet and greet with Bing at 12 o'clock. And then you go to a Fusion Extreme Stunt Show at 1 o'clock, Bing meet and greet also at the same time. So there's lots going on over in the Entertainment Village. All the information is in our race weekend program. I know it's the last day, but it's still worth getting hold of the program. It's only £3. That is available from the Santa Pod shops on site. The main one is in the pits halfway along. Got the secondary unit next to us here at the start line in the catering area, and then the third one just past the Live Action Arena next door to the medical centre. And of course, don't forget, whilst you're in there, have a look at all the Santa Pod goodies in the pod shops. Some cracking ranges in there. And also, don't forget to visit all of our traders here as well. They come here to support the venue. Please continue to support them as well. All right, so track team still working out, getting everything sorted towards the top end up there. So just for a moment, give the airways back to Nitro FM. We'll be back with you soon with more action here at the Festival of Power.
for a 740. For a 730. Slightest of breakouts, but
straight and true there for Joe. 726, 190 mile an hour pass there. 925 for Joe. 100.
can jump, they go deeper into the 8s.
Very calm on the launch, actually. Didn't want the front end to come up.
No.
1088, taking it easy. 1321 from James. Arrow straight. That is a beautiful looking run. And that is just moved the goalpost out a little bit further. From Mark Sheridan. Wow, what a run that was. That is his quickest ET ever. 190. Ashes rolled the beams. So is Bill going to go over 200 here? He does indeed. 727 at 2.
Rob?
885, 125, but taking the long way around there.
Yeah, well, a little something.
So here goes Hazel Carter. With Perry the Passat, goes 1383. So that sets up. Once again, just couldn't get any purchase on the track at all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to say some very, very special words about a young man that very, very sadly is no longer with us. You can see the Santapod family making their way forward. All of our marshals, everybody up here in the tower is on their feet. Our friends, family, and everybody making their way forward to the start line. And there are two particular vehicles joining in as well. Of course, Ash Cooper's transit van and, of course, Nigel Hale's pickup truck. The young man in question was Dylan Riddell. Dylan, although small in stature, had the heart of a lion. So keen, so eager, so focused on what he wanted to achieve. He was our youngest pit marshal here at Santapod Raceway, and his enthusiasm boiled over many times. He was just so keen, so eager to join in, to be helpful, to help classes come forward, and he was just an all-round bundle of energy. A tremendous, tremendous young man. But tragically a very short illness, and on the 9th of February, we very sadly lost Dylan indeed. To his mum and dad, to Alan and Vicky, to the rest of his family, to Amber, to Kia, to Chelsea, to Damien. I know they miss him terribly, as we do here as well, as we want to say thank you, Dylan, for being a light that shone very, very bright for all of us here at Santapod Raceway, and will continue to shine bright in our memories as we take a minute's silence, as we prepare to say a fond farewell, but never be forgotten. And the reason for the Street Eliminator cars there, Street Eliminator was Dylan's favourite class. And I know all of us have our favourites, but Street Eliminator was Dylan's. So in his memory, if you could all please stand on the banking and of course on the grandstand as we observe a minute's silence in memory of Dylan Riddell. Rest in peace, buddy. Take care. Ladies and gentlemen, Santapod Raceway, thank you so much indeed. In memory of Dylan, his favourite song. As Ash and Nigel cross the stripe at the top end of the track, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for helping us say goodbye to young Dylan, with his favourite tune playing in the background, and our Santapod team wishing him just so sad that he left us so soon, but will always be remembered here as a light that shone so bright and so cheerful and so enthusiastic. Santapod Raceway, thank you so much indeed. Yeah. Okay, as our track crew now get back into position, thank you so much indeed. It's always difficult saying goodbye to one of our own, but a slightly different twist on the send-off with his favourite tune playing in the background. Thank you so much indeed for Nitro FM for supporting us with that one as well. And of course to all the track team, all of the marshals here, everybody involved at Sound of Pod Raceway. We always try and say goodbye in our own way. And thank you all so much indeed for being a very, very big part of Dylan's life, obviously, here at the pod. A drag racing family pulling together once again in memory of one of our own. But one thing that Dylan loved was Street Eliminator, and one thing that he loved as well was running around the pits, getting everybody G'd up and calling cars into the lanes and that. And this is what we're going to do now. Those cars in the lanes are going to come round and do some racing for us, and this is what it's all about. Getting some good times down the racetrack here at the pod. The class to come round is Super Comp. We need to get all of our teams obviously back in position before we send anything down the racetrack. So everybody just getting reset. Well, the team that's in place first is obviously our start line crew, the top end crew, just not far away from being in position. And that's that car's coming round. All right, Sky Collier is the first. And we'll be taking on Andy Clifford with the Snake Eyes Dragster. So the aim of the game then is 8.90, as close as you can without going under it, and obviously beating your opponent to the top end. So burnouts completed for both the cars coming up to the line now. Andy Clifford with the Snake Eyes Slingshot. He is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Sky Collier, she is in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, this is a close one at the stripe, and it is Sky Collier on a hole shot. 9.04 to lose out 8.98. Sky Collier is through to round number 2. Sam Fairhurst, Richard Tunstall. Now, Sam Fairhurst did actually get one the right side of 890. He went 995. But you spent most of the weekend breaking out. So we know the car's quick enough. Richard Tunstall, yeah, good job in qualifying. Went 898 as his best marker. He went in it. We ran 8.5 in the test day. So both of these cars we know are more than capable of hitting the number. So we've got to judge it right here. Morning to everybody tuned in via the internet. A few friends that we wish were here this weekend, but due to mechanical breakages or other issues, couldn't be here this weekend. Some people still waiting for parts. A big shout out to my good friend Pete Dodd I know he was desperate to race this weekend. And of course, he's responsible for the engine in Richard Tunstall's Jammy Dodger. And it is a win for the Jammy Dodger. Only by 0.14 at the stripe, 8.84, believes 8.96. So Richard Tunstall goes through. Warren Watts. Lines up with the 69 Camaro. He calls the car just another nobody. And of course, he is the class sponsor of 772 Coatings. Tiny breakout. Okay. Right, number one qualifier, John Bean taking on Dave Fulton. Two exceptionally good racers. But as with all drag racing, only one of them we will see in round two. So the Shotgun Mustang taking on the little 27 Roadster. Side at the stripe. But who's got it? It is Dave Fulton. He had the better light, forced John Bean to take the stripe. John took it, but in the process broke out. So Dave Fulton marches on. Ryan Garrett on a solo. Unfortunately, Phil Bennett unable to make the call, broke during qualifying. So Ryan Garrett with this beautiful Valiant.
Oh, that's how you do it. Perfect.
890 with a 4 for Ryan.
So I was just looking at my phone. I had a message from Mr. Ian Blackett out there. He took a photo of Rob Carter on his run, and basically one of his wheels was locked. Like the line lock on the front was locked.
Oh.
And that probably explains why it got a bit wild at around about 1,000 foot. I suspect that wheel was still locked all the way up.
So flat spotted.
That's what all the smoke that we were seeing all the way down explains why around about 1,000 foot he had a wiggle, because he probably lifted at that point. And at that point the tyre was just like, come on. So fingers crossed Rob's tyre is not too badly damaged.
Right, next pair, and it's number one and number two in the championship standings from last year. They meet in round one here. Ellie Mae Brown taking on Leah Kellett. Both away well. And it is Leah that takes it 905. Both cars moving around at the stripe, saw that. But Leah stuck with it. 905 to a 935. Right, next pair, Stevie Gates, Jeff Cowley. So you've got the Firebird against the Camaro. Both of these cars also have run in Pro ET. Stevie drives it in both classes, and it's Jordan that drives the Pontiac in Pro ET. But here they are in Super Comp. And Stevie Gates takes that one on a very small hold from 898 to an 897. Well done, Stevie. And the last one to run then be Charlie C. Well, unfortunately, no Nathan Hogs. They've been beset with problems. They think they found the issue.
Good.
But they wanted to get it back to base and get it all sorted. Didn't want to risk it. So Charlie just breaks the beams and takes the win there.
That's it. Yeah, no, it's quite annoying because he was the most organised, especially on Eurodragster.com podcast.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, we're ready, we're good to go. And then unfortunately, it just got kicked in the butt. It happens sometimes. You can be as prepared as you like, but until you bring it to the track, these things can happen. And again, just a reminder, Easter obviously is very early. Even Santa Pod Raceway, we've only had 2 Run What You Brung test days before this Easter weekend. So all of our races really haven't had the conditions or the time to be able to test a lot of our setups. And when we came into qualifying on Friday, a lot of our races rolled in completely untested. But we've done 2 days of qualifying. We're now into eliminations. Cars go quiet underneath us, even though our Sportsman ET vehicles are rolling round. So let's see. Yeah, rolling underneath the tower now. So we move into eliminations round number 1 of Sportsman ET. Diego Stokes with the Blue Velvet Skyline qualified 24th. He's taking on Aaron Kent with the BMW. He qualified 8th. So Sportsman ET is a mixture of vehicles, any make, any model, from 12 flat up and above to around about 35 seconds, should you wish. Diego Stokes dials 1240, Aaron Kent dials 1364. So the BMW is going to leave the line first. And now the Skyline is in chase. We've got 2 green lights. Now this one we have to be very careful with because a lot of these cars have radios in and they can be listening to our commentary. But the win light goes to Aaron Kent with a 1376 on a 1364. Better light and breakout for Diego Stokes. Next up, Rock Creswell taking on Debbie Taylor. We've got a 1480 dial and a 1298. So the Fiesta ST will be leaving the line first, chased down by the Mustang. Okay, both cars into full stage. Oh, well, unfortunately, a red light for Debbie Taylor. 0.15 red. Rob Creswell takes the green. Is he going to get close to 1480? 1486, so pretty good as well. Our next pairing, Simon Swarbrick with the Ford Pop. Dials 1211. He was a lucky number 13 qualifier. He's taking on Gary Lake with the Roulette Vet. So Gary Lake changed vehicles for 2026. Dials in a 1318, so the Corvette will leave the line first. Simon will be in chase mode. Both vehicles away. We approach the finish line. The win light comes up in Gary Lake's lane. 1311 on the 1318 breakout, but even a larger breakout for Simon Swarbrick. He goes 1197. Simon into the 11s. Right, Troy Attree, Craig Flinders. Troy qualified 4th with the Camaro. 12:25. Craig 15:35 is the number he's looking for. Another red light, Troy Attree. So close. 0.5 on the cherry. So Craig Flinders move on to the next round. Can he get close to 15:35? Ah, 15:35 with a 4. Well, there you go. Craig Flinders will look round and go, you still red lit, but I would have beaten you anyway. Right, Sophie Evans in the, not the BMW. It will be the VW Polo. Unfortunately, issues with the clutch on the BMW earlier in qualifying. Meant she swapped vehicle, got self-qualified, even made it third qualifying. In fact, Sophie did so well that she put Ian in hospital yesterday. So Ian, hopefully you're feeling better. I don't see you down there, so hopefully you're resting somewhere. But let's see if Sophie can take a round 1 win against Alexandra Pyer in Tony the Nugget. 1790 plays 1520. Alex dialing back the Metro as he did break into the 14s in qualifying. It's a green light race. The Metro is on the brakes at the finish line. But the win goes to, it is Alex Pryor with a 15:55. Next pair in Ian Bunce taking on Richard Palmer. The Mustang dialing 1479 and the Jaguar dials 81335. Richard Palmer was our number 7 qualifier. He's been here a couple of times this year doing Run What You Brungs as well, getting this Jaguar dialed in. Worked well for him in qualifying. Let's see how it does for him in eliminations. He drives around the Mustang at the top end. You can hear him feathering the throttle and takes the win. 1376 on the 1335. Good win, Richard Palmer. Okay, next pairing called forward. Lorna Collins with the Mazda MX-5. 1560 is the dial, taking on Lewis Gilbert in the Camaro, not a Corvette. Dial's 1570, so the lights are going to drop almost simultaneously. Okay, both cars going to stage. Both cars go green. We'll sort this out in a quarter mile's time. And the win goes to, it is Lorna Collins. 1582. Breakout for Lewis Gilbert. 1569 on a 1570. Next pairing, Jordan Griffin in the not Suzuki Swift. He's in the borrowed BYD, taking on our number 1 qualifier, Georgina Smith, with the Audi A3. Georgina netted that number 1 qualifying spot in qualifying round number 1 on Friday, but she has been close to her dial-in a number of times. Step 1 complete for both of our racers. Again, being careful with what we say up here. These people do have radios on in their car. They will be listening, but the win will go to our number 1 qualifier, Georgina Smith. 1850. Next pair. Steph Payman, Ben Jeffrey. Number 6, number 22 qualifier. 13.99 and a 14.05 is the dial. So once again, both cars going to leave almost together. Steph creeping as shallow as possible. Rolls her out. And now the race is on. Goes to Steph Payman. To be honest, it was always going to be Steph. I think by the time we passed the Christmas tree, Steph was already out in front. At that point, she was controlling the race. Okay, next up, Sophie Emma Lee on her first ever race. She's done 3 runs so far in the VW Scirocco. In fact, she'll be back in 2 weeks' time in VW Sportsman. But she's getting a little bit of extra practice. 1 extra race on her challenge for Rookie of the Year in the VW DLC. But she's going to be facing up against Gillian Medley in the full circle Cherokee. So 1 12-second Jeep Cherokee versus 1 16-second VW Scirocco. Sophie Emily, in fact, just got in on qualifying. She was number 32. The only person behind it was, unfortunately, Kaz Waterhouse, who had issues with the Audi TT over the weekend. Again, Kaz will be back as well in 2 weeks' time. Okay, all right, Sophie's away. She's still out in front, but here comes Gillian. Oh, both drivers break out. But Gillian, by the least, takes the win. Just a couple more pairings left in Sportsman ET Eliminations round number 1. Eva Huxley, Michael Dowdy. Michael in the Corvette. He's dialing 15.14. Eva 16.39 in the BMW. Staging duel. Eva goes in. Here comes Michael. 2 green lights. Michael making a top end charge. They're looking at each other at the finish line, and the win goes to Eva Huxley. Takes her first round win at the Festival of Power. 16.42. Next pairing, Sylvia Purcell in the Mustang. 14.25 against Ricky Hale with the Golf. Ricky dials 16.10. Once again, the aim of the game with the indexes that both cars will come to the finish line together, and they do. Look at that, Sylvia Purcell, 14.25 on a 14.25 with a 0.9 light. Good way to take a round 1 win. Next parent, Ruby Huxley. There's a lot of Huxleys these days, isn't there? They just keep growing and growing. So we've seen 1 Huxley through in Sportsman ET. Clive Dandridge with the truck dials a 12.58, so a long wait on the line. You've got to be patient. way together. He was doing 59 at the 8th. Clive's doing 85. Closing speed together. But the win is going to Clive Dandridge. 12.64 at 100 miles an hour on a 12.58 to an 18.48 breakout. There's quite a number of our racers breaking out. It's hard to judge, especially with the wind turning the other way as well. As we said, the wind coming through the pits is not as strong as when it comes from the field way, because when you get towards the finish line, it starts to hit you a little bit. The banking runs out. Next pair. Kirsty Tram, Peter Walters. Two vintages of Kamara. Both dial in the 12s. Pete 12.38, Kirsty 12.08. Well, wild launch. Kirsty's out in front. Tough to catch. She's on the brakes. And Kirsty takes that with a very clever win. 12.17 on a 12.08 to a 13.24, unfortunately. Strong launch for Peter Walters up there. Goal achieved, 12-second and a bonus wheels up. Hopefully, Mudflat Mappy, you went to Blackett Photography and bought that photo as well. That would be the all-around collection. In fact, Mr. Blackett is aiming the camera at you once again, just in case you do it again. Matt dials a 12.86. Dan Holloway 12.06. Two Fords on the line. The Escort is away, as is the Mustang. And now the chase is on. Moonshine Matty is out in front at the moment. He's still out in front. Oh, he doesn't brake. He brakes out. 12.56, 96 miles an hour, but it is a 12.11 on a 12.06 to take the win for Dan Holloway. But Matt Holshaw will be so happy with the weekend. He has achieved everything he wanted to do. Next up, Mr. Huxley. Dials a 15.74. Now, Brian was supposed to be in the Comet earlier, but gearbox damage meant that he has moved into a different vehicle. As I say that, a spot of rain hits my windscreen. Right, so Barney has said YouTube chat is coming up with drag racing names. So I'm going to head over to our YouTube channel, SantaPod TV, to see what is going on about. What have we got? So, good evening, good afternoon. It's been days, isn't it? Good afternoon, everybody who is watching on SantaPod TV, our YouTube channel. Hopefully you're all doing good in there. So what's going on in the chat? How are we? Barney says we're talking about coming up with drag racing names. Dog Knobs says, hello from Wales. Hello. Wow, I mean, literally, we got two little water splats on our windows. So hopefully, this is just that small dark cloud above us that is floating on by. Beyond there, we've got a lovely blue bit. So do not go anywhere yet.
Well, as you can see, the pairing lanes are absolutely chocolate. What those of you that are focused in on the live stream, you're looking at Comp Eliminator down there. Also, we've got some of our bike classes as well. Just to remind everybody, because of that strong wind out there, and especially as it's coming in, I'm going to say from the main gate, everybody knows the direction of the wind then. Once you get past the banking, you lose the shelter and you are open to the elements. So all of our bike classes are racing to the 8th mile today. so that they're not barreling down at 200 mile an hour plus into the shutdown area and get caught with that wind. So all our bike classes racing to the 8th mile today. And as Luke said earlier on, Jasmine Cordell's on-board footage was
Wild.
wild. Yeah.
That's it. So some of the questions that we get in the comments is, are those jet cars street legal? Wayne, I think you know the answer to that.
One of them is.
One of them is. The Oklahoma Willis is street legal, obviously, because he can just not turn the jet on, and underneath the tailgate there is a normal air-cooled flat 4. Julie Bowers says, hello, love watching my son Lewis Gilbert. Well done to the amazing crew. Who else? Ben says, can you shout me out? Shout out to Ben. There you go. These are easy, aren't they? Just a reminder, if you're watching on the live stream and you want to come to your next drag race at Santa Pod Raceway, just 2 weeks' time, Spring Speed Nationals, over 300 entries, and it's a sportsman national event, so that means cheap tickets, free camping, and some fantastic racing. So please do put it in your calendar. Come and see us at the Spring Speed Nationals in just 2 weeks' time. And with that cloud has floated on by. And I think we're into Comp Eliminator very soon.
Well, we got Oklahoma Willie
Is that
coming round.
one more pair of... do you know what? It confused me. I was watching the live stream and it had a replay.
Oh,
Had
right.
Reuben Dawson coming underneath the tower. Yeah, so we continue on with Sportsman ET. We have Adam Wakefield with the Monster Maverick, dialing a 1445, taking on Brian Huxley with the Cougar 1574. So Brian's going to leave the line first. Now, bearing in mind, this is what, his third run in this borrowed car. Well, let's see. Job number 1 done. I'm sitting there right now going, this is quite comfortable, isn't it?
It's just like taking it from a test drive from a dealership, isn't it?
Well, it's coming up. I think he's going to do it. Unless he breaks out. Does it? Yeah, Brian Huxley takes the win in the Cougar. Well done. Unfortunately, issues there for Adam Wakefield. You could hear the car just not performing like it should. Right, talking of street legal jet cars, we have one. Oklahoma Willie. Beautiful 1950 split screen camper van pickup, just with a jet bolted down on the back. Do you know what? VIP's looking a little bit busier today. I think we've got some fresh people. VIP, how many of you have just been there for today by any chance? Hands up if you've just been there for today.
There's a few.
Just a little, just me. You were like, I don't want to do it too obvious, but yeah. Well, enjoy this. It may not be our quickest jet, but it definitely shakes the tower, and I'm sure it rolls around into the VIP area as well. But we have got some fast jets around the corner as well. Saying that, this split spring camper went 157 yesterday. A new speed PB, and it ran a ET PB as well, if I remember correct.
10:31.
Yeah. I had 10:13 in my head. I had the 2 digits the wrong way round. again.
Yeah, but look at the ET, 1025. Wow, going even quicker.
See, killed our computer though.
Oh yeah, no, I'll knock that out very, very quickly. But 1025.
Are you warm in VIP yet? Was that nice? all of a sudden you feel nicely barbecued. Well, that was like a tease. Now we got some noisy, faster ones coming round the corner as well. And you get to double up.
Are you okay?
No. Both are out.
We're okay, so.
You all right? You're fine.
That's definitely a leak. Definitely leak.
Yeah. Right, apologies for that. There's a little bit of a glitch in the tower there. Always somehow seems to happen when jet cars run. And has a habit of knocking power cables out and things like that. But it's all sussed out now. Thanks very much indeed.
Liam smelt food as well.
So we are back. Apologies. It was the tower that had the issue that time in the commentary box. Everybody else was good, but we lost all of our screens.
That's it. And we're the ones who need to see the screens.
Yeah.
Right, well, so from one noisy camper van to two very noisy jet dragsters.
Martin Hill down there. Those of you tuned into the live stream can see him on your screen there. He is in the cockpit of Fire Force number 5. It never gets any less brutal up here sometimes, does it? Okay, then Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5, side by side to 1,000 foot here in the Festival of Power. Hold on tight, because here we go.
Oh, look at that. Double zeros reaction times. 444, 224 to a 491. These two are racing for real.
Wow.
Yeah. That was good. VIP, did you enjoy that a lot? That was terrifying. They're simultaneously timing them up with them pulses, and it's coming right through here. Okay, so our second jet just making the corner. So yesterday we saw it. I wonder if Barney's got it in time on to go on the screen. But yesterday there was a video of Martin Hill after he did the pass. He come to a stop with the parachutes, and then the parachutes continued with the bloom, and Martin ended up actually rolling back down the quarter mile. They just here, there you go on the live stream right now. So the jet dragster is actually being pulled back down the down the runoff road, and the guy had to chase it.
Very strange that was.
That's how windy it was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on the live stream. Right, a little flick over there to one of our nitro pits as well. That was a great view just above the engine as well. So we've got our nitro cars being worked on today. We have got Pro Modified in the pairing lanes and Comp Eliminator Eliminations round number 1. Great to see Emma Goddard's Integra back in the lanes. They've had a torrid weekend this weekend. Only one qualifying pass so far, and of course elimination. In fact, who has Emma got in eliminations?
I'll tell you in a
Doesn't
second.
seem to be
Emma
anyone-
Goddard has got Spencer Tram.
Okay. Okay, so Spencer is pulled right forward, yes. So I'm assuming that one of the Williams brothers has got a bye run.
No. Well, it depends who has or hasn't made it.
So Dan is down there alone, and Spencer is next to
Well,
him.
Dan would have been against Dave Henderson.
Okay. Dave's been on the Maltese Chisk since Friday.
Right. I just want to thank Lily Stevenson for making me feel really, really hungry.
Don't you start. Angie and Natalie will start moaning if you start talking about food.
Because that was very, very nice indeed. She
paid the tower
She paid
tax.
the tower tax
Yes,
with
it.
her nugs,
We had some nugs.
and that made me very hungry.
And she said they've had an enjoyable weekend and they will be back to serve nugs at more events at Santa Pod Raceway.
Good stuff. You've got to try and all of our caterers out there. We've got a fantastic arrangement down there. Salt and Pepper and the Noodle Bar and the Olivia's Pizza Parlour. They're the ones I can see, and there's loads more.
The problem is at the start of the weekend, myself and Colin were asked to go and test the food and give reviews to everyone. But unfortunately, because it's the start of the season, and me and Colin are not the smallest guys, we've been working hard on our diets.
Yeah.
And so we've actually gone, no. Ask us at European finals, and we'll be down there. Oh. Okay, well, I think the two-seater dragster might be shut off. The parachute's popped out.
Yeah, we got Paul Yaxley, I think, in the back of the car. So he's going to have added bonus because obviously they need to repack the parachute. It means he gets to get another burnout and everything.
Oh, Steve, you have one job. Do the parachute.
Right, so that car gets pulled back. I think we're going to go into comp next. Liz McCarthy Charm's been in touch. At home, lurgied up large and sulking. Watching from home. Abby and Kev are crewing for Mike, Ollie and Martin Zilscher, and they're having phenomenal weekends. Shout out to all. And yeah, Liz,
Alicia was
We're all
kind
looking,
enough
for,
not
we're all
to bring,
looking forward
yeah.
to next Friday.
Alicia was kind enough not to bring the lurgy.
Yes, indeed. Kept it at home.
What's next Friday?
It's Liz's birthday.
Oh.
And it's mine.
Oh.
Yeah, share a birthday, as does Keith Williams and Thomas Cook Abbott's birthday next Friday as well.
Oh, yeah. No, I've got quite a few races on my birthday
Yeah.
buddies as well. Yeah, me and my fellow VW Pro racer Nigel Gregg,
Yeah.
Hangar 30 specialist Ben Speechley, used to be shared with, oh no, I've forgotten his name now. Nitro Olympics boss that passed away.
Jerry.
Jerry,
Yeah.
that's it. Used to be the same day as Jerry. There's quite a few. I think
Yeah.
I'm up to like 30. I know I was being quiet then. I was up to like 13 people
Yeah.
on the same birthday, and then Terry Newton swooped in as well. And he always goes, "It's my birthday." It's not his birthday. His birthday's on the leap year,
Ah, right.
and so every year everyone's like, "Happy birthday to you, Terry." And I was this nice birthday. I think
Right, the Bluebird is out there in case you're wondering what's going on. Also, I can hear engines roaring in the background, which
Yeah.
means it's live action arena with the monster trucks. They're still repacking that parachute.
So Bluebird out for Comp Eliminator. Just a quick one, since you're there, Nitro FM. How are we doing on the Easter egg front? They've gone. Ah, what? See, so there's no Easter eggs left. You got none in the cupboard. None under the stairs. Oh. Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, that junior
Yeah.
drag bike that was yesterday.
Contrary to belief, me and Colin are not everywhere. We're in the tower. No, they didn't pay the tower tax.
I asked Luke this one earlier, but I thought it would be a little bit politically incorrect. But no, I'm going to go with it now. We need a Greek seller here, so we could have. Oh, is there?
Oh, there is
right.
one. Right.
So, yeah. So if they could bring some if they could bring some taramaslata up, and the tower is called the Strait of Hummus. There we go. Sorry, they don't get any better than that.
Boom.
Graham's just shaking his head in disgust at that one. He did laugh, though. He is laughing. But, yeah. Oh, dear, dear. It was indeed, yes. Yeah.
You must be kebabbing a laugh.
Yeah. Let's quit whilst we're way behind, not ahead. Okay, so changing subject very quickly indeed. The Bluebird is out there at the moment, putting some extra traction down. The tractor's out there doing a bit of track prep as well, a little bit of sledding. No, you want to bring it back, do
Are
you?
you saying the Bluebird is more exciting than our terrible jokes?
Yes.
That's it. Fair enough.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I'm enjoying my pick and mix though from Birthday Boy.
Yeah, Owen Forrest, many happy indeed.
Yeah.
Returns indeed. 44 laps of the sun. Well done. Who else's birthday is it today? Let's have a look. Ollie Finch, happy birthday to him. Adam Price. Aaron Sparks. Haven't seen Aaron for a few years, but happy birthday, buddy. Easter Sunday here at the pod. What a place to be. Glorious out there now. Are those of you that stayed all weekend long, congratulations, you survived, because that was some old weather system that came through last night. And I know a few tents and marquees didn't survive the onslaught last night. Just be thankful we weren't further north than we actually are. So, the two-seater, looks like it's all sorted again. I'll put it this way, the passenger hasn't gone anywhere. Paul Brown hasn't gone anywhere. And Dave Warren just chatting with the two-seater crew there. In the lanes, we do have Comp Eliminator at round one. We've also got the Fuel Tech Pro Mod Shootout cars in the lanes as well. We did eliminations for Pro Modified yesterday, so we could add in this little Fuel Tech Shootout. And once again, many, many thanks indeed to Fuel Tech for joining in as a big sponsor here at Santamo Raceway. And of course, for Pro Modified. And talking of sponsors, I want to give a shout out to Nankang Tyres.
Oh.
They joined us as well.
Oh, yeah.
And they have their stall opposite the pod shop. And they were doing some giveaways. I wonder if they got anything left, but they were doing that as
Yeah,
well.
because you just happen to run Nankang on the
I do.
Camaro,
I've got
don't you?
Nankang tyres on the rear of the Camaro, yeah.
There we go.
I won those tyres.
Oh, because
Yeah.
you weren't buying them, were you?
Well, I would buy them. Now, when I finish this set, I will go buy another set.
Do you know what? I've just seen the greatest jacket all weekend. There is a young lady on the bank who is glittery as hell. Look at it. Right at the start of the bank, she's in a little pink dress.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And she's
I can
got
see
a
it.
brilliant glittery. At this point, the parents are probably going, they're talking about you. Look at it. It just shimmers.
Shimmering over there.
There we go. Like a little disco ball on the bank. You're like, no, I'm sitting down.
Yeah, they're waving to us now.
There
we
go,
can see
there
it.
we go. That's how you stand out in a crowd of 10,000 people, is wearing a wonderful jacket like that. Stylish. And with that, terrible jokes are done. Bluebird stuff. And a little bit of promotion for our sponsors. Of course, Worcester Performance, Nankang, Miller's Oils, Diamond Bright, Fuel Tech, and more. And with that, we're back to our two-seater ride. Parachute repacked. So, who is sat comfortably in the
We
seat
think
today?
it's that 60th birthday passenger ride. We're pretty sure of it.
We've gone up in the years.
Yeah, Paul Yaxley, this should be. 60th year at Santapon, and it's a 60th birthday present. How about that?
So, what year was Paul born in?
Well, 1966, of course.
Good answer. Another red light for Paul Brown. I'll tell you what, he's lucky he's not in his race car this weekend. 764. That's the quickest run for the junior. From the junior. the junior.
You had junior two-seater on the mind then, didn't you?
I did. Shh. We're not ruining that. That's going to be next year's April Fools. I give Callum that. I own that. Right, competition eliminator time. Eliminations round number 1.
Yeah, this is Dan Williams. Should have been alongside Dave Henderson, but unfortunately Dave unable to make the call. Tuned in, watching the coverage, Dave Swift. A very good day to you, sir. Wishing all the best to all competitors in Comp Eliminator today. And Dave, we look forward to seeing you hopefully soon.
That's it.
Door slammers, please, Dave. Get yourselves here.
He's done a few modifications. He is after that 6-second pass. Right, so solo run for Dan Williams. Can't ask for more at the first round of the championship. Hopefully the damage that Dave did is not too terminal and he'll be back in 2 weeks' time at Spring Speed Nationals. Meanwhile, Dan goes through 10.73. 94 miles an hour, as you can see, 94 miles an hour, well down.
Yeah.
Making sure he
Clicked
didn't
early.
break out. Right, this could be an interesting race. Emma Goddard's only got one pass in this weekend. Her index is 950, but this car, this Integra, is capable of going deep into the 8s. Spencer Tram, his index is 1168. So Emma can push Spencer to a breakout if all goes correct. So it is a heads-up drag race. Spencer's going to lead first. Emma, unfortunately gets a red light on the line. So hands it over to Spencer, who can automatically see that. He lifts off the throttle, protects his index, and rolls through to a 12.23.
Right, so that's Nick Williams rolling forward with the Nova. Going alongside the Honey Wasp of Ruben Dalton. So Reuven was your number one qualifier, went 7.84 with this car. And Nick 10.88 with the Nova.
So once again, you see the indexes on the board. Nick Williams 11.10, Reuven Dawson 8.63. There is a difference on the tree, so Nick Williams will leave the line first, but in the difference between bracket racing, it is a heads-up drag race. Nick just taking his time. He's going to have to go in quick. Just got in there. Wow, Nick got well out of the groove there and had to do a bit of driving job. Reuven Dawson straight down Broadway. He takes the win with 8.32 at 127 miles an hour. Unfortunately, Nick there had to go the long way round to a round one exit.
Right, no Rob Smallworth. So it's going to be Scott Lubischer on his own. So the car is called Dory. Scott Lubischer paying us a visit from Illinois this weekend. Having a great time. Flicks it early, still goes 8.48 at 122.
David Barton taking on Kev Perkins.
So the car belongs to Nick Williams, but holding on to that steering wheel and driving it this weekend is David Barton. Going alongside the sole man of Kev Perkins. Now then, David went 7.70 in qualifying and into that monstrous headwind, so that's one of the quickest runs that car has ever done.
That's it. It's going to be interesting here. So it's 7.99 and 8.50. So David Barton is going to leave first again. It's a race to the finish line. Kev Perkins is going to have a lot to do to catch up. Drag race all the way to the finish line. It's turning. Wow! Wow!
Kev Perkins pulls one out, 7.54. Wow. David Barton lifted and coasted towards the stripe there, 8.15, 1.32. But Kev drove round him. His best run of the weekend by a long shot.
So David Barton lifted to try and protect his index, hoping he could time it right. But unfortunately, lifted just a little bit too early.
Now then, let's just remind everybody with the bikes. We've mentioned it a few times, but now it's in front of us. We need to remind that every bike here racing today is to the 8th mile. Not the quarter mile, it's the 8th mile. That is because of the wind conditions at the top end. It's so windy and you lose the shelter of the banking. So a reminder that they race to the 8th mile. Will they tune these Super Street bikes differently for the shorter distance? We'll find out. Let's see. And that's Alan Morrison taking the win of 463, 170 miles an hour. 463, 170 at the 8th for Alan Morrison. Jack Shook, Daniel Lenks up next. Thing is, though, giving you the quarter mile numbers in qualifying, it sort of all changes a bit now.
Yeah.
Daniel was number 2 qualifier with a 6.79, but it's all about short numbers now. Jack gets the jump here. Don't forget, it's only to the 8th
Oh!
mile. Wow.
Got a way to win a race. Daniel Lent takes the win on the back wheel. 467 at 161 miles. Now all of our camera guys looking at their cameras going, did I get it? Did I get it?
Yeah, but look at the win margin, 0-3 at the stripe. Whoa. I mean, fair dues to both of them. Jack was so close to the wall, but he knew because it was only 8th mile, he was going to hang in there as long as he could. Who said 8th mile racing is boring? My goodness me, that had everything. Right, Josh Stubbins. Chris Reed. Cool, you were focused on Daniel. I was focused on Jack, but my word, what a race that was.
That's it, we're used to at least a couple more seconds to be able to watch the full track.
Yeah.
Chris Reed, Josh Stubbins.
Yeah, Josh takes that one, 468.
That was a lot calmer, that race was. Right, ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please. ET Bike into the pairing lanes. As we continue on with our Super Street bike. Jake Michelle got a buy run.
Solo, yeah. Well, fair to say I'll be looking for sub 120 60 foot here. Let's have a look at Jake. Oh, he's not going to get that. 125 still. Still goes 478, 166. And Jake Michelle will be racing Josh Stubbins in round 2 for the semi-finals, and Daniel will be taking on Alan Morrison. Right, the Fuel Tech Pro Mod Shootout. As I say, we are slightly reduced in numbers for all the cars. I think John Webster, unfortunately, well, we saw him run his semi-final and final yesterday. The semi-final, he just broke the beams, and the final, he just broke the beams. That's all he could do. But he needed the points. That's why he did it. So Andy Robinson, a brilliant 585 yesterday. And if you consider his PB as a 582, on it straight away this season. So for Fuel Tech, our sponsor here at Santa Pod Raceway, and of course title sponsor of Pro Modified, thank you so much indeed for your extended support of drag racing here in the UK. Of course, Santa Pod Raceway, the home of European drag racing, celebrating its 60th year this year. Fabulous milestone to reach. So Andy Robinson, the Anger Management 2.0 Camaro. Supercharged 521 cubic inch V8 there. Final adjustments to the wheelie bars. It's one of the most important tuning aids to these cars. So all set for the run then. Andy Robinson, what has he got for us here on Easter Sunday? Well, you can see the tyre chatter marks from the tower. It stood up on those tyres and then it just rattled like mad. And that's probably given Andy a bit of a headache, and any loose fillings would have come out with that one, I think. Can I please have 850 bike to the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike to the lanes. Still a 102 60 foot, despite the tyres hopping around like that. But coasting at the stripe there. Just 11:39 at 72. We've got the Red Breed Mustang next to come round. I've also got fuel funny cars in the lanes as well, so don't go anywhere at all. Got top fuel bike down there. It's going to get very, very loud, very fast, very interesting, and very exciting indeed. So this car started life in America, spent a long stint here in the UK in the hands of Stan and Paula Aitken, and now the car resides in Poland.
I don't know if it's actually left the UK yet.
Sorry, say again.
I don't know if it's actually left the UK yet.
Oh, is it? Ah, okay.
Because it's not raced anywhere else other than here.
Right.
But you never know. So, let's see if Thomas Jaworski can run his first ever 6-second pass. At present, the fastest Polish racer overall is Thomas Drodz. No, not Wojciech Mucha, sorry. Wojciech Mucha. With the Monte Carlo that came here last year. He went 6:87 back in October. Can Thomas Jaworski take that record? Of course, we're going to see Wojciech Mucha in a few months' time at Door Slammers.
Good to see John Webster down there as well. May not have his own car here today, but he's certainly here helping everybody else.
So we went 7:01 on Friday. So close. Pedal job, she's getting smoky. 6:55, 220 miles an hour. Thomas Jaworski is now the fastest Polish racer in the world.
Fantastic.
Considering how smoky that was. Did well. Oh, Colin's back.
102 to 60 foot. And 8th mile, 4:35 at 175. Okay, call out once again, please, for 850 bike. Can you please make your way into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike. We need you into the pairing lanes. Thanks very much indeed. As we turn our attention to the flying fifer, it's Colin Miller with the Top Fuel Dragster. Good to see you, Cole. Day 3 of 3 as Colin continues his top fuel journey. Ladies and gentlemen, the fastest land-based accelerating vehicles, engine-driven I should say, a Top Fuel Dragster. 0 to 100 in under a second. These cars are capable of covering the 1,000-foot race distance in shade over 3.6 seconds. European record is in the 3.7s. But this is over 10,000 horsepower here in a Top Fuel Dragster. Colin Miller from Scotland in Fife. Right, who hasn't seen? Right, ladies and gentlemen, the newbies here, or anybody, if you haven't seen a Top Fuel Dragster here at Santa Pod Raceway before, let's have a show of hands. Come on. Let's see. Oh, we have a few. Excellent stuff. So you are going to be mind blown here. Some of the stuff you've seen this weekend has been impressive, but we had a 300 mile an hour. No, so we had a 3-second run from Suzanne yesterday. Let's see how Colin Miller gets on as the engine now fires. Suzanne Cullen is in the lanes, she'll be following, but it is Colin Miller with the flying fifer, the Top Fuel Dragster. Colin has been following drag racing and has been part of drag racing for something like 40 years now. He's raced a full pop for many of those years. And his first visit to the pod was the November meeting in 1986. Nice strong burnout once again there for Colin. He's got that totally sussed. There is a throttle stop to stop the revs going too high on the burnout. As his long-time crew chief in Outlaw Angler, Aaron Springford, guides him back. And Aaron naturally has followed Colin into the world of Top Fuel. Colin wouldn't have it any other way. The car owned by Runefield. The car is based here at Santapod in the workshops at the top end. So Colin Miller then, the flying fifer. Wish you all the best as he continues his Top Fuel journey here at the Festival of Power. The aim is to do the European Tour this year. It kicks off at the 2nd May bank holiday here at the pod. Round 1 of the European Championships, but here he is, his first weekend in the car. Absolutely beautiful. 0.88 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 357, 158. Clicked it as he should, which is exactly what you have to do for the licensing process. And Colin Miller, I can't wait to talk to him after that one because that was superb.
PB as well?
It is actually, yeah. 521 to 1,000 foot.
Does it have the quarter mile on their computer?
No, it doesn't. It only logs it to 1,000 foot. I'm pretty sure of that. Yes, it only logs to 1,000.
Oh.
But yeah, his speed at the 8th was 158. Obviously, he clicked it by then. Now, bearing in mind that these cars can go nearly 100 mile an hour quicker to the 8th, but that was absolutely superb. Now Colin knows what a Top Fuel launch feels like, good and proper. So now Colin will be, I think, on full pulse. That was superb, absolutely superb. Well done. So, as we look down to see our other Top Fuel dragster in the house this weekend, and it is, of course, the FIA Top Fuel champion, the reigning champion, Suzanne Cullen down there with the Slick Trick Santapod Dragster. Suzanne took that title in a very dramatic fashion at the European finals last year, where any of the 3 drivers could have taken the title, but it was Suzanne that came out on top. That was one thing on her bucket list she wanted more than anything else, was that Top Fuel title, and she got it last year. As they get ready to fire it. Here we go. Of course, at the first time of asking, that car fires up. They start it on raw fuel. It's just a squirt of bottle injecting fuel into the injector hat, and once it's running, the car switches over to nitro. Somewhere, we don't know how much it's got, north of 10,000 horsepower, probably 11-ish, I don't know. It's very difficult to actually measure. It takes 800 horsepower just to turn the supercharger in these things. But the payback
Does your Camaro make 800 horsepower?
It does nowhere near that. My engine in my Camaro could not turn that supercharger. If you can see, the engine in my Camaro is only 50 cubic inches smaller than that one. Well, there we go.
Really?
Yeah, 500 cubic inch of heavy V8 between the chassis rails at the back there of the Runefield Motorsports Top Fuel Dragster. Everything is in twins, you know. You got twin magnetos. You've obviously got twin parachutes as well. As the vapour from those headers fill the tower. Suzanne yesterday went a 399. What has she got for us today? Conditions much better. Track has got a little bit of heat in it. Not a huge amount, but it's better than yesterday. As she rolls it into stage, ladies and gentlemen, hold on tight, because here we... Oh. Drove through the shake, 423 at 204.87 to 60 foot. And at the 8th mile, 317, 242 miles an hour. But a flash and a bang between the 8th mile and 1,000 foot. I'm not sure if the blower went then. But nevertheless, great entertainment once again from the Top Fuel Dragsters. And if you want to see more of them, come along to the main event. It's the end of May. It is round one of our European Championship. Suzanne will be here, Colin will be here, and a whole host of other intense and immense race machinery. The details go to Santapod's website, so santapod.com. Check out the weekend race program. All the race dates for the whole season are on there. But if you like Nitro, then you get a proper dose of it at the main event. Not only that, the Nitro Funny Cars will be here as well. And that's what we've got coming up next. Lined up behind us, it's the West End Motorsport Chevy Monte Carlo of Kevin Kent. Now, this is Eliminations. This is the semi-final for Nitro Funny Car. Kevin Kent, #1 qualifier, does get the bye. But then we have a race between John Spoffard and Dale Leakes. So basically, we take a Top Fuel Dragster, we strip it down, and we take the engine out of it, and we take the fuel system and the magnetos. And what we do is we put it into a shortened chassis. We move the driver to the back of the car, so the engine is now in front of the driver. We cloak that chassis with a carbon fibre composite body. We give it some aerodynamics, we give it a wing, and we give it all the nips and tucks to make the car as slippery as possible. And what we do is we then fire it up, lower the body over that chassis, and you have something that looks kind of funny, because that's how these cars got their names. Back in the day in America, all these alterations, and they looked funny, and the name stuck. That's why they're called funny cars. There was a period of time when they tried to change it to fuel coupes, but funny cars is what we know and love them as. So Kevin Kent then for the Monte Carlo under the towers for the burnout. Can I please have super gas into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have super gas into the pairing lanes, please? Well, we do have a few more funny cars that are on the premises today. We got Steve Ashdown's car. We know Steve's been here all weekend. The Undertaker car hopefully will be ready for the main event. And Steve suffered a lot of damage in a fire at the top end of last season. So, Steve, I'm wishing you all the best and getting everything sorted for that. We had Rob Elsom up here yesterday. And, of course, that is the One Bad Texan funny car. He's spent a lot of money over the winter period trying to get lots of new parts. He's gone for a setback supercharger as well. And he's got Jason Phelps driving the car this season. And all being well, we will see them at the main event as well. So potentially 6 funny cars main event. Oh, I can't wait for that. But here's Kevin Kent then. He was your number one qualifier with a 4:21. All the crew stood in the line at the back as Kevin rolls the car into the beams. Beautiful looking run, 430. Look at the speed, 281 miles an hour. But the most important thing, that run was nice and clean. Very, very good indeed. So the crew will get that car back to the pits and get it turned round, ready for the final. But that was a lovely looking run there for Kevin Kent.
That was a lovely looking quarter-mile run.
He doesn't know any other distance.
You can see his tyre tracks all the way to the finish line. And in fact, yeah, look, where our Sonopod staff, you can still see the tyre tracks now.
Yeah.
All the way up, and then he got very close to the wall as he went through the finish line. Yeah.
Kevin doesn't believe that we raced to 1,000.
No, that's it.
He ignores the what's-its. He just goes quarter mile every time. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. Right, so Kevin Kent into the final as the team go to retrieve him from the top end. As we look down to see the Showtime funny car of John Spuffard and the beast from the east of Dale Leakes.
I mean, if anything, Kevin was the only one to actually make the turn in this win.
So, John Spuffard, one of the most experienced funny car racers Europe has ever seen. Yeah, he still had to get his licence signed off yesterday because it'd been 10 years out of the hot seat. But that was duly approved yesterday, so that's why he's racing. And one man that is desperate to race Spuff was Dale Leakes. John has been a mentor to Dale on Dale's funny car journey. And a special shout out, obviously, to Mark and Jackie Hawkins, and especially Jackie. I know you're probably tuned in watching this. We do wish you all the very, very best indeed. We miss you not being here this weekend. And we really, really do hope that we get to see you back up here very, very soon indeed. So the beast from the east, Dale Leakes, didn't get any runs in yesterday. They were working through the car, but got it all sorted. And they were not going to miss this opportunity to race John Spuffard with the Showtime funny car. John, I bumped into him a few times over the course of the weekend. The first day, I don't know, he was eager and he was keen, but he wasn't the Spuff that I know. But after he'd done his runs, he was a changed man. It was like, obviously the nitro got well and truly back into his veins. He was enjoying it. And yeah, he was very, very chatty indeed. So the change in Spuff in one day was quite incredible.
I was just thinking, so obviously at the moment we say that these funny cars are now like 11,000 horsepower. I wonder how much horsepower they have increased in the 10 years since John was driving, because obviously these body styles were not around 10 years ago.
No.
It would have been the old style, because all of these body styles, although they look different, they pretty much look the same, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot more aero on the cars now. All the nips and the tucks and everything, the way the headers come out, the lip around the front. But yeah, you're right. Although Spuff's Mustang back in the day, you know, the John Ford, the carbon-coloured Mustang, that was pretty up to date. But the change now, as you say, is quite impressive.
The funny cars used to be on the side curved, and now they are completely flat on the side.
Yeah.
And I reckon probably 10 years ago we were probably quoting like 8,000 horsepower at that point, and that just shows you how much progress these engines have made. Even though it's the same engine.
Yeah. One of the big differences, obviously fuel systems, but the setback blower.
Yeah.
That's one of the big changes to the fuel cars. And obviously the magnetos, and that, I mean, that's 44 amps each. I mean, you can weld from them. Yeah. They're phenomenally powerful. The fuel systems, the fuel pumps, I know there's regulations on sizes and everything on them to try and tame these things. And I don't know what the current legal nitro mix is, but that's one thing that they do sometimes move around a little bit. You know, if they find they're going too quick, they'll pull it back a bit. But they are phenomenal machines. A nitro funny car. And not only that, you are sat behind that engine. Yes, you have a bulkhead and firewall, whatever you want to call it there, but you are cocooned in that funny car. You've got all of the padding, you've got everything there to make it as safe as possible. I'm not going to say comfortable,
No.
but it's make it safe.
It's not for someone of a nervous disposition in a tight area.
No.
I know a lot of people have gone, I'd like a funny car,
Yeah.
and then they put the body down and then they go, no.
Well, there's a few top fuel racers that have said exactly the same thing. Okay, I love my drag racing, I love my funny cars, but you will never get me in one.
No?
I would, you know, if I was a multi-millionaire, I would still not do it. I haven't got the kahunas for it. I'll be honest. Beautiful burn out there from Dale Leaks. So this is Eliminations. This is the other semi-final. Kevin Kent has booked his spot in the final with a 4.30 at 281 miles an hour. It was a beautiful run. It was a straight run. But now we have a race. Dale Leaks is going to tick one of the biggest boxes on his bucket list in his life, and that is to race John Spuffard. And he's been doing it here at Santa Pod Raceway. The bodies come up, the crew chiefs dive underneath, just do the final settings. They're looking at that digital display. But once that body comes down, no more adjustment. They can't change anything. It's just, I think, bleed holes on the side of the supercharger. That's it. So basically the two cars here together have got more power, or about the same amount of power as the Formula One grid in total now. The only reason I'm saying that is there's 22 cars on the grid now. But here we go, Dale Leaks and John Spuffard, the semi-final to send the final in. Fuel funny car here, hold tight, here we go. And it's going to be Dale Leaks that coasts across the line to take the win at 6:25, 116. Spuff was away first, 0-2 light, but it didn't go much further than that under power. But bizarrely, both of them were 116 to 60 foot, but they got there in different shapes. So, the final of Fuel Funny Car will see Dale Leaks taking on Dale Leaks will be taking on Kevin Kent. Now, Kevin is already back in the pits. They are getting everything set for the final. I think Dale has got some work to do, though. We've still got another Fuel Funny car behind us, and that is the Thermored car of Kevin Chapman. He's still got to do some more observed runs to get in the show, and the reason they're here is to get another one of those in, because we really want Kevin at the main event as well. They'll be here. They'll be here. Team have worked flat out on this car. Lots of updates, lots of upgrades. And all of this costs a lot of money. So as the team get themselves set, Malk just pulling the power cords out so they can connect it to the starter. So let's just check out the top end. Obviously there is a little bit of a sweep up going on in the Kestrel lane there after the run from Dale Leaks. And potentially we do have a little bit of fluid down up there, so we'll just wait to see. But the tractor is out there doing some sweeping, and they are working around in the shutdown area as well. So it's all going on out there at the moment. So the Thermared car is just going to have to wait just a moment, but they will be getting ready to run very, very shortly indeed. Looking over into the pairing lanes, we have got Top Fuel bike lined up, ready to run. We have also got our sportsman classes around there as well. So I'll tell you what I'll do, just going to rest the vocal cords just for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back very soon with more Nitro action here. We still have another funny car to go. And then, of course, the Top Fuel bikes. Don't go anywhere, and we will be back shortly here at the Festival of Power.
Hasn't the pace been a long bit, honey? Take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been a long bit, honey? Take a look at where we are. Isn't the day so exciting? Oh, honey, when I wake up, I'm feeling
at that. Double zeros reaction times. 444, 224 to a 491. These two are racing for real.
Wow.
Yeah. Bit of a pedal job. She's getting smoky. 655, 220 miles an hour. Thomas Jaworski is now the fastest Polish racer in the world.
Fantastic.
Considering
Absolutely beautiful. 0.88 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 357, 158. Clicked it as he should, which is exactly what you have to do for the likers here.
oh,
Beautiful looking run. 430. Look at the speed. 281 miles an hour. But the most important thing, that run was nice and clean. Hold tight. Here we go. And it's going to be Dale Leaks that coasts across the line to take the win at 6:25, 116. Spuff was away first, a 0-2 line. But it didn't go much further than that under power. But bizarrely, both of them were 116 to 60 foot, but they got there.
but we have got some fast jets around the corner as well. Saying that, this split spring camper went 157 yesterday. A new speed PB, and it ran a ET PB as well, if I remember correct.
10:31.
10:31, yeah. I had 10:13 in my head. I had the two digits the wrong way round. Nice and warm up here now. A little breather pipe on the side of the jet. What are we getting? Whoa, 157 miles an hour once again.
Yep. It never gets any less brutal up here sometimes, does it? Okay then, Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5, side by side to 1,000 foot here at the Festival of Power. Hold on tight, because here we go.
Oh, look at that. Double zeros reaction times. 444, 224 to a 491. These two are racing for real.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that. Double zeros reaction times. 444, 224 to a 491. These two are racing for real.
Wow.
Spencer's going to leave first. Emma, unfortunately gets a red light on the line. So hands it over to Spencer, who can automatically see that. He lifts off the throttle, protects his index, and rolls through to a 12:23. It is a heads-up drag race. Nick just taking his time. He's going to have to go in quick. Just got in there. Wow. Nick got well out of the groove there and had to do a bit of the driving job. Rube Dawson straight down Broadway. He takes the win with 8:32 and 120
This weekend. Having a great time. Clicks it early, still goes 8:48 at 1:22.
Green light drag race. All the way to the finish line. Ooh, it's turning. Wow. Wow.
Kev Perkins pulls one out, 7:54. Wow. Oh, Jack gets the jump here. Don't forget, it's only to the 8th mile.
Oh,
wow.
Got a way to win a race. Daniel Lenz takes the win on the back wheel. Chris Reed, Josh Stubbins.
Yeah, Josh takes that one, 4:68.
That was a lot calmer that race was.
Oh, he's not going to get that. 1:25 still. Still goes 4:78, 166. And Jake Michelle, what has he got for us here on Easter Sunday? Well, you can see the tyre chatter marks from the tower. It stood up on those tyres and then it just rattled like mad. And that's probably given Andy a bit of a headache. And you
pedal job, she's getting smoky. 6:55, 220 miles an hour. Thomas Jaworski is now the fastest Polish racer in the world. Bit of a pedal job, she's getting smoky. 6:55, 220 miles an hour. Thomas Jaworski is now the fastest Polish racer in the world.
fantastic.
Considering
Suzanne Cullen is in the lanes that she'll be following, but it is Colin Miller with the Flying Fifer, the Top Fuel Dragster. Colin has been following drag racing and has been part of drag racing for something like 40 years now. He's raced a full pop for many of those years. And his first visit to the pod was the November meeting in 1986. Nice strong burnout once again there for Colin. He's got that totally sussed. There is a throttle stop to stop the revs going too high on the burnout. As his long-time crew chief in Outlaw Angler, Aaron Springford, guides him back. And Aaron naturally has followed Colin into the world of Top Fuel. Colin wouldn't have it any other way. The car owned by Runefield. The car is based here at Santipod in the workshops at the top end. So Colin Miller then, the Flying Fifer. Wish you all the best as he continues his Top Fuel journey here at the Festival of Power. The aim is to do the European Tour this year. It kicks off the 2nd May bank holiday here at the pod. Round 1 of the European Championships, but here he is. His first weekend in the car. Absolutely beautiful. 0.88 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 357, 158. Clicked it as he should. Absolutely beautiful. 0.88 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 357, 158. Clicked it as he should, which is exactly what you have to do for the license. So, as we look down to see our other top fuel dragster in the house this weekend, and it is, of course, the FIA Top Fuel Champion, the reigning champion, Suzanne Khalid down there with the Slick Trick Santapod Dragster. Suzanne took that title in a very dramatic fashion at the European finals last year, where any of the 3 drivers could have taken the title, but it was Suzanne that came out on top. That was one thing on her bucket list she wanted more than anything else, was that Top Fuel title, and she got it last year. As they get ready to fire it. Here we go. Of course, at the first time of asking, that car fires up. They start it on raw fuel, it's just a squirt of bottle injecting fuel into the injector hat, and once it's running, the car switches over to nitro. Somewhere, we don't know how much it's got, north of 10,000 horsepower, probably 11-ish, I don't know. It's very difficult to actually measure. It takes 800 horsepower just to turn the supercharger in these things. But the payback
Does your Camaro make 800 horsepower?
it does nowhere near that. My engine in my Camaro could not turn that supercharger. If you can see, the engine in my Camaro is only 50 cubic inches smaller than that one. Well, there we go.
Really?
Yeah, 500 cubic inch of heavy V8 between the chassis rails at the back there of the Runefield Motorsports Top Fuel Dragster. Everything is in twins, you know. You got twin magnetos. You've obviously got twin parachutes as well. As the vapour from those headers fill the tower. Suzanne yesterday went a 399. What has she got for us today? Conditions much, much better. Track has got a little bit of heat in it. Not a huge amount, but it's better than yesterday. As she rolls it into stage, ladies and gentlemen, hold on tight, because here we... Oh. Drove through the shake, 423 at 204.87. Because here we... All the crew stood in the line at the back as Kevin rolls the car into the beams. Beautiful looking run, 430. Look at the speed, 208. Beautiful looking run, 430. Look at the speed, 281 miles an hour. But the most important thing, that run was nice and clean. Hold tight, here we go. And it's going to be Dale Leakes that coasts across the line to take the win at 6:25, 116. Spuff was away first, a 0-2 light, but it didn't go much further than that. Well, the track's all of a sudden disappeared at the top end. We're about to fire up the Thermareg Funny Car. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Fuel Funny Car here at the Festival of Power. Kevin Chapman down there with the Thermareg Mustang. And we've still got plenty of action to come. We've got Top Fuel Bike Final to run. And then we've got loads of sportsman classes in the lanes as well. So, just reset.
Firing.
Get the angry bottle into the bug catcher. As the engine fires and switches over to nitro. Kevin Chapman there with Thermareg Mustang. Now we're back on 9. Can I please have 950 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 950 bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Once again, a huge amount of work by our track crew, and obviously a huge amount of work for Beast from the East team in the pits as well, as they try to get everything together for the final in Fuel Funny Car later on. So Kevin Chapman then bringing the Mustang up to the line. The team have been working very, very hard all weekend long, as all of them do. It's not easy running a fuel car. We have such a big team. There's so many people that work on different parts of the car. But now it's time for the driver to do his thing. Kev Chapman then, Chippy to everyone that knows him, here for a time trial run. Very, very nice launch. 90.97 to 60 foot. Excellent. Lots of tyre shake, but Kev handled that superbly. Very nicely done indeed there for Kev. So fingers crossed. You know, and I might even see another run from them today. The car looked clean. I don't think he's eating itself up at all. And as the car coasts down in the shutdown area, which gives the tractor a chance to come back up here. Right, it is Top Fuel Bike up next. And then we've got a whole gaggle of sportsman racers tucked round the corner. I've got Junior Drag Bike down there, I've got 850, I've got Super Gas down there. But first it will be Top Fuel Bike. Well, tractor just doing some stuff up towards 1,000 foot. Obviously they'll take those markers down as well, because obviously we are now back to, I should say quarter mile, but it's not. It's 8th mile for all of the bikes today. 8th mile. The reason for that, just look at those flags on the top of the lampposts. They are completely horizontal. That is a very, very strong wind coming in basically from the main gate, so that everybody understands the wind direction. If I start saying southwest, northeast, whatever, people are going, well, where's that? But if you just say it's coming from the main gate and it's blowing this way, you've got an understanding looking at the wind turbines. And what that effectively does is that wind is banking until you get to the top end, and then all of the riders are out in the open, and it's quite a change. So very sensible decision from the race officials here to reduce the race distance from a quarter mile to the 8th mile for our drag bike racers. And if you want proof of that, Jasmine Cordell in Combike yesterday had an onboard camera, and the wind was blowing in from the other side of the track, still a headwind, but blowing in from the other side. And Jasmine started her run in the Kestrel beer lane, drifting over towards the centre line at the blocks, and then did everything she could to hold the bike in her lane, keep it off the wall at the top end, and got very, very, very close indeed. A tremendous riding job to keep the bike away from the wall. And that is one of the reasons why that you cannot, well, if she was in the other lane, then I think she would have probably been into the wall. And basically, if you have two bikes side by side, that would have been a different story. So that's why we finished off qualifying yesterday with just single lane. But today, reduce race distance to 8th mile, not quarter mile. So track crew's just doing their thing up there towards the finish line. But so we've got plenty of races in the lanes. There's a little bit of heat coming in now. Okay, it's still windy out there, but the track is now getting some heat. It's getting better conditions out there. Just want this wind to drop and it'll be absolutely superb out there. But fair dues, I don't think that wind is going to change much today. Those of you that were here last night, that was a tough old night actually. A lot of people on the campsite were struggling with their tents. Some of the racers decided to take all their marquees and awnings down last night. Very sensible indeed. And yeah, even those that in caravans, including myself, they were being buffeting left, right and centre. Luke, my colleague here, he went home. Yeah, bricks and mortar to shield him, didn't you?
It was beautiful. Just had to put up with the wife snoring.
Oh dear.
Believe me, I'd have rather been with you guys.
Okay, so bikes now firing up. This is Top Fuel Bike. Neil Midgley. Now, don't forget, even the top fuel bikes, they are all running to the 8th mile. So, should have been alongside Jerry Lukes here, or in effect, the final.
You didn't see Jury at the last qualifier yesterday either. So obviously some damage must have been done.
Yeah. So, in effect, Neil Midgley has got the track to himself. Ryan Davidson has made it down with the Meteor missile, and he will be next to run. But he's just got to finish off his licensing process. So Neil into pre-stage, just going to roll the bike into stage. Don't forget, 8th mile. 440, clicked it early, 119 miles an hour, and takes the 1,000-foot box with him.
The parachute.
Oh, the parachute.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Literally went by. He just scooped it up and went by.
Nevertheless, it was still a sub 1 second to 60-foot mark. The reason we mention the 60-foot marker, it is the first timing incremental. And if you look at the tree in our starting lights, they're called the Christmas tree for those that don't know. If you look past the tree there, you'll see a little bit further beyond that, there is a reflector stood up in the middle of the track, and that is where 60 foot is. There's a cell on the side of the track that once that beam is tripped, that sends the timing to the computer system, obviously. And those of you that tuned into the live feed can actually see that now. You can see the tree there, and then you can see that reflector just that little bit further on. That is 60 foot. And that's what gives us our first numbers. And the top fuel cars and the funny cars, some do get there in under a second, and the top fuel bikes were doing that as well. So it is the ultimate marker. It really is.
It is basically what makes up your run. Everyone looks at your 60 foot. That's where your ET is made.
Yeah.
Right, next up, Ryan Davidson on the Meteor missile solo run.
Hear the engine note change to nitro there. Ryan debuted this bike a couple of seasons ago now. He's done that with Phil Crossley. Good to see Phil here as well. Hopefully we'll have the Imperial Wizard back at the main event. Maybe a bit before, but let's see. And also he does have his own bike as well. Very nice indeed. Black stripe. It's a 101 to 60 foot. And you can see that single tyre mark there as well. But yeah, a good run there for Ryan. The 8th mile number, 463 of 109. Right, on to eliminations then. This is ET Bike. This is eliminations round at number 1 from then. The very distinctive engine note of Scott Collier going alongside Michael Gooding. Scott was your number 1 qualifier. A dial-in of 6:06. Taking on Michael Gooding, dialing 580. Don't forget, this is dialing into the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. So they've all had to look at their timing slips to see what numbers to dial. Right, they're going to be looking over before the strike, and it is. Well, Michael Gooding takes the win there. It was set to. Okay, we need to check that. Right, even though it was a little bit confusing on the numbers there. Yeah, Scott Collier at 07 light compared to 0.12. And there's a 6.19 compared to a 581.
Right, Tom taking on Carl. ET Bike. Again, running to the 8th mile. Confused me for a second there. I saw 6:30.
Yeah.
So 6:30 and 6:28. Tom will be flexing later going, today I dialed 6:28.
Well, okay. Thomas goes red.
He won't be flexing now. Oh, 6:35 as well. So 6:25. Break out for Carl Hester, but Tom had already gone red, which means that Carl Hester rolls through to the next round.
Casey Holgate and Nick Pladen up next. Casey dialing in 6:40, Nick dialing in 6:90. So not only is it adjustment for the riders, it's adjustment for us in commentary as well. We have to look at these numbers and think, whoa, hang on a minute, that's quick, but then, it's 8th mile.
That's it.
Nick Pladen takes that one, 6:96 on that 6:90 dial. Casey was closer, but the better reaction time for Nick Pladen gave him, in effect, the whole shot win. We had a good chat with this man yesterday. That, of course, is Chris Venn. Came up to the tower with our Italian guests. And he gets a bye here, actually. No, Matt Jones, unfortunately. 6.40 the target for Chris. Gets a 6.49. So, Bryn Dance and Robbie Dobby. Well, we're talking about Robbie having got 50 years under his belt for riding the Super Penguin bikes over all those years, but how many 8th mile races has he done?
Not many, I
Yeah.
suspect.
He dials in 6.30. Bryn dialing 6 flat. And that's Robbie, very well judged, 6.31 on that 6.30, and 0.2 light as well. Not a lot Bryn could do about that one. Went 6.10 on the 6 flat, but Robbie Dobby taking the win. How about Pete Harrison and Justin Moulton? The Kawasaki and the Ducati. 736 for Peter. 680 for Justin. Looking at each other as they approach the stripe and the win light. It's a double breakout, but Justin Moulton by the lesser amount. Well, Peter Harrison broke out by 600s. Justin Moulton breaks out by just over 100th. So it is Justin that takes the win. Jake Bowden down there, going to be taking on Dave Grundy. 6:30 dial-in for Jake. He's got to be the patient one, as it'll be Dave Grundy going first. Dial-in for him, 6.97. Both away. Dave Grundy takes that one, 7:30.
I was going to say that had to be Dave's. It looked like Jake had issues off the line.
So next up, Declan Butt, Leo Lester. Now, Declan Butt has come to the world from junior drag bike last season. He's thinking, oh, I'm going back there now. Because obviously they run
Yeah,
to
that's it.
8th mile.
I know exactly what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
I have an advantage.
Oh, Leo Lester goes red. So Declan's going to take the win here. Goes 5.93 against the 6.53. They both broke out as well. But the cherry on the tree told the story. Leo Lester went too soon. Declan Butt, we will see in round number 2.
Too soon, Junior.
Right, Phil Pratt taking on Holly King. Dial-ins here, 572 and 580. That's Phil all the way there with a 574 and that $72, 0.5 light as well. Holly went 5.93, but it's Phil we're going to see in round number 2. Well, we move on to 850 bike. Joe Elliott and Pete Wise, the numbers will change again, but the distance set for 850 bike, because it's only it's only 8th mile, is 5:45. That's the distance they're all running to. 5:63, 5:56 for Pete Wise takes the win. So 850 bike becomes 5:45 bike for the 8th mile then. And next up, it's Pete Slater taking on Paul Morris. Oh, just seeing a foreign object blow onto the racetrack. Just a reminder out there, folks, if you are, oh, well cool. Just reminding everybody on the banking, especially any litter that you've got, please make sure it's put in a bin or just hold on to it as tight as possible. We don't want anything catching into the timing equipment or obviously the riders and drivers with their machines. So Paul Morris. Goes 566 into round number 2. Gary Hester and Damien Hope, your next pair. Good looking run for Gary Hester. Goes 5:49, 5:35. Damien Hope broke out, got there too quick. But having said that, Gary was still there first.
Well, it's probably going to be really hard to judge because of obviously the half of the track, but the reaction time advantage was there for Gary, and at that point, it's probably really hard to judge when you're only going to half the track. All right, Stephen Jackson, Paul Hazel. Market Raisin versus Market Raisin, so both live in the same town. Big advantage to Paul. 5:45, which he doesn't. 5:65 takes the win. Paul Hazel moves on to the next round. As we come into our final pair of Super Comp bikes. Around the corner we've got junior drag bikes. We're collecting some jet cars. And we have got Super Gas as well. So still plenty of action to come on this Easter Sunday. Alright, Stacey Reed, Carl Thomas. Carl is already knocked out a Super Street bike. Can he take a round win in Super Comp? Yes, he can. 5:33 to a 5:27. Double breakout for Carl Thomas by the lesser amount. And with that, we roll into junior drag bike. Again, bracket racing, like normal to the 8th mile. Jackson King taking on Isaiah Alvarez. Right, Isaiah's away. Jackson's chasing. Going to be very close to the finish line. And the winner goes to Isaiah. 1491 to 1442. Beats 1066, 1013. Next pair. Maggie Smallman taking on Alicia Harris. 870 to an 1130, darling. Alicia in the Slick Tricks Racing Lane will be leaving the line first. One of our riders has got a distinct advantage. I think you can see that already. And it plays out exactly how it looks. Maggie Smallman, 873, takes the win. Next up, Rico Patterson and Brad Morrison. Although, saying that, no Rico. So, unfortunately, our number 5 qualifier not making the call, so it's going to be our number 13. There you go, lucky number 13. Brad Morrison dials a 10 flat. The track is yours. Can break out, can red light. Brad can do whatever he likes, except for tagging the wall or crossing the centre line. They're the only two options. 10.22 takes the win. I have a pair this time. Leah Morrison taking on Darcy Cordell. Leah dials a 15.30. Darcy dials an 8.10. So Leah in the Kestrel beer lane is going to be leaving the line first. Green lights and 2 green lights. Alright, Darcy now in chase. And lifts off. Judged that very well. 8.16 on an 8 flat. So a 15.58 and a 15.30. Still a number of pairs to come. We have got Darcy Cordell now. Nope. We're waiting on the next screen to change over. Cameron Cordell. There we go. And Lyra Humber. So Cam dials 15 flat. Lyra goes 10.60. Cam's out in front for the moment. But it is going to be Lyra Humber taking the win. 10.51 on a 10.60. Both of our riders break out there. Next pair. Sophie Pollen on the pollen count dials 8.28. Kian Lester dials 14 flat. So Kian from Waterlooville is going to be leaving the line first. Got the green light. He's off. And then as does Sophie. Approaching the 8th mile, it's Sophie Pollen that takes the win. 8.30 on an 8.28. So a 14.11 on a 14 flat. Alia Lester, Harry Isaacs. Already waiting just before pre-stage. $9.50 and $9.65 are the dials. It's going to be very close off the tree. And timed that very well after rolling into deep stage. This will be sorted out at the finish line. Is going to be Harry Isaacs. 9.67 on a 9.65. Breakout in the other lane. All right, Samuel Hope. It's a bye run, courtesy of being number 1 qualifier. Samuel dials 8.95. Gets the green light, but on a solo run he was okay anyway. 8.95 is the plan. 8.87 is what he gets. Breakout, but still rolls through to the next round.
All right, moving on to Tony Morris Carburetors, Super Gas, round 1 eliminations for them. A very good afternoon to Tony. I would imagine that he is back in Florida now. He was racing away from home yesterday. So Dave Fulton taking on Stuart Morris.
So Stuart's already seen the car go through in round 1 of Pro ET, courtesy of Collins driving. Can we see the car continue on? Out time in reset at the end.
Yeah, they both got through round 1 in Pro ET. And let's not forget, Colin came in as an alternate, but still took the win.
We're just staring at the computer. There we go. Seconds away. Just got to input the race numbers, and we're there. Oh no. So it all goes quiet.
Yeah, there comes a point where they go, yeah, you're okay to refire, or then they will go in and they'll offer them the option to run at the end of the session for that class. So
Yep. Essentially because they've just done a burnout. They've just put some heat in the gearboxes.
yeah. And, well, obviously have to be in agreement with each other as well.
Happy to refire and just send it. I mean, the sun is out there doing its job now.
Yeah.
One part of the burnout is obviously to clean off the tyres of any stones and anything else that they pick up on the way down. These tyres are very sticky, and they do like to pick up everything and anything off the roads on the way down.
The other top release there. Well, it's a double breakout, but by the lesser amount there, Stuart Morris takes it 984 to a 983. Right, a pair of roadsters for you this time, Martin Kirbysley and Jasmine Tunstall. The winner of this does actually get Stuart Morris in the next round, who you just saw go through. And I think they put the wrong clock stop in there for Jasmine, because that was almost a super comp number. So Martin Kirbysley takes the win there.
Oh dear. Someone's going to get slapped on the wrist. Next pair then, Mark White taking on Stuart Doyne.
Oh, big win there for chalk. Got
then-
oh so close to out of bounds there.
Now the question is, did he go out of bounds?
Yeah.
So that's one for review for our team down in the tower. Of course, that'll be down to a race director's decision. They'll review and double check. There's nothing worse than that happening on a bye run as well. Next up, Lee Morris and Conrad Stanley. as well. And with that, our super glass cast is concluded for round number 1. All right, next up is
Yeah, 950 bike renamed to 605 bike for the 8th. There we go. So we've got Alex with the show pony and Matt Gatland win for the Ginger Wizard Booster. And the win light goes to Alex. Goes 605 with a 7 on a 605 index. Very nicely judged indeed from Alex.
Once again, just a reminder to everyone on the bank, please make sure you're keeping hold of your litter again. A couple of bits to keep floating over the wall and onto the racetrack. We're already behind today and we do not need any races to be rerun because of litter. So please, if you've got any of your litter, make sure it's in the bins. I know sometimes it just does pop out the bin. No one's to blame, but if you see any, pick it up for us, throw it away. Right, Harvey Taylor, Hayden Michelle. Hayden Michelle goes. Oh, that changed. I'm confused.
Dion Hartley on his solo here. How well can he judge the 605? Ah, 601, but he's on the solo. Right, so on his own then, Thomas Cook Abbott. I missed it in commentary yesterday because I think it was blocked, but Dave Hall pulled a monstrous wheelie off the line yesterday.
Yep.
Hit hooked and came down with a bit of a thud. So 627 there for Thomas.
Looked like I forgot it was going to the 8th.
Yeah, it was only when I went on social media and saw the photographs of the wheelie from Dave Hall that I realised what had happened to him. So, yeah, Dave, yikes.
Yikes is the word for what's coming up. Right. I'm looking to you VIP people again. You enjoyed the jet cars earlier. Now we've got the jet funny cars. Fire Force 3 is far more ferocious. Enjoy this, because we're not. Now, once again, this is Jet Car Drag Race, and you have seen in the last race between Julian Webb and Martin Hill, 00 lights on the tree, and both 4-second passes, I think it was, into the 1,000 foot. Now, this also will be to the 1,000 foot. We are drag racing jet cars. There's not many places in the world where you can see this spectacle. A lot of the time, jet cars are just used for exhibition, but here we get the special permission to drag race them. Two differences that you'll see right now while the bodies are up. You can see, if you look at Fire Force 3, you'll see Martin Hill sits aside of the jet engine. Whereas if you look at Roger Gorin's Firestorm, you'll see Roger sits in front of the jet engine. For this region, Roger's is a lot longer. I think Colin said about, was it 6 foot, did you say? Something like
4
that.
foot.
4 foot longer, because Roger sits out in front of the jet. Now, this is one of only a few front center driven jet funny cars in the world, built by Hannah.
I think, this is all from memory, but I think only 4 were ever produced, and this is the only one that got outside the USA.
That's it. By Hannah Motorsports in America. So the teams are just eyeing up each other, just making sure they time it just right. And there we go. You can hear the little gas turbines clicking over it. They start spinning them over. Draw the fuel into the turbine, then they ignite it. And away we go.
Well, both jets are up and running. The body is lowered over Firestorm. Well, I say both jets are running. It's difficult to tell. No, only got one jet. So Roger going to bring Firestorm up to the line. So Roger going then to 1,000 foot for this one. Rolls it into the beams. And takes that 537, 167. At the 8th mile though, he's doing 185 miles an hour. Got there in 4.06 seconds. Well, I'm not sure what happened to 543 there. It's very difficult with one jet running to hear the second one start. And 543 being pushed back there. Well, we look over into the lanes to see Super Pro ET all lined up. As I'm going to get the world famous transit van of the Fire Force team. Going to get it hooked up and tow 543 back to the pits. Gives you a chance to take a look at that from the grandstands as well as it goes in front of you lot. Track crew just tidying up after that jet car run. What happens basically when a jet car runs, anything that is not bolted down in the tower tends to move, and we have all sorts of things up on the timing desk here. We got our headset control, we have mixing desk, computer screens, all sorts of things, and some of it does end up on the floor if we're not careful, so we do have to be aware of things leaping off the counter up here. But everything survived that time around. As there goes Martin Hill back to the pits in front of the main grandstand. Show your appreciation, folks. I know we didn't get that run in, but he's a phenomenal entertainer. And, of course, been doing this for over 35 years. And, of course, Martin Hill is a member of the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame as well, and rightfully so, as Martin makes his way up the return road. Right, for your entertainment now, ladies and gentlemen. Just getting into position. A change of lane. There was me looking over into into his favoured lane. He's not there because he's on this side. Hey, great, good to see you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the reason for that is basically wind direction as well. So this is a phenomenal machine indeed. This is the force of nature, the steam rocket bike, built by that man down there, Graham Sykes, one of the best engineers that I know. He really is. What he produces is incredible. This project was started in 2012, and we seen Graham put in some outstanding numbers with the previous Fortune Nature steam rocket bike, but now it is the new version. Basically, the old bike only gave him 1.9 seconds worth of thrust from the pressure vessel. The only way Graham could get this bike to go quicker is to build a new one, and that has a bigger pressure vessel. It now gives him nearly 3 seconds of thrust as the vessel holds more steam. What they do is they heat the water in there under pressure to 250 degrees. Now, those of you that know anything about water and boiling point, it's 100 degrees, but he's taking up to 250 degrees. The pressure in that vessel is 580 psi, or if you want it in bar, that is 40 bar. But it is a certified pressure vessel in there, so it's very, very safe indeed. Now, the water exits the back of the bike through a pair of nozzles, and you hear a sonic boom as the steam exits the bike at Mach 1.1. Basically, the water expands at a rate of 1,620 to 1. Graham, when he's on the bike and it launches, he experiences 6G acceleration. He is doing 0 to 120 miles an hour in 1 second. Just trying to compute that, folks. 0 to 120 in 1 second. So it's 14th year of the Force of Nature build and development. It has hump centre steering. It's a monocoque chassis. Basically, Graham has engineered everything himself apart from the tyres, the pressure vessel itself, and the operating valves. This weekend, Graham has set new record numbers. For the quarter mile, he has now gone 5.50. He is the second quickest bike in the world. He has set a new 8th mile record at 209. He set a quarter mile number for him, the quickest, at 192. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hands, show your appreciation for that man walking out there, Graham Sykes. Diane is there with him as well, and of course the team, but what a fantastic engineer, what a fantastic rider, what a fantastic machine this is. Now, Graham is pretty much set. It takes them hours to get that water up to temperature, but they then bring it down to the start line on the mothership. You saw that process as Graham now sits astride the bike. Basically, what I want you to do, Santapod, is count down with me. When Graham is set and he's into the staging beams, he will give us the nod. And then we count him down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then shout, go as loud as you can. And then Graham will put in a run you'll never forget, especially if it's the first time you've seen it. So Graham is set. He's just going to inch forward into the beams. Watch out for the nod of the head, and then we start the countdown. So get ready to count with me. Graham is in position. Watch the head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Looking at the computer screen here, at the 8th mile, 3.35, 175 miles an hour, coasting at the quarter, 6:04, 160. I think he came off the nozzles slightly earlier there, but nevertheless, absolutely outstanding. And all he leaves behind is water. That is it, nothing else. A 0.78 to 60 foot.
Is that a world record?
No, he has been 0.72.
Okay.
But nevertheless, there's nobody that can accelerate harder than Graham.
Wow.
It is just phenomenal. The 330 was in 2:09 at the 8th mile, 3.35 at 175. Is a little bit down on his speed from yesterday. I think he clicked it early there. And as you say, coasting at the stripe. He still went 6:04 at the quarter mile, and yet he was off the throttle before the 8th mile. That shows you how quick and how fast that machine is. Graham Sykes, what a man, what a rider, and what a machine that is. The force of nature, steam rocket bike.
That 60 foot must hurt so
Oh,
much.
it's incredible.
Even holding onto the bike with that many G's under that short amount of time.
But you notice the way the body work on the bike is sculpted around the shape of Graham, so that he is. Well, it's very, very difficult to actually. He can't slide off the bike, obviously under that acceleration. He's every part of him is on there, and luckily, it's still the same body of the other Force of Nature bike. They've just extended the front part of it.
Okay.
So, but yeah, phenomenal achievement once again. There goes the team to go and collect him from the top end. Well done to Graham and, of course, Diane and the team. Thank you so much indeed for bringing the Force of Nature to Santapod for the first time this year under its new guise, if you like. And we are eternally grateful. We will see Graham again throughout the season. I think he's next here for the main event. So we really look forward to that. But well done, Graham, on these new record numbers this weekend. He's now set a fastest terminal in the 8th of 209.93. His personal record now for the quarter mile, even though he's coasting, is 5.50. And his fastest personal best to the quarter mile is 192. But bearing in mind, he was out of steam at the quarter.
And look how quick we get back to squeaky noises.
Yeah, it doesn't take long, especially in the heat.
Yeah.
When that water evaporates. And my apologies, I was looking down there thinking, where's Graham? Where's Graham? And I realised he'd changed lanes. I just couldn't see him.
Obviously, the wind coming that way.
Yes,
Makes
yeah,
sense.
it was.
And you did even see when he got through the finish line, he shot off into the other lane.
Yeah.
Could you imagine seeing that and Eric Tabul at the same time?
Yeah.
What was Eric's ET?
4.9,
Oh, okay, so
and he
it's a
did
bit different. I know
go
he did.
290 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But Graham's short numbers are quicker.
Yes, that's it.
And if it had wind like that, then obviously I think
He'd become an
I think
aeroplane.
Eric would
No.
get not for me. I think Eric will actually get a bit of a shower if because Graham's launch is slightly quicker.
Okay, yeah. But then would have flown around him, going by.
Oh yeah. But we are so fortunate. We have had
so cool.
two of the most amazing and entertaining quarter-mile vehicles on two wheels ever seen. Eric Tabul's rocket bike.
And also two of the most phenomenal on four wheels.
Yes.
Of course, we've got a 60-year history. If you think back to 1980...
Well, it was 1970s, 1980s.
No, yeah, late 1970s, you've got Slammy Sammy Miller with the world record that still stands here at Santapod Raceway.
Yeah.
You've got Martin Hill with the jet car. Is that still...
It's still the world's fastest funny car.
So we've still got the fastest... So Santapod Raceway have got the fastest rocket car, the fastest jet car, the fastest rocket bike, and the fastest steam bike.
Yep. Yeah, so what we're basically saying to you, if you want to go quick, come to the pod.
Yeah, some may say we have a lust for thrust.
We do. Right, I do believe it is Super Pro Eliminations round number 2 coming at you. And already the track looks like it's ready to go, with Tractor just coming back down.
Bluebird's out as well.
Oh, it's glue back
Yeah.
on that. Ah, right, I didn't see that there. So we are going to be on a pause just for a moment, so some extra glue going to go down. So what we'll do is we'll let them do that and take a break just from voicing at the moment. So Nitro FM, if you can take over the airwaves in a moment. Just before I do that, Sportsman ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, let's have you into the lanes. And Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Very, very nice launch. 90.97 to 60 foot. Excellent. Lots of tyre shake, but Kev handled that superbly. Very nicely done indeed there for Kev. So fingers crossed. .440, clicked it early, 119 miles an hour, and takes the 1,000-foot box with him.
The parachute took it.
Oh, the parachute.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Literally went by. He just scooped it up and went by.
And takes that 537, 167. At the 8th mile, though, he's doing 185 miles an hour. Got there in 4.06 seconds. Well, I'm not sure what happened to Fire Force 3 there. It's very difficult with one jet running to hear the second one start. And Fire Force 3 being pushed back there. 3, 2, 1, go! Looking at the computer screen here, at the 8th mile, 3.35. 175 miles an hour, coasting at the quarter. 6:04.16. 3, 2, 1, go! Looking at the computer screen here at the 8th mile. 3
Getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop, don't quit. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been alarming, honey? Take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far.
Okay, so the track prep is completed as we reach for round number 2 to make their way around the corner, and it is Pete Walters. He is on a bye run here. Just to let everybody know, actually, the reason that we're doing a little bit more track prep than normal is because it is so windy out there. We're getting lots of dust and foreign objects, whatever, being blown onto the racetrack. So to make sure the track is in tip-top condition, they just do a little bit more track prep, a little bit more work, just to make sure that racing surface is as good as it possibly can be.
That storm is carrying along. Okay, so Peter Walters, #1 qualifier. Did he race in the
Yeah, he
first
got Mark.
run?
He had Mark Corsell
Okay.
in round 1.
And now got a bye in the second round. The drag racing gods favouring him this weekend. Well, maybe not. They tested him at the start.
Well, it goes without saying that when they damaged the rear axle on that car, they probably thought their weekend was over. But a huge thanks to Hauser Race Cars and Jeff to get that rear axle fixed. Not quite sure if they thought they were going to be running again, but they are. 7:28, the dial-in then for Pete Walters. One flat to 60 foot. That's working well. 720. Well, one flat to 60 foot, 720 to the quarter mile.
All right, next up. So 2X Junior Drag. No, actually, no. Leah was never in a Junior Drag.
No,
So
she
was she?
wasn't.
No,
No.
she skipped that. She watched her brother do it.
Yeah. Be looking forward to this matchup. Right, the dial-ins. Wow, 726 for Leah, 718 for Aaron. Well, this is only the third run for Aaron since we've got it all back together.
I'd say this dragster is very fast for a normally aspirated dragster. 726.
yeah.
I just say that because mainly I see it in Super Comp, which
Yes.
is 890.
Yeah, yeah.
And obviously it's just held back a lot for that class.
I think the only ones that I can think of off the top of my head that are quick, and I'll be stand corrected, are the custom gang from France. You know, the Milwaukee Tools dragster.
Yeah.
I think it dips into the 6s, but I think it's naturally aspirated. But anyway, Aaron Fensom with blown car, Leah Kellett with just a lot of cubic inches to play with. 726 plays 718. This is round 2 of Super Pro.
Well, almost identical reaction time.
And it is Aaron that takes that 725 at 184. Leah just fades away at a little bit at the stripe there. 755 at 139. Oh, party time for Aaron. He gets a bye into the semis in the next round.
That's a good return.
It is. Tom Atkinson and Sean Law, your next pair.
There we go, as the teams head off. Fenny Racing team jumping on the go-kart, all excited. Congratulations.
So it should be.
Well done. Bye in the next round as well.
Right, dial-ins then. Sean Law, 870 with the Wicked Lady Dragster, 844 for Tom Atkinson. The time is money car. Green lights, both sides of the racetrack. Can Tom closing down? Sean going for a little bit of a wander. Close at the stripe, but Sean Law holds on, 877. Win margin 0.6 at the stripe. Tom Atkinson goes 846, but it is Sean that takes the win. And he'll be racing Pete Walters in the next round. Jacqueline Bartlett does the burnout in the Slick Tricks Santa Pod Super Pro Dragster. Going alongside the rusty dog of Steve Saunders. $873 the dial-in for Steve, $781 for Jacqueline. So Steve will be going first, and it'll be Jacqueline doing the tracing here. Oh, Steve is way too soon there. So it is going to be an automatic win for Jacqueline. What number can she run? She does, 781. Goes 780, but Jacqueline through. This is a tough old matchup, actually. You've got Jack Williams down there with Evil Ed number 2. The Corvette taking on Callum Swinchan, who has been on it all weekend long. He's been within 300s of his darling pretty much every run. So 8.94 for Callum, 7.20 for Jack. Great looking race, sort this one out of the stride, and the win light goes to Callum Swinchat. Breakout, 7.17. For Jack, he got there first, but got there too quick, 7.17. So it's Callum that takes the win. 8.95 on an 8.94 dial.
Well, Jack's crew elated anyway with the 7.17. They were jumping around down there.
That's his best ever.
Nice. Scott Hauser, Alan did well. As I say though, I'm looking for Alan Didwell's car, and there is no Alan Didwell.
Well, they did think that they had a damaged engine, but he did make round 1. He did take the win.
Yeah.
But unfortunately unable to make the call for round 2. So that allows Scott to come in and take a solo instead. So matchups for round number 2 at the moment. You've got Pete Walters taking on Sean Law. Aaron Fensom as a buyer, as we know. And now Scott has taken the tree. Scott Hauser taking on Jacqueline Bartlett.
Oh,
that's a good one. And then we have one more race to go. And I think it's going to be another solo, actually. Yeah, it's time for showboating. That's Charlie Seaward. It should have been alongside Bob Doyle, but in winning their round 1 race, unfortunately hurt the car. So we did know that they wouldn't be making it down. So Charlie Seaward thinking, I'm going to do a burnout across the start line this time.
That's it. Well, that's the only thing a headwind is good for, is it does help create a lovely rolling burnout.
So that sets up our last pair as soon as Charlie takes the tree. All that burnout for that.
Use
Thank
more,
you for the
more
showmanship,
fuel on the
Charlie.
burnout.
Yeah. So that means Charlie Seaward will be taking on Callum Swinchat. So a time trial run then. Don't get many of those, but we do have yeah, it is that beautiful Valiant. How the Garrett boys turn out such great cars. They really do. Ah, now I understand what's going on. Charlie just took the tree.
Yeah.
And now he's having a match race. Oh no, it's not. It's not a match race. It's super comp.
Oh, so that works
that now
out right.
makes sense.
So that saves
I
a bit
couldn't
of
work
time.
out what was going on there because it came up as time trial, but no, this is super comp. So it is Ryan Garrett taking on Charlie Seaward. So Charlie just took his round win in Super Pro, and now he's in the first pair. They know what they're doing better than we do, but that was really good because I couldn't quite work out. It said time trial. But here we go. It's Super Comp Eliminations, round number 2. Charlie Seaward taking on Oh, and that's the computer screen's sliced rather. So it's Ryan Garrett, we know that, and Charlie Seward. It's the Valiant, and of course the Camaro. This is round 2 of 772 Coatings Super Comp.
Well, it's at this point Charlie's like, I don't want to do another burnout.
That is a stunning pair of cars, to be honest with you. I've always liked the Racketeer Camaro down there. And I remember the Valiant from over 10 years ago. And it's so good to see that car back here as well, with Ryan Garrett driving. It's just beautiful car. Either one of them, I wouldn't mind in my garage at home. Mind you, it's doing a lot of good in the garage. You'd rather have it on the racetrack, wouldn't you?
Yep.
So, computer screen's nearly back with us. You'll see the tree and the scoreboards come to life in a sec. There we go. So 8.90 the index for Super Comp. This is your first pair in round 2 to go into the semi-finals then. Ryan Garrett, Charlie Seward. Both away very well indeed. Sort this one out at the stripe, boys. And it's a double breakout. 884 breakout was too much. 888 the lesser of the two. And that's Charlie Seward into round number 3, the semi-finals. Stevie Gates and Dave Fulton up next. Dave Fulton got past number 1 qualifier John Bean in round 1. Stevie Gates got past Jeff Cowley for this round 2 matchup. Oh, breakout there for Dave Fulton. 888 got there too quick, so Stevie Gates takes the win. Once again, if I can try and remind everybody, it's not down to you as such, but the wind is so strong it's picking up litter and it's blowing it onto the racetrack. And we had a moment there with Dave Fulton. The piece of litter actually blew very close to the cockpit of the car and it didn't come out until he started his run. So again, folks, just please make sure your litter is weighted down as best as possible. Or if it's in a bin, just make sure you shove it straight in, don't just let it float at the top. Okay, next pair, Sky Collier and Richard Tunstall. Stevie Gates awaits the winner of this one. Oh, it's a breakout. A hair, my goodness me. 885 breakout for Richard Tunstall. So Sky Collier got one the right side, 894. That will do for the win. So well done to Sky. She's into the semi-finals.
All right, Leah Kellett, she's done well to get back down already.
So Stevie Gates going to be taking on Sky Collier. Charlie Seward gets the winner of this pairing.
So fresh from running down into the low 7s, Leah Kellett. dials it back to an 890 Thor Super Comp. Taking on Warren Watts with the 69 Camaro.
Watch the throttle stop. Now watch the top end charge of Leah. She tries to close that gap to Warren. Oh, it's a double breakout. Warren Watts takes the win. 80.88 against an 8.85.
Two great lights.
Oh yeah, they're superb lights. 05 light for Leah. 02 light for Warren.
Warren's 02 light pushing Leah into the larger breakout.
Right, back to two wheels with comp bike. Don't forget, 8th mile for comp bike, not quarter mile. Ian Critchlow, we did know that Ian pulled out on Friday, so Graham Dance just going to break the beams and take the win. In actual fact, he does so. So that is the win there for Graham. That's all you needed to do, just break the beams. But we look forward to seeing Critch back in a few weeks' time. Just a reminder, folks, that we are 8th mile for the bikes today. So you'll see a block on its own at 330 feet on the racetrack. Then you've got a pair of blocks at the 8th mile. And if you look on the wall as well, you'll see a black band, if you like, around the wall. That denotes the 8th mile. Patrick Walmsley with a 5.12 taking the win. Patrick takes the win there from Chris Deary, who went 5.32.
Two bikes now. Peter Slater, Paul Hambridge. Lining up next in combat. So a mixture of different bicycles, mixture of different motorbikes, all running heads up racing. Again to the 8th mile today. It's a tough one to judge. I say that just as Paul Hambridge takes the win, 481, 152. Alright, Jasmine Cordell next, #1 qualifier. By Virtue gets the bye run. Again, on the back of the bike, you can see the 360 camera, which recorded a cracking video yesterday. I say cracking, but terrifying video of Jasmine as she goes through the finish line, and you see the wind catch her and send her from our Kestrel beer lane to the Slick Tricks racing lane and basically hugging the wall. So she's probably more than happy
Yeah.
to run into the 8th mile today. Of course, Jasmine's going to get it by run. Who does she face in the next round?
She will have Patrick Rawnsley, and Graham Dance will be taking on Paul Hambridge. 456, very nice indeed. was that? It really has worked out well for Jasmine actually, because obviously she's got a Slick and Wheelie Bar X Pro Stock bike,
Yeah.
which launches really, really hard compared against some of the like Super Street bike style
Yeah.
bikes that can't launch as hard. So
further back
if it's a
end.
reduced race distance for them and they're still heads up, then it's just the way it works out. Anyway,
No, that's it.
on to Funny Bike. Mike Ollie, Dave Peters. .439 at 1:41 there for Mike Ollie. As Dave Peters couldn't hold the mic in stage and just rolled out. And has just stopped by the 330 foot mark. So well done to Mike. Bizarrely, although the wind conditions are quite strong out there and it is for safety, I think Mike Ollie could be a little bit disappointed we're not doing quarter mile today. Pure reason being because the bike is working so well.
Yeah.
And he ended up number one qualifier with a 6.48. He's only a tenth away from the ACU funny bike record. And the way the bike was going, you never know if the wind had changed direction and he found a little bit more power in the bike, he could have been threatening that.
Yeah.
But, as I say, it's only the first rate of the numbers like that. It's been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Not to be outdone, though. Luke Ferrugia, 6:51.
Yeah.
Absolutely hauling as well this weekend.
After only a couple of rides on the new bike.
Actually, they're both quicker than the FIM record, but not the ACU. And the reason being that it is in the funny bikes, if they are quicker than 7 seconds, they go into top fuel bike. So it's not actually classed as a funny bike. They race as top fuel bike. Even though the likes of Stu Crane have been insanely quick.
Yep.
So, Jordan Kenway taking on our Bordeaux resident, Lionel Lalou. So Lionel qualified 4, Jordan qualified 5, but it's all about the 8th mile today. This is racing. The winner gets Mike Ollie in round number 2. Well, this one's all Lionel.
Bosh.
Well, wipes out the 1,000-foot block. Good job. The race distance only 8th mile. 4:65 at 1:35 for Lionel. So we've still got Luke Ferrugia taking on Sean Branch, and Martin Zylstra would have been taken on Roger Moore, but we do know that Roger Moore's crank snaps in half over the course of the event, and they are back at base pulling it apart and seeing what they can do to rebuild it, but it's going to take them a while.
How many weeks to main event? That's the question. Okay, so Luke Ferrugia underneath the tower fires up the bike. And then switches it off. As I look at the top end of the track, still replacing one of the reflectors. Good thing is they are just magnetic, so it's just a case of popping a new one down, making sure the sensor is reading correctly, and walking away. Yep, there we go. Thumbs up to go.
Yeah, we don't have to push through that there. We don't only push through at one, so. That's I think. That he crossed the centre line after we finished after the finish line.
Yeah.
So in theory, he won.
That's yeah. But the question is, because it's before the draw one. Right. Okay. Let you know.
Right then, one of our bikes is continually revving and stuck. There we go, we got it sorted. Unfortunately, Shaw Branch has turned the motor off, so it is going to be. Oh no!
This was all happening
yeah,
here.
Luke Ferrugia's
Sean
lost
switched his
fire as
bike
well.
off, and Luke's has lost fire.
He's going to be like, let me just stay. No, he's got it fired. Yep, we found a gear. Okay, so Luke Ferrugia from Malta. Our number 2 qualifier with a 6:51. He's only a couple of runs in on this new setup, this new bike. It was fantastic in Super Street like last year. Giving him a punch off the line. 414! 173 miles. Of course, we're looking at the numbers going as 8th mile as well. So they look different to the guys down there. But wow.
Nevertheless, what a run that was.
That's it.
Now, what we need to do is compare that to his number 2 qualifying
Yeah,
run.
that's the problem.
to see
because we haven't got
the short
their,
numbers.
We haven't got their mid-track numbers to hand. Oh,
Yeah,
there you
he's
go.
420 to the 8th. Thank you ever so much indeed. So he just went 600s quicker
Wow.
than he did on his 6:51 qualifier. Wow.
Oh, voice of Moto God. That was quite good.
Yeah,
that was quick.
very
That
good.
was
It
this.
was very quick as well. Thank
Yeah.
you for that.
Any other wise words? Are you still there? That's it. We got like Thomas doing backup from Nitro FM. Okay, so our next rider, very much out of the groove. He's
just gonna break the beams.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, it's Martin.
I thought Martin had just gone, well, everyone else has gone very much to the left, so I'm going to start as far left as possible.
Oh, that'd be an interesting matchup, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So that's it. Martin Zylstra would have been against Roger Moore, but Roger, as we know, unable to make the call.
Tower tax. Pay the tax.
Right, so that's Funny Bike completed. So that sets the semi-finals then. Mike, Ollie, Lionel, Luke, Martin. Bring it on. Right, let's have a look in the lanes to see who's coming round the corner next. It's Sportsman E.T.
Alright, still a few more bits of litter coming down the quarter mile. Again, please make sure you're looking after your litter out there, putting it in the bins.
I've also got Pro E.T. in the lanes as well. They're not far away.
And again, just another reminder, in just 2 weeks' time, we are back here for Spring Speed Nationals. Over 300 entrants on a 2-day sportsman event.
God, that's going to be tight in qualifying, isn't it, mate?
Mate, it's going to be like two qualifiers each,
isn't it?
For the opening round for another load of our racers. It's going to be their opening round of the season, and to possibly get 2 qualifiers.
Yeah.
It's going to be so tight.
Wow.
I'm so glad I'm not in VW Sportsman, because we got a bump spot there.
Yeah.
Right then.
Or we could have a very late night and do 3 rounds, but then, that's
Yes, late night, please. I'm not working up here, so that's fine with me. Lorna Collins taking on Alex Pryor, Dolny the Nugget. Dialing a 15 now, so gradually just dialing her back, little by little, to a 1570 for the MX-5.
Oh.
But Alex goes red
Yeah.
on the light, so Lorna Collins into the next round of Sportsman ET.
It was only an 013 red, but red is a red. He broke out as well, went 1460. Well,
That's an anger red.
but that's yeah, but that's a stout number as well. Lorna takes the win, 1566. Right, Steph Pateman and Clive Dandridge, 1390, place 1261.
Steph Pateman, Clive Dandridge. 1261, 13.9 is the dial. Now Steph creeps the BMW into stage. I bet she lets Clive stage first, yep, and then she creeps ever so slowly in. Clive's pulling up to the side of Steph, looking for a 1261. He's off the throttle, goes 1271, takes the win via virtue of a whole shot win. 0.7 on the tree to Steph's 0.2. Steph went 13.900 on a 13.90.
Perfect ET, but not good enough.
Unfortunately, let down on her reaction time. That one's got to hurt. Next pairing, Rob Creswell, Georgina Smith. Georgina, our #1 qualifier. Both cars are away. Rob's job, catch up without breaking out. The win is going to go to, it is Rob Creswell. 1477, double breakout. Rob by the letter. Gillian,
She had over a 10th in the bag on for reaction time there.
So I was all poised and ready for Georgina to take the win there. She proved me wrong. Gillian Medley with the Cherokee Jeep. Dials 1246. Aaron Kent with the BMW. Dials 1364. Approaching the finish line, looking at each other. And this win goes to Aaron Kent, 1376 on the 1364. 1243 for Gillian. Next pair. Kirsty Tram and Sylvia Purcell. Kirsty Tram was our #2 qualifier. Sylvia Purcell, 14.25 and a 14.23. Kirsty Tram again, 12.08 on a 12.08, but loses on a hole shot. Next pair. Richard Palmer with the Jaguar. Dials of 13.38. He's taking on Brian Huxley with the Cougar. Dials at 15.74. Of course, Brian was supposed to be in the Comet. Did a couple of qualifiers, had gearbox issues, retired it for the weekend, borrowed the Cougar, got himself qualified, just got in at number 31, won his first round, and is now in the second round of Sportsman ET. Just creeping it forward. There we go. In. Okay. So Brian's out in front at the moment. And stays out in front.
Oh.
Beautiful. 15.74 with a 5 on a 15.74 with a 0.3 light. Brian Huxley, take a bow, sir. In a borrowed car.
Well, what do they say? You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but his old tricks are good enough, aren't they?
That's it.
Well done, Brian.
Brian's enjoying Cougar life. Eva Huxley, Gary Lake. Dials on the board, 13.11 and 16.38. Eva Huxley will be leaving the line first in the BMW.
Oh, staging job. Oh no, one of them's gone in. Leave. Eva's gone in.
Two green lights. Nice view on the finish line camera there. You see Eva out in front. Oh, breakout. Double breakout. It's going to be Gary Lake that takes the win. Eva had the better reaction time. 0-1 on the tree. Next pair, Craig Flinders in the Mustang from Sheffield, taking on Dan Holloway from Banbury with the Mustang. 4-on-4 duel, round 2, Sportsman ET. Two green lights. As we approach the finish line, Craig's still out in front. But the win goes to Dan Holloway. 12.07 on the 12.05. Breakout for Craig Flinders. Dan Holloway, better reaction time there, 0.7, pushing Craig to break out. And to close off, Sportsman ET. Looking into the lanes, it looks like Pro ET back down. We are starting to collect junior dragsters as well. And looking out onto the track, Ian is just in the tractor doing a little bit of sweeping. Of course, as we said, it is as you've noticed, a little bit windy out there, and the wind is carrying a lot of dust from the fields onto the track, so we are just keeping it on top of it, keeping it swept in between classes. So, Easter Sunday, of course. Nothing on Bank Holiday Monday here at Santapod Raceway anymore. Gives you the day off to go and do something. Earns brownie points for all the racers when they're able to go home and go, look, I've got a day off. There we go. Well, I don't know how long Ian's going to be out there.
Gathering in the lanes as well, but it will be Pro ET next. Let's give you the matchups then. Freddie Thompson will be taking on Lee Morris. John Bean and Chris Creswell, so that's the Mustang and the BMW. Don Scott has got Susie McClure. Ronnie Mercer taking on Jack McClure. Stevie Gates has got Colin Morris. Tom Watkins has got Dave Cherritt. Doug McClure against Mark Huxley, and Jess Bishop against Bob Molden. So 16 left from the 32 going into eliminations. We've still got 3 McClures.
So we're at 9:30 on the schedule.
Oh, that's right, yeah,
we're at 9:30 on the schedule with Pro ET. Of course, the rest of our classes have moved on forward. We were supposed to have eliminations round originally of Pro ET, Junior Dragster Super Pro ET yesterday. Obviously, we cancelled because of the wind, so we are one class behind on all of those, but still we're working our way through the schedule on everyone else. It's fair to say it's going to be a good long day, so hopefully you're in it for the long run. That's everyone that's here.
Yeah, it'll probably be trophies in the dark.
Trophies in the dark. And probably many people staying over for another night in the wind.
Yeah, because it is Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow, thank goodness. It's
That's
not one
it.
of those that everybody has to rush off to work for. I know you do, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. You'll probably finish trophies and I'll be in bed.
Yes,
And then by the time you get to your caravan, I'll be getting up for work.
that's right. I've gone home tonight, mate.
Are you going home tonight, are you? You're going home to a good sturdy brick house and you're going to sit there and go, "Oh."
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, hopefully by the time I'm going to work, I'll probably see race cars on trailers on the way home.
You probably will.
It's all good. I'm more upset that I'm missing Bank Holiday tomorrow. I usually obviously, what were you, 5 years in? Or is it more now that we've not been doing Easter Monday?
Oh, yeah, that's a good. It's been a few years. Yeah,
So it is quite nice.
I think it's pre-COVID. So
is it?
yeah,
Yeah.
it must be at least 6 or 7 years we haven't
So
done Bank Holiday Monday.
Basically, it gives the people of Poddington a nice, relaxing day, a
Yeah.
nice bank holiday. All they have is all the traffic going to the garden centre.
That's
and
it.
they can just shake fists at those people, like, "Rah, filling up our town, coming to my garden centre." But yeah, I generally like to go to Hallerton versus Medbourne bottle kicking. And it sounds a bit boisterous and bottle kicking. Basically,
Yeah.
it's a game of rugby between two towns. We have a beer casket, a barrel, and we start in the middle of the fields between the two towns, and it's an unlimited team game, but basically you've got to get that barrel back to your town, and it's through the fields, it's through hedges, through streams and stuff like that. And it's basically like a 200 people scrum. You've got, when you arrive, you just see ambulance, and you're like, what's going on here? And it's because, literally, if that scrum goes the wrong way and
Yeah.
you're in the wrong place.
I take it you're not doing Proclamation Day this year.
I am not doing Proclamation Day. I am old school. I am old now. I have been upgraded to the next level of halberdier. I am now holding one of the older sticks. I get the green jumper and a free breakfast, so I don't have to fight for my breakfast anymore.
Of course, last year at Proclamation Day, it didn't go that well, did it?
No. I ruptured my quadricep and had 6 months off work.
Yeah. Not a good idea.
All for a £20 breakfast and to work for the king for the day.
Sometimes there's no helping.
No, that's it. It's good fun. Good fun.
Oh, it is fun.
June the 1st, Rothwell. Be there. All right. Pro ET Eliminations round number 2. Bob Malden. Jess Bishop.
Oh, Roy Walker's just got in touch. I wonder why Roy was so quiet this weekend. He's been at B&Q and gardening all weekend.
Oh, what?
And he says help.
What a
I said, "Look,
terrible
Roy,
weekend."
Roy, that is beyond help, mate. That really is. He's finally found a moment to watch some coverage.
Gardening. Ahead his jobs. Rather svelte looking Dakar there, holding up 9.53. Jess Bishop, the latest signing for Eurodragster.com, our roving reporter.
That reminds me, Chris Wynn messaged in yesterday. Chris, I didn't read it out. I'm so sorry. But he just wanted to wish everybody the best of luck. And he has said thank you ever so much indeed to Jess Bishop for doing some fantastic pit notes.
Hopefully he's having a blowy weekend in the caravan.
Yeah.
Bad decisions. I mean, who books a holiday in the trip in a caravan on a race weekend? Okay, so Bob versus Jess, round 2, Pro ET. Didn't Bob win this event last year?
He did, yeah.
His first
His
ever
first win in 30 odd years.
So Bob's going to leave the line first, chased down by Jess and the Dragster. Coming up to the finish line, and the win is Jess Bishop. 8.99 on an 8.95. Bob Malden breaks out with a 9.49.
Actually, I can't remember if Bob won Festival of Power or if he won Spring Speed. It was one or the other because Stuart Thompson won one of them. Can't remember. I'll have to check.
I think it was Festival. Next pairing, John Bean, Chris Creswell. Very much enjoying seeing Chris Creswell out in this BMW E36. It's been a long time coming. Started off doing testing back on Thursday. The test day got a number of runs in. Now he's into round number 3 of Pro ET. His first event in the car. John Bean goes red. 10.56 on the 10.48. Well done, well done. Susie McClure, Don Scott. .962 and a 978 dial. The first of many McClures in round number 2. I can guarantee she doesn't want to be the first to go out, because there'll be a sticker. Green light drag race. This will be settled at the finish line. 962, 978 are the numbers we are looking for. And the win, it goes to Don Scott, 978 on a 978. Perfect ET. And with the better reaction time as well. Congratulations. Well, Jack McClure straight after that, looking down, probably shaking his head. At the same time going, right now, concentrate. I've got Ronnie Mercer in the other lane. 11.42 and a 10.30. So Ronnie having a weekend off the gas. Lights come down. We approach the finish line. Jack's still in front. And the winner is Jack McClure, 11.39 on 11.42 breakout. But Ronnie Mercer goes 10.27.
Oh, it was 1 thou difference on breakout.
So close.
Whoa.
And of course, reaction time was better for Mr. McClure. Right. Next up, another McClure. It's like a treble. So Doug McClure in the Slugcess Pop. Dials 11.23. He's taking on Mark Huxley. Dials a 9.66. Now we've already seen Brian Huxley go through to the next round in Sportsman ET. One green, two green, three green, four. Win at the top end is going to be Mark Huxley, 9.68 on a 9.66 breakout in the McClure lane. So one McClure through, two to go, or two gone. Next pairing, Lee Morris, Freddie Thompson. Lee was our number 25 qualifier. Freddie was number 17. We've got 9-second dial-ins. The smallest amount on the tree. Lee's famous 990 dial. And go through 988 breakout. So the win is going to be for Freddie Thompson. 970. Okay, next up, Colin Morris. Got in the show courtesy of a first alternate. He was our number 33 qualified racer. Got in the race, managed to win it. He's now collecting points. He takes on Stevie Gates from Hailing Island with the Camaro. 990 dial. Taking on an 876, so the Morris boys are going to be leaving the line first. Throttle stop kicks in straight away. Probably enough time to actually see the red light come on in Stevie Gates' lane. Colin Morris just literally, I don't think he even accelerated after the throttle stop come in. He was like, ha, I win.
Yeah, but Stevie Gates dialed 876, went 876 with a 1.
Well, you know, take that man's shoelaces away.
Yeah.
Next up,
Last pair.
Thomas Watkins, Dave Cherrett. So, again, 990 on the board. No, 1090 on the board for Dave Cherrett, in fact. And a 903 for Thomas Watkins. So Dave electing to dial it back a little bit for the Pro ET class. Big speed coming up to the side of it. Thomas Watkins takes the win, 902 on a 903 double breakout. 1067. Dave Cherrett dialed it back just that little bit too much.
Yeah, he went with his old Super Street dial.
Yeah, that's it. It caught me out.
Right. Carl Cox Motorsports Junior Dragster. Round 2. Emily Phelps and Letty Checkett, your first pair. To answer your question from earlier, we both were sort of right. Festival of Power last year was Kiwi, Stuart Thompson, that took the win.
Yeah.
And it was Spring Speed that Bob Molden won.
Oh, okay.
But Spring Speed was before Festival of Power last year.
Yeah,
So
see,
it was
there you
like,
go.
it's just the way it used to feel last year.
It's because I remember being on the top step with Bob at the same time,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
see. You know, good times.
That is a proper crosswind now, isn't it?
Luckily, our juniors don't have to contend with that. They're running to the 8th mile as Emily Phelps is weaving past the 60 foot and drifting to a win. Well done, 861 and an 840.
That was a big old breakout there for Letty. Emily takes it. It was 4 seconds difference on the tree there. Ada Cassisi and Chloe Crundwell, your next pair. 796 plays 816, just 0.2 of a second difference for these two. So just 0.2 of a second between them then. It is going to be Chloe that goes first with the Candy Hayes Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane, and it'll be Ada doing the chasing with Bandit Bomb. Both get the green. Pick and choose race this one is. It's a breakout for Ada. She got there first, went too quick. Chloe Cromwell takes the win. Right, it is Kai Cooper and Finley Fagg. Finny Dials 839 going first. Kai Cooper 798. Kai out front, you can hear Whomping, and oh, beautifully judged. 798 with a 1. It's an 861. All right, next pair. That's Ted Sullivan with the Bulldog Junior Dragster going alongside Teddy Howe. The Darlings, 815 plays 936, and can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Oh, Now Ted goes red, so Teddy Sullivan goes into the next round. It's only a 0-2 red there for Ted Sullivan. But Teddy, even though he broke out, goes through. So Oscar Young and Neve Deavy, your next pair. It's got to that point in the day, it's very difficult to see the dial-in boards. So Oscar Young 13.55, Neve is 8.23. So green light's a pair. It's Neve doing the chasing. Oh, Oscar gets there first, but goes a bit too quick there by nearly 2/10. Neve Deavy takes the win. All right, your last pair. Oh, he just got one junior. It's crawling along there. So Sydney English then, he has a dial-in of 12.50. And you've got Ella Rosemore with 8.90. Oh, and Sydney goes red. So we're going to see the Dirty Paws Dragster again. Okay, so that's a wrap for Junior Dragster. As we look over into the pairing lanes to see Comp Eliminator.
We've got Comp, we've got Pro Mod, a whole host of bikes. We've got sunshine, bit of a breeze. A beautiful Sunday afternoon. Round 2 Comp Eliminator. Is this of 8? Yeah.
Well, this is for a spot in the final, this pair.
Really?
Because whoever wins gets a bye in the semis.
Oh, very nice.
So Kev Perkins with the Cutlass against Spencer Tram with a Camaro.
Kev had a great run in the first round. Spencer Tram had Emma. And obviously Emma had issues on the start line, so Spencer wasn't really stressed in the first round. But Kev, he had to work for it. He went 7-5 in the first round. So of course you can see Spencer leave the line first. Kev will go into chase, but then it is a heads-up drag race to the finish line. Oh, flame and boom.
Well, Spencer takes that with 11.21.
looking at their cameras, going, "Did I got the Alfie? I got the shot straight." He was like, "Barely even have to look at the camera. I know it, got it." Did Kieran get that in a slow motion style video?
Well, that puts Spencer into the semis, where he will get a bye into the final. But obviously we do have the Soulman Cutlass stuck on the racetrack at the moment, so that does need to be retrieved. Still to come, you've got Reuven Dawson on a solo pass. He's lined up below us here with the Honey Wasp. And then you have the race between Scott Liebescher with the Copo taking on Dan Williams with the Williams brothers Chevelle. Well, they're all good mates as well. Believe it or not, Scott Liebescher's car has been living in Dan's garage for the last 6 months, or however long it is.
I'll tell you what, we got one. I got a message from our quarter-mile marathon runner, Mr. Lee Webb.
Oh, yeah.
Watching from home, he just said, "Awesome job, you guys. Kept me more than entertained all weekend. You know, I'd normally love to be there, but since night, he's just home watching the commentary." So watching on the live stream. So we miss you, Lee, and hopefully the Undertaker team will be back soon.
Uber Lee.
Uber Lee. That's it. He's just like Steve Ashdown. Please stop driving. He's like, can't run that fast.
Yeah, that's checking on messages. I know. Let's have a look, see what I've missed. It's been busy here. Lucy Moore messaged when obviously the funny bikes were running. She said, "I'm watching on the live stream, they're gutted." And that's an understatement. Yeah, I understand that. What time does the track close this evening? When we finish, I think it's 8 o'clock, but we just keep on going as long as we possibly can.
That's it.
The idea is obviously to get the meeting finished. Unfortunately, we can't carry over into tomorrow.
Well, a few people are watching on the live stream. Good afternoon. Hopefully you're doing. One of the guys says, "Operator, please do a replay of the fireball." There you go. I don't know if the team can cut it that quick and put it on there. But to be honest, if you're watching on the live stream, you can literally click back, and it will replay. Surely. Yeah,
And then it'll be Reuven Dawson. He'll put in his solo run here. And then you look into the lanes to see Dan Williams and Scott Liebescher. Now, assuming Reuven takes the tree, the winner of Scott Liebescher and Dan Williams will take on Reuven Dawson in the semi-finals. And Spencer Tram has a solo into the final. As the Cutlass goes under the gantry at the top end, that will go through the scrutineering exit. And then in a moment, Reuven will fire up the car. Indeed, the signal's just been given. Aaron gets on the radio and said, "Okay, go on, Reuven, let's have you." So yeah, it's Spring Speed in 2 weeks' time. It's another round of Comp Eliminator, isn't it? Even though you're doing VW Pro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. But unfortunately, Reuven's not going to be here.
Okay.
He's racing stateside.
Oh.
So
Get him.
yeah. So here goes Reuben on his solo in to the semi-finals. He's going to click it early, we know that. There he does.
Called that perfect, really. 63 and then 63. Very nice. Okay, so next up is a race to meet Reuben in the next round. Do you want to see Copo on Copo or Copo on Charbel? Scott Liebershire from Illinois in the USA.
Up launch there for Dan Williams. But Scott Liebershire, he's closing in, he's closing in, he's closing in, and it is a win. Whoa, that's a tight one. Scott Liebershire takes that 8:36 to a lose out 10:23. Win margin at the stripe 0-9. Wow, what a race that one was. So it does set up Copo versus Copo in the semis. It's going to be Scott taking on Reuben, and then, as we know, Spencer gets the bye, and then the winner, the Reuben Scott winner will take on Spencer in the final of comp. Right, for Fuel Tech, it's Pro Mod Shootout. So eliminations all done and dusted yesterday for Fuel Tech Pro Modified, but today, a little bit different. We have a little bit of a shootout. Unfortunately, we were down on numbers for the cars. Unfortunately, John Webster wounded the Fast Company Mustang yesterday. And fortunately for him, he was number one qualifier. All he had to do was break the beams in the semis to put himself into the final. But after that, he did line up against Andy Robinson in the final, but we knew that it was going to be game over. And Andy Robinson took the event win. Not only that, Andy yesterday had a best of 585. This is Jean Delamont. So the Sorcerer Camaro. Saying it's a humongous 960 cubic inch engine in this car. Translates to 15.8 litres. Add nitrous to the mix as well, and that is a huge amount of power. Oh, the tyre shake as well, straight on the hit. Started to pull the car to the right straight away, but Jean very quick to react to that. Whether it was the headache from the tyre shake or whether the car moving to the right caused him to lift, but either way, didn't really have any choice there. And Jean just coasting through there with an 18.35. Well, once again, massive thanks to Fuel Tech joining Santa Pod Raceway as a sponsor, and of course the class sponsor for Pro Modified.
That's it. Fuel Tech the world.
Yeah.
Got my Fuel Tech t-shirt on. I run Fuel Tech in my car. I'd love to go to Moto Park in Brazil and go to the Fuel Tech racetrack because they bought a racetrack.
Yeah. This is Andy Robinson. That was a little bit higher than normal on the revs there, actually. I know we know Andy likes high revving burnout, but that was just a little bit higher than normal. I think anybody that's a door car fan is so looking forward to the month of May, especially as we get towards the latter half of it when we do the Door Slammer event on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we have the Carl Cox event during the week on the Wednesday, and then it is to the main event, and we have got some 8 mile door slammers coming over from Scandinavia as well.
Yeah.
They're taking part. It's going to be absolutely, it's door car heaven.
There's a whole lot of rods they're going to go through
Yeah.
because you can only get so many runs off certain parts.
Yeah. So basically every parts shop will just be emptying all of their parts and bringing them to the pod
Yep.
that have got stuff that can run in Pro Mod. It's going to be a busy week for all of the teams. There's going to be lots of shuffling back. Mate, oh no, we didn't bring that. But basically, whatever you've got in your spares inventory, put it in the trailer, bring it over. You never know. So Andy Robinson then with the Anger Management Camaro. Best this weekend of 585. He took the event win yesterday in the Fuel Tech Pro Modified Series. This is the Fuel Tech Shootout. Run 585 again. 245 miles an hour, 0.94 to 60 foot out there, and at the 8th mile, 387. That's a 1.98 back half there from Andy Robinson. Really did stick with it. Speed at the 8th was 196, and the speed at the quarter mile, 245. Very impressive indeed to have 2 585 runs this weekend. Right, we move on to 850 bike. Don't forget, it's to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. So the number they're shooting for is 545. Paul Morris and Paul Hazel. This for a spot in the semi-finals where you get a bye into the final. Very close indeed, but it is. Oh, Paul Hazel got there too quick, went 5:38 on a 5:45 class index, so it's Paul Morris that takes the win. Gary Hester and Carl Thomas, your next pair. Green on both sides of the racetrack. Don't forget it's 5:45 index to the 8th. And it is a breakout for Carl Thomas. He goes too quick. Gary Hester, 5:49. He takes the win. Right, Pete Wise on the Inferno. Booser gets a solo here to book his spot in the semis. 5:46 with a 0 on a 5:45 class index. Very well judged indeed there for Pete Wise. All right, Super Street Bike semi-finals. Don't forget, 8th mile, but this is heads up, and it is Daniel Lenks and Alan Morrison. Daniel, round 1, crossed the finish line on his back wheel. Yeah, the front wheel was hanging in the air. So Daniel went 467. Alan Morrison went 463 in round 1. What have they got for us here? And that's a 456 for Alan Morrison, who takes the win. 168 miles an hour.
Nice. Well, our spotters are just going to ride over to Alan Morrison's lane. It did look like something just after the 8th mile.
Right, can we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator. Can we have you into the lanes, please?
Yeah, unfortunately, someone coming out of Alan Morrison's run. That was by just after the 8th mile, where I think one of our guys is in the centre right now, is where there was a trail.
Yeah, the tractor going up there to do a bit of a tidy up. And of course, our spotters in the shutdown area as well, having a look. But nevertheless, Alan Morrison took the win, 456. So we are going to be down for a couple of moments. So what we can do, mate, Nitro FM, if you can just take the airwaves, we'll take it back when we do the other semi-final of Super Street Bike, and it'll be Jake Michelle taking on Josh Dobbins here at the Festival of Power.
Double zeros reaction times. 444, 224 to a 491. These two are racing for real.
Wow.
Yeah. Bit of a pedal job. She's getting smoky. 655, 220 miles an hour. Thomas Jaworski is now the fastest Polish racer in the world.
Fantastic.
Considering
absolutely beautiful. 0.88 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 357, 158. Clicked it as he should, which is exactly what you have to do for the likers here.
Oh.
Beautiful looking run. 430. Look at the speed. 281 miles an hour. But the most important thing, that run was nice and clean. Hold tight, here we go. And it's going to be Dale Leaks that coasts across the line to take the win at 6:25, 116. Spuff was away first, a 0-2 line, but it didn't go much further than that under power. But bizarrely, both of them were 116 to 60 foot, but very, very nice launch, 90.97 to 60 foot. Excellent, lots of tyre shake, but Kev handled that superbly. Very nicely done indeed there for Kev, so fingers crossed. .440, clicked it early, 119 miles an hour, and takes the 1,000-foot box with him.
The parachute.
Oh, the parachute.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Literally went by. He just scooped it up and went by.
And takes that 5:37, 167. At the 8th mile, though, he's doing 185 miles an hour. Got there in 4.06 seconds. Well, I'm not sure what happened to 543 there. It's very difficult with one jet running to hear the second one start. And 543 being pushed back there. 3, 2, 1, go! Looking at the computer screen here, at the 8th mile, 3.35, 175 miles an hour, coasting at the quarter, 6:04.16. 3, 2, 1, go! Looking at the computer screen here, at the 8th.
Kev will go into chase, but then it is a heads-up drag race to the finish line. Oh, flame and boom.
Oh, Spencer takes that with 11:21. Run 5:85 again.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been a long bit, honey?
Okay, so we are ready for our second pair in Super Street Bike. Jake Michelle and Josh Stubbins. Don't forget, folks, it's to the 8th mile, not quarter mile.
Null and void. As soon as Jerry pulled out, the class closed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 'Cause you can't have a
See
race without
Jake
it.
just warming the bike up a little bit there. He's going to roll forward into the Kestrel pit lane as Archie starter Dave Warren gives us a signal for them to roll forward. Ably assisted by Chris Schreier. So a race to the 8th. Jake in round 1 went 4:78. Josh Stubbins. Can't read my words. Let's see what he went there. 4:68, I think it was. 4:62 to a 4:63. My word, that was close. Jake takes the win. That sets up the final in Super Street Bike.
So
Jake
who's-
Michelle taking on Alan Morrison.
Nice.
ET Bike. Phil Pratt dials 5:72. Carl Hester dials 6:25.
So, Phil Pratt, our number 2 qualifier. Of course, everything's changed. Rolling to the 8th mile. Oh, well, Carl Hester having to lift there. He's getting very close to the centre line. Phil Pratt takes the win with a 5:76 on a 5:72.
All right, Michael Gooding gets the bye run here.
Is that trouble start?
And just breaks the beams, and that puts him into round 3, which in effect is the quarterfinals of ET Bike. Next pair rolling forward. Declan Butt dialing in 5:92, but leaving first will be Dave Grundy on the Triumph. Here's a dial in of 6:97. 1.05 seconds difference on the tree. Don't forget, 8th mile, not quarter mile for all of our bikes. Dave Grundy got there first, but he went too quick. 6:94 and a 6:97, so it is. Declan Butler takes the win, went 5:94 on the 92. Very, very well judged indeed.
Next pair, Justin Moulton taking on Robbie Dobby.
So you got the Hobo Racing ZX12RR taking on the Super Penguin, the Honda.
Heads up race though. both dial in a 6:30. So it's going to come down to reaction time. Oh, a red light. Justin Moulton goes red, unfortunately. Robbie Dobby goes through to the next round. Robbie lucky at that as well, goes 6:27, so it would have been a breakout, but obviously saw the lights, the win lights come on in his lane.
Right, Chris Venn and Nick Pladen, your last pair in ET Bike.
So all his friends from Italy will now be on the plane heading home. I'd love to land and hear that he got through to the next round. So 6:92 and 6:40 are the dials.
Oh, Chris Venn goes red. So Nick Pladen will take the win. 7 flat against a 7.74. Chris Venn realised he'd gone red. So it's Super Pro ET. This to set the semi-finals. This is a great matchup, actually. There's not a lot between them on their dial-ins either. Charlie Seward taking on Callum Swinchan. 8.92 for Callum, 8.89 for Charlie Seward. So the King's Topolino, 0.03 of a second difference on the tree to start with. See how they get on a green light drag race into the stripe.
Number 3 and number 6 qualifier. Drop down. Side by side, all the way to the finish.
And it's Charlie with an 8.92 to lose at 9.01. It's just that Callum just got a little bit out of shape towards his stripe. There was nothing between him at the stripe. 0.21. Very, very close indeed. But Callum with the start line.
Sean Law, Peter Walters.
So Pete Walters dials 7.21. Sean Law 8.70. Difference on the tree 1.49 seconds. Pete's Dragster has been hauling off the line here. It's going 1 second flat to 60 foot. Actually, had he had a 0.99 in one of his earlier runs. Oh, very pleased with it. Tech hit the rear end worked very well after the repair. Takes that 8.74 to lose out 7.4. Pete Walters a 0.99 to 60 foot again, but it is Sean that takes the win. Pete was just getting a little bit out of shape towards the stripe, just went towards the left a bit, and just had to correct it, and that caused him to come off the gas, and Sean go through to take the win. Right, your last pair, and then we have a solo from Aaron Fensom that will set the semi-finals in Super Pro. It's Jacqueline Bartlett and Scott Hauser. Both Northamptonshire built cars, but one built at Hauser Race Cars, one built at Webster Race Engineering. Jacqueline Bartlett, 0-1 light, and a 781 takes out Scott Hauser. So Jacqueline is into the semi-finals. So Aaron Fensom then on a solo here. He will be taking on Jacqueline on one side of the ladder. So Aaron can get reverse. He has.
That's called timing.
Yeah. And then you got Sean Law taking on Charlie Seward for the other final spot. Now Aaron doesn't need to go flat out here. All he needs to do is break the beams. He's having such a good weekend. Only one qualifier. Qualified number 2. He had a solo in round 1. We would have been lined up against Mark Turner, and I've already had a message from the M&M Racing team. Working hard here to get back as soon as possible. We have a plan. Sorry for the oil down Friday. Oh, you can't apologise for that. It happens. And a thank you to all the support from the racers and friends. And a huge thank you to all of my crew for helping today. Well, I'm Mark, and of course the whole of the M&M team. There we go, Aaron taking the sensible route there. Still want some data from the launch, 105 to 60 foot. And clicked it just before half track, coasting to a 931, so it's going to be less work to get the car ready for the semi-finals. All right, look into the lanes. We can see Street Eliminator down there. I can also see bikes as well, but it is Street Eliminator that's going to be coming round the corner next.
Dragster.
Now I know there's 1 or 2 casualties. All right, let's have a look. Joe Baxter, head of the lanes. He has on a solo. And then we've got the Bentley taking on Andy Bond. And then it's Rob and Hazel Carter. You can see those two lined up together. And then we just need to pan to the back to look at the last pair. I don't know if that camera can move. There we go.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we've only got one car there because we do know that Mark Sheridan has unfortunately, well, we had a noise in the car,
yeah,
and just didn't want to risk it. So Mark Sheridan has pulled out. He's not going to come down for this one. So in effect, Jack Petley has a solo into the semis, but also joining at the back there, you've got the Grudge Mustang. So we can see how Jason Weir gets on. So I could see a pair at the back there, and I thought, what was that? But now I can see it, the side-on view. And thank you ever so much indeed to Barney and the Box Lane gang for letting me see that. I could see at the back there that it was the Grudge Mustang. So Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator, quarterfinals to set semis. This is Joe Baxter coming round. He's had a great weekend. The car is absolutely flying. He's been in the 7.2s. He's been over 200 miles an hour. ran a 7:28 qualifying. Doesn't need to rotate the earth on this run, and he's not going to either. Very tame burnout just to clean the tyres. So he is just going to go A to B, little leisurely Sunday afternoon drive here at the pod.
That's it. Well, it really does help. I mean, it's 5 o'clock now. We're going to start, as we start whistling through these classes, we're going to start turning them around a little bit quicker.
Yeah, still going to launch it. Well, yeah, don't need to do any more than that, Joe.
See what the track will hold.
Yeah. So that's Joe booking his spot in the semi-finals. I've been looking forward to this one. Andy Bond ran a 7.15 at 208 in his round 1 solo. And Bill McDermott said, I'm still here. He went 7.27 at 206.
It is definitely going to make for a good season.
Oh boy, is it. Well, let's not forget Mark Sheridan went 7.12. Unfortunately has, well, we don't think he's done any damage. He hasn't got horrible noises coming from him. He's not going to try and be a hero and break it even more. He wants to get it back home and have a look at it. But let's see how these two get on. Bill McDermott, Andy Bond. Oh, Bill goes red.
Unfortunately, Bill spun the tyres as well. He was trying.
7.36, 206 for Andy Bond. It was only an 0-1 red, but a red is a red. Right, Hazel Carter, Rob Carter, husband and wife. But for this pairing, rivals. We've heard you've seen the film Kramer versus Kramer. Well, this is Carter versus Carter.
Spinner Rob.
791, that 185. You heard the tyres protesting there. The forelink was stretched as far as it could go there. But Rob books his spot in the semis against Joe Baxter.
That's it. So it's the end of Hazel's weekend with a 1380. And of course, that car will be back in 2 weeks' time at the Spring Speed Nationals, but with young Vincent behind the wheel.
Yeah. The Maliboost, beautiful car of Jack Petley. And of course, his dad Gary put this one together. Oh, where are we going?
Yeah. No, I'm just looking who's in the lane.
Oh, I'm going to switch lanes. Okay. I know it's a bit late in the day to tell you to do this, but any event you come to for the rest of your Street Eliminator here, go and have a look at all of the cars. They are incredible machines. Especially this one. Jack Petley with the Maliboost.
Colin wants to swap his car for this.
Oh, do you know what? I would. I actually would.
You can't handle twin turbos.
No, I can't handle one, let alone two. But I'd give it a go. But then I'd want to put wheelie bars on it, and can't do that on a street car.
No, that's it. And imagine the fuel bill doing street weekend in that.
Probably the same as mine anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're not running on boost when they're running on the street
true.
weekend, are they?
All right, so just a day to run.
138 to 60 foot, 363 to 330 off the gas at the 8.574. So the Grudge Mustang. Jason Weir. We do like this car.
So Jason's made a number of hits this weekend. Not yet got her to hook how it will do, should we say. It's all a learning curve. Bit further.
Yeah, 1017, 111, but it's a learning process with this car. Just look forward to the development. All right, junior drag bike for Carl Cox Motorsport.
The chip shop just shut as well.
So, well, we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes as we go down our first pair of quarter-finalists to set the semis in a junior drag bike? You've got Sam Hope and Harry Isaacs. 890 plays 960. Oh, it's a double breakout, but Harry Isaacs takes it, 955. Let's lose at 873. And can I have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes. Next up, Maggie Smallman and Brad Morrison. $868 dial in for Maggie. 1020. Brad will be going first. Green light on both sides of the racetrack, so sort this one out at the 8th mile. Oh, it's a breakout for Maggie Smallman, but it's a bigger breakout for Brad. So it's Maggie Smallman by only 500ths on the breakout. She takes the win. 863 on an 868 dial. 1007, just a bit too quick. Lyra Humber, Asaya Alvarez. All right, they both get a green. 1475 plays 1040. Oh, a breakout, a pair. But by the lesser amount, Lyra Humber takes the win.
I've ordered.
Oh, you've ordered. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Last pair then. Sophie Pollen and Leah Morrison. Sophie Pollen dials 819. Leah Morrison 810. Just 900ths between these two. $812 takes the win. Leah Morrison, very well judged run indeed. So it's Leah that makes it through.
So Harry Isaacs, Leah Morrison, Maggie Smallman, Lyra Humber.
And Harry. Right, next up then.
Bluebird.
The Bluebird, yeah. So what have you ordered?
Pizza.
Ah, right, okay.
Well, you know, this time of day, you got to order something that's fresh.
Right, okay.
Yep, there is still some of the few food vendors still open. Of course, we're going late into the evening. We've still got a good few hours yet of eliminations to go. So just do note, there is the pizza parlor still open, the noodle bar, salt and pepper, churros, Nugs is down to one curtain, the kebab van is open, the burger stall is open.
Yeah.
And there's probably still many more vendors on the pit side as well. So yeah, get yourself your dinner as well, because we're in for a good few hours of eliminations.
We are actually, yeah. Well,
I kind of looked at it and I went, well, I can't wait. I can't leave it until like 9 o'clock to have my dinner.
Yeah.
And then go to bed straight after. It'd be terrible for me. Since we've been so good up here all weekend.
we have. Don't let anybody tell you different.
No.
Right, so the Bluebird starts to make its return journey, as we do have Super Comp, I think, in the lanes. You've also got Sportsman ET down there as well. Just for a moment, though, let's rest the vocal cords and give the airways back to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when we continue eliminations here at the Festival of Power.
Swear you're the gold I've been running for. On it like I woke up and won the top, bro. So many days feeling cold and too lonely, sitting all the time living in blue.
Look at that double zeros reaction time. 444, 224 to a 491. These two are racing for real.
Wow.
Yeah. pedal job. She's getting smoky. 655, 220 miles an hour. Thomas Jaworski is now the fastest Polish racer in the world.
Fantastic.
Considering.
Absolutely beautiful. 0.88 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 357, 158. Clicked it as he should, which is exactly what you have to do for the likers here.
Oh.
Beautiful looking run. 430. Look at the speed. 281 miles an hour. But the most important thing, that run was nice and clean. Hold tight, here we go. And it's going to be Dale Leaks that coasts across the line to take the win at 6:25, 116. Spuff was away first, a 0-2 light, but it didn't go much further than that. Come round the corner. Henry's Diner, of course, the cafe in the pits. Will be closing at 6:30.
Oh, nice.
So you can still get your food at Henry's Diner, but don't leave it right to the last minute.
No,
So
that's it.
they've got plenty up there, but as I say, they close at 6:30.
There you go. So you've got just over an hour for fresh food available in
Yeah.
Henry's Diner. Go and check it out. And it wasn't so long ago we were talking about the Spring Speed Nationals. Our next race event here at Santa Pod Raceway in 2 weeks' time. Over 300 entries. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, a weekend ticket is just £28 per person. So that is 2 days of racing. You can even arrive on the Friday if you want. Free camping and over 300 vehicles entered. Make plans, people, make plans. Right, Super Cup. Stevie Gates taking on Sky Collier. Dragster versus Dorcar. 890 on the board. No quicker. Two green lights. Two very nice green lights. Taken into the finish line, and the win will go to Stevie Gates. 891 with a 007 on the tree. Breakout for Sky. Next up, Warren Watts on Charlie Searod. So Charlie's still in two classes.
He's having a good weekend, is our Charlie.
He's in one semi-final already.
This could be his first final, though. Well, this weekend.
Yeah. So once again, 890 is the number both races are looking for. Two very good lights yet again. Charlie's out in front. Oh, 890 with a 5 on an 03 light. Charles Stewart takes to the final. What a weekend he is having. Next class, Sportsman ET. Clive Dandridge. With this 12-second drop. Do you know what? I've never noticed that this truck is actually that quick.
It was a lot better when he changed the rear bumper. It had a steel rear bumper with a toe ball on it.
Okay.
But he's now got a more sensible version on the back. When I said steel, it was made out of checker plate. Steel checker plate.
Oh.
It was so heavy.
Solid.
Yeah. Silvio Pacella's had
I
a
don't
brilliant
think Clive's
weekend.
realised he's put his number board upside down in the back window.
Oh, is it?
So I think it says 12:58. I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So at least the guys in the timing booth have noticed that. They looked upside down and worked it out. Taking on Sylvia Purcell as she dials a 14:23. So the Mustang leaves first. Live now in chase mode. Oh, something's coming off Clive's car. Staying on. Just about.
Oh, breakout. 12:52 got there too quickly. So Sylvia Purcell continues. Lorna Collins and Brian Huxley. Well, he's having a lot of fun with the Cougar.
As you do.
And Luna, I was going to call it Luna Collins. Lorna Collins with Luna Love, the MX-5. Dials 1561, 1568 for Brian Huxley.
I can't wait to see this video from the Huxleys. It's just going to be chasing litter on the floor. But thank you. Thank you. Oh. Okay, right, so. Luna Love is out in front. And Luna Love is going through. 1593 on a 1480, but a 06 light. Yeah.
And Brian's love affair with the Cougar ends
That's it.
in the quarterfinals.
Go find someone your own age.
That's
Like a comet.
yeah. Right, Rob Cresswell and Gary Lake. $14.80 plays 13.08. So is it going to be the Smurf or is it going to be the Roulette Vet first to the stripe? Who's going to take the win? It is Rob Cresswell. The 007 win margin. Well done to Rob. So he'll be taking on Lorna in the semi-finals, and Sylvia Purcell gets the winner of this pair. Dan Holloway or Aaron Kent.
Darlings on the board. 12.04 for Dan Holloway. 13.72 for Aaron Kent. Down just edges it in. Okay. So 2 green lights. Getting close at the finish line. But the win goes to Dan Holloway. 12.12 on a 12.04. Lovely 08 light breakout though for Aaron Kent. Alright. Collection for me. Back in a mo.
Yeah, no worries. So it's Funny Bikes semi-finals to set the final. First pair, Mike and Lionel. The Netherlands versus France. Heads up to the stripe. Well, they qualified 1 and 4 over the quarter mile, but now they're racing on the 8th mile, of course. .16 for Mike Ollie. Lionel really tried hard there. It was 5.07, and I think he spent most of that run on the back wheel with the wheelie bars holding everything together there. But it is Mike Ollie into the final. So Martin Zylstra and Luke Ferrugia, the other side of the ladder and underneath the tower. Luke went 4.14 in his round 1 solo. Martin Zilstra just broke the beams. That's all he needed to do. Right, riders ready. Ooh-wee, 409. Goodness me, that bike is getting quicker and quicker and quicker. 409, party time down there. 456, lose out there for Martin Zilstra, but 409. That is a record number for the team there. Absolutely outstanding. God, I whether they wish it was quarter mile today, because that was outstanding. Right, Pro ET. This is round 3 to set our semi-finals. You've got the Goldilocks 100E of Jack McClure. Don Scott, he's having a phenomenal weekend. Had a few perfect ETs along the way. Qualified number 3, Jack qualified number 15. Jack, the last of the McClure standing. Done very well indeed to get this far. It's 11:37 and 9:74. Jack McClure got there first, but he broke out by less than 100th of a second. He had a reaction time advantage, but just got there too quick. Don Scott dodges a bullet there and goes into the semi-finals. Mark Huxley and Jeff Bishop up next. Mark Huxley dials 963. He'll be going first. Jeff Bishop 8.95. Nice to see you got a starter portion one.
Oh, tell me about it. See, we're being good. My wife says 7 inches is enough.
Good job.
Right, 2 green lights. 2 good lights as well.
68 on the 63. All right, Phil, a very small hole shot there. Mark Huxley into the semis.
Mark Huxley, the only remaining Huxley in competition this weekend. Eva's out. Brian's out. Right, Chris Creswell, Freddie Thompson. Now, considering this is Chris's debut in the car, and his first runs on Thursday on the test day, and he's now into, what is this, round 3 of eliminations?
Yeah, quarterfinals into the semis.
We've got a race though. This is going to be decided at the stripe. And the winner is, Chris Creswell, well done. 04 on the tree. Freddie Thompson was 05 on the tree. And Chris Creswell goes 10.51 on a 10.50.
Well, 73 on a 69 wasn't far off either. Freddie, what a great weekend he ended up having, despite having gearbox damage on the very first day. It was on the test day, that was. Right. Your last pair, Colin Morris taking on Tom Watkins. Don't forget, Colin came in as an alternate. And he could be going to the semis. He's got to get past Tom Watkins to do so. Darlings, 990 for Colin, 9 flat for Tom Watkins. We have Street Eliminator into the lanes as we have a green light drag race between these two. Oh, it's a double breakout. 984 on a 990, but 899 on a 9 flat. Tom Watkins takes the win. Right, Street Eliminator, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes as we look behind us to see the Fuel Funny Car finalists coming underneath the tower, getting ready to put their runs in. Well, not quite underneath yet, but they are here. Kevin Kent going to be taking on Dale Leakes. I must admit, I'm extremely jealous of Luke at the moment because that looks very nice. No. So, the Chevy Monte Carlo of Kevin Kent going to be taking on the Toyota, the beast from the east of Dale Leakes. Fair to say they both had challenging weekends. We had bodywork repair on the front of the West End Motorsport car where it donked one of the blocks at 280 miles an hour. Not the best recommendation that we can do. Good to see John Spofford has come down as well to see this final. And congratulations to John. Well done for getting a great weekend. He's a licensed funny car driver once again. And he's come down to see the final. Don't forget the main event at the end of May, the 2nd May bank holiday. The Fuel Funny Cars will be here, and we just could have 6 cars here to entertain you. So this, the first funny car final of the year, and it's going to feature Kevin Kent and Dale Leakes. Fair to say that Dale's team have had a huge amount of work to do to get this car ready for the final, but they've succeeded in doing so. Kevin Kent had a really good run in the semi-final pass. He went 4.30 at 281. But this is funny car racing now. Don't forget 1,000 foot. The orange markers are up there. Somewhere in the region of 20,000 horsepower about to be unleashed between these two cars. Check that one out. 4.17 at 293 miles an hour for Kevin Kent. 4.170 to give it his full title. 293.98. Dale Leakes unfortunately had to shut off just before he went into stage. But what a run for Kevin Kent. 417, 293. That's a way to take funny car victory here.
Yeah, that was good. And once again, as you said, all the way through the quarter mile. So just a little heads up, the Dragster's just going to go out, clean a little bit of clutch dust up,
Actually, sorry, let me just jump in. That is a new PB for Kevin by 100th of a second. Well done, Kev.
Every PB counts,
Yeah.
especially when you're going that fast. They're even harder to come across.
Yeah.
So just coming up around the corner, we've got a load of bikes. We've got ET bikes, and then we will do Top Fuel Dragster.
Outstanding performance from the West End Motorsports team this weekend. Had some bodywork repair to do, had to rebuild all sorts of things, but what a run. And there is proof, if you ever want to see Kevin Kent never lifts at 1,000 foot. He always goes quarter mile. He went even further than that. He was under power into the shutdown area. They would have the data to let us know what it actually ran for a quarter mile there, but that was absolutely superb. We enjoyed that a lot. Commiserations to Dale Leaks, and sorry that he couldn't make a race out of it. But Kevin Kent, that's just outstanding. Well, the Leaks landscape truck there with the pickup on the back. As the team get together and climb on the back. Obviously they're going to head back to the pits and go. Oh, I've just spotted Dale now as well. A challenging weekend for Dale Leaks, but nevertheless he got it down to the final and almost managed to make a race of it. But good to see you, Dale, this weekend. A frustrating one, but nevertheless he did put it into the final, and he lined up against one of his heroes, John Spuffard, to do that. So the tractor going back on station. But we have a plethora of bikes down there, but we've also got Top Fuel Dragster as well. And we got both of them, of course. It's not just Colin Miller. We got Suzanne Callan down there as a street eliminator make their way into the lanes. A little bit of a tidy up in the Kestrel beer lane, but it won't take long at all. Then we're going to get ready for more. Tell you what, Nitro FM, just for a moment, if you can take the airwaves, we'll be back very shortly here at the Festival of Power. Okay, Top Fuel Dragster of Colin Miller coming round the corner now. Going to continue in his licensing procedure. Now, somebody did ask a question on social media. I think it was Richard. Said, what are the license requirements for Top Fuel? And I have the answer for you. He has to do, well, when he gets to do his full passes, he has to do 2 runs under 4.70 for the 1,000 foot. And one of those 2 passes needs to be over 240 miles an hour.
Oh, we were completely wrong.
So that is the answer
There you go.
to the question.
Thank you.
So Colin Miller in Top Fuel Dragster. Don't forget, after this one, Suzanne Callen will be putting her run in as well. Those of you that tuned into the live stream for the first event of the year, I've just got to remind you all that the main event is coming up at the end of May. If you want to see Top Fuel Dragsters, top methanol cars, fuel funny cars, Top Fuel bikes, jets, steam bike, you know, everything that we've got here. And also got top door slammers, got pro mods. The first round of the FIA and FIM European Championships. And of course, don't forget, this is Santa Pod's 60th anniversary year as well. Come along, we'll really look forward to seeing you there. As we get ready to fire, Colin Miller with the Top Fuel Dragster, the Flying Fifer.
So are we now looking for a full pass, do you know?
We think so. Think so. Well, conditions as good as they're ever going to get today, actually. The sun's been on the track for a little while now, so there is a bit more heat there. You still got the headwind. Top fuelers don't mind that too much. Well, I think it's fair to say copybook burnouts now from Colin Miller. He's totally used to that. So, Colin Miller here at the Festival of Power, and he's got around about 10,000 plus horses to play with there. Let's hope it sticks. And he can put an absolute belt for a run here. So it's all down to Colin now. And that just stood up on the rears there, unfortunately, for Colin. Really wanted to give it everything he got there. But just tyres wouldn't hook. And it just went straight up into wheel spin. Well, I don't think Colin is ever going to forget this weekend, his first weekend ever in a Top Fuel Dragster. And he's going to take a lot away from this weekend. His previous run to that one was absolutely outstanding. But he knows what to expect now. And that is key. As we take a look at our other top fueler on the premises this weekend, as the tractor, I think, is just going to come round and just do a little bit of a sweep on the start line. Suzanne Callin down there with the Slick Tricks Racing Santa Pod Top Fueler. Of course, Suzanne is our reigning FIA European Top Fuel Champion. As I say, end of May. Bank holiday weekend. Well, end of May is just absolutely nuts for us here because we got the door slammers on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the weekend before. So dates for your diary, and don't forget, go on to santapod.com to get your tickets. So we got the door slammers 15th to the 17th of May. Then we have got a very special event lined up on the 21st, I think, is it? No, 20th.
Wednesday and the 1st.
20th, yeah, which is the Carl Cox
Pro Mod Shootout.
Pro Mod Shootout.
590.
590.
590 index shootout. So
That's it.
It doesn't have to be a Pro Mod, just has to be a door car, but
Yeah.
the index is 590.
Yeah. So whatever you've got, as long as it's got doors. JC Grant's entered that.
Yes.
That's going to be very interesting. Then, of course, it's the main event. Test day on Thursday, the 21st, and the event runs itself 22nd to the 25th of May. Very, very busy month indeed towards the end. Having said that, Luke and I, either one of us is here every weekend until
November?
Yeah, it's almost like that, isn't it?
Until November.
Yeah.
And then we go to America. Straight up.
Yeah, so you've got to put up with one of us at most weekends here. Be it Rumby Brumby, we had a lifestyle event, be it a national event.
Oh, she's strong. Okay, right, they've turned the wick up on Suzanne's car for this last run of the day. I suspect Suzanne would love to clock a 300 mile an hour to close out Festival of Power. She's already been into the fours. I reckon love a 3 as well.
A lot of raw fuel pumping out the headers there.
Of course, in competition, 3.84 at 320 miles an hour. Suzanne has been. Oh, and the clutch dust takes through 412 to 39 miles an hour. That run had it all. Bit of tyre shake at the start.
Yeah. Well, that was a 0.86 to 60 foot. 3.20, 248 at the 8th, and 412, 239 at the stripe.
And then just to remind you that Graham Sykes was 0.7. So
Oh,
that
nice.
little rocket boy was even quicker than that.
All right, lanes are chock-a-block.
Oh, yes. And the time is approaching 10 to 6 in the evening of Easter Sunday here at Santa Pod Raceway. Thank you very much. There's an amazing amount of people that are still here. Maybe you're staying overnight. You fancy another night in a tent, in the caravan being blown around. You're going hardcore. Of course, the Henry's Diner will be closing in 10 minutes time, so you're running out of time to get that food. But looking behind us, the churros is still open, the noodle bar, the pizza bar I can highly recommend. I've just literally had a pizza. It was very nice. Last time I was down there, the Nugs place was open, as was the kebab shop and the burger shop. Fueler's bar is still open if you want to get yourself a Kestrel beer or any other alcoholic beverage, or even not alcoholic. But there's still plenty of options open, of course. Any of our racers who may have been eliminated throughout the weekend, don't forget, Black Photography is open as well. Paula is out there. So if you want to go and check out your photos from the weekend, Again, general public, more than welcome to go to Blackett Photography as well. Maybe there's a favourite car and you want a photo of it. Just drop in a Blackett Photography and say, this is the car I love. Do you have any photos? Paula will most certainly find you one and sell you one. Meanwhile, we'll continue on with Eliminations. Comp bike. Semi-finals. Patrick Rawnsley takes on Jasmine Cordell, our number 1 and our number 4 qualifier. Once again, just a reminder, we are only running to the 8th mile for all of our bikes. As Colin said earlier, Jasmine Cordell is an ex-pro stock bike, so it is a very lightweight bike, so she does have a good launch on this bike. So actually running to the 8th mile will suit this bike, but anything can happen in drag racing. Oh well, red light for Patrick. Jasmine Cordell takes it through to a nice steady 474, 118. I think in the short distance of Jasmine's launch there, she probably looked up and saw the lights in her lane saying win and lifted. Right, to meet Jasmine in the final, Graham Dance taking on Paul Hambridge. No Graham Dance, so it will be Paul Hambridge, the silent assassin. So taking it through 489, 135. So I think Jasmine still takes lane choice even after lifting in her round. All right, rolling on to the next class, ET bike. Now this is quarterfinals, are we at? So Robbie Dobby versus Declan Butt. Darling's on the board. Once again, running to the 8th mile, 6:30, 5:95. Robbie Dobby's going to leave the line first. 2 green lights. But already Declan Butt is out in front, takes the win nicely. 6:02. Whole shot win for Declan Butt. Literally by the time they were past the Christmas tree, Declan Butt was already out in front, controlling the race. Our next pair. Is Hobo Racing. So we just wait for the bikes to clear the top end of the track. So Michael Gooding takes on Nicholas Playden. 580 is the dial for Michael, 692 for Nicholas. Suzuki TL1000R taking on the Bandit. 1 green light, 2 green light, a bit of a stutter on the start line for Michael Gooding. He's got it all to do in an 8th mile. He's not going to be able to do it. It is a 7:02 on a 6:92 with a 006. Nicholas Playden played that correct. And they are coming thick and fast now. Right, Phil Pratt gets a bye run. Our number 2 qualifier. Where's the number 1 on the bike? He is last season's champion. Just breaks the beams. That's all he had to do. So Phil Pratt, who does he get in the next round, or does he get the bye run?
No, he gets Michael Gooding. Sorry, no, gets Nick Pladen, and it's Declan Butt that gets the
Nice.
solo into the final.
Oh, he earned that. Okay, next class. Super Gas. Wayne Hiscock. Mark White. Back to the quarter mile. 990 is the index we are looking for. No quicker. Pro Tree. We'll see the use of throttle stops. Oh, unfortunately, Chalky goes red.
Yeah, deep stage foul, unfortunately.
Gives it away to Wayne Hiscock and takes it through to a 981 breakout. Well, Wayne Hiscock rolls through to the next round.
Right, Lee Morris on a solo. And once he books his spot into the semis, he will get Wayne Hiscock.
Okay.
We have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro ET with you in the pairing lanes.
Lee Morris going for lane choice. Look at the 990 again. 986, 134 breakout, but still goes through.
Right, now this for the other spot in the semis, but whoever wins this gets a bye run into the final. So a trophy to take away to open their 2026 account here at the pod available to whoever wins this and gets through the bye run into the final. Martin Kirbishley, Stuart Morris.
Oh, well, Martin Kirbishley not accelerating.
10-14, Stuart Morris takes the win. Don't know what happened there to Martin. But the Morris boys with Stuart's going to take the Camaro on a bye run into the final. Right, we Carl Cox Motorsport. Junior Dragster down there. That was, of course, Super Gas, and many thanks indeed to Tony Morris Carburettors, and Tony, I think, might be actually watching some of this today.
So, Emily Phelps taking on Teddy Howe. Back to the 8th mile here. Our dial-ins on the board, 850 and 926. So Teddy Howe is going to leave the line first in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Okay, so our driver's now creeping up to the pre-stage bulbs. And we're away. Emily trying her best to catch up for the 8th mile. Win goes. It is to Emily. 860 on an $850 006 win. Very nice. Right, well.
Well, this is a big pairing, actually. Chloe Cromwell and Ella Rose Smallwood. The winner of this goes into the semis with a bye run
Nice.
into the final. So, darlings then, 890 for the Dirty Boys Dragster, 820 for the Candy Haze Dragster. It will be Ella Rose going first in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, a cherry appeared on the tree there for Chloe, so it is going to be Ella Rose that goes into the semis. Her first weekend in competition, and Ella Rose has made it to the semis, and she's going to get a bye into the final.
Nice.
Oh my word. Rob can't believe it. The Crunrolls very, very sporting indeed, passing on their congratulations.
Well, I'm sure Rob's won many a trophy.
He has. Right, Neve Deavy and Kai Cooper.
Kai's out there doing it for the boys. He's
the last
watched all
man
the
standing.
He's,
Or
he's
is
watched
Neve
all
gonna-
the girls go through.
Yeah. Is Neve going to put him away? Let's see. 831 for Neve, 795 for Kai.
Neve's taking her time going into stage. You have to be careful.
She's in.
Well, they're side by side already.
There's some
Kai is
romping in a
controlling
second.
this, yeah.
Oh,
he
Kai
does.
Cooper stays alive.
Well done.
Takes that one. So Kai Cooper will be racing Emily Phelps, and then Ella Rose has the solo. Right, Comp Eliminator.
Spencer
Semi-finals.
Tram. And face Scott.
Yeah, Spencer's got the
Leadership.
solo, and then it's Ruben taking
Okay.
on Scott. Well, Spencer Tram, nothing has really changed on the car, but Dan Williams has refreshed the engine and done a cracking job. So all freshened up for the new season.
Nice. And it's been doing its job.
We have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please. Super Gas. Spencer will lift and coast soon. There we go. No point. 1195, 77 miles an hour at the stripe. Right, this is a race though. Ruben Dawson taking on Scott Leibischer. So pick your Copo Camaro then. Is it going to be the Honey Wasp of Ruben Dawson, based in London, or is it going to be Scott Leibischer with Dory, Copo from Illinois in the USA? Indexes are 886 for Scott and 863 for the Honey Wasp of Ruben Dawson. Oof, that was close.
He held off as long as he could. Well, 825, 137 for Ruben Dawson. And Scott Leibischer was just getting closer and closer to the wall at
Yeah.
the very last second. Took a hard right and had to lift.
That, well, he could have put his arm out the window and touched up the paint on
Yeah.
the wall. That's how close he was. Yeah, Reuven Dawson against Spencer Tram in the final of Comp Eliminator.
Well, as you said, Reuven Dawson unable to make round 2 because he's racing in America.
Yeah, racing with Scott, actually.
He's going to be looking to try and get as many points this weekend before he has a weekend off, letting the others gather some points.
Yeah.
Right, Street Eliminators, Top Speed Automotive. Heads up drag racing for street cars. Joe Baxter versus champion Rob Carter. Here we go. Both leave the line together. Rob has issues. So does Joe Baxter. Joe's back on the throttle, but he's going to take the win at the top end. 8:18 at 172 to a 9:03 at 120. How are we doing down there, Percy team? Heart in your mouth. Woo! He's been giving you some runs this weekend.
Well, they were both on it off the line. 0-3 for Rob, 0-2 for Joe.
That's it. Rob was at the 60 foot by 1.19 second.
What a weekend Jack Petley has had with the Maliboost. He's up against Andy Bond, making his return to Street Eliminator this weekend. Andy went 7:36 at 206 in round 2, but round 1 he went 7:15 at 208.
Andy stretches his legs at the top end of the track.
7:12, 203, but how about an 8:37 for Jack Petley, his quickest of the weekend, 162. Congratulations to the Petleys. What a debut weekend. Respect. Well done.
Well done.
But Andy Bond, 7:12 at 203.
It's fair to say Andy Bond is just doing about enough on every round.
Yeah.
He's getting the data, he's getting the wins, but he always knows if he needs to,
Yeah.
he's probably got more.
Right, Sportsman ET.
Another Creswell. Rob Creswell continues on. It's got Lorna Collins.
This to set the final.
Both cars leave the line.
1480 plays 1562.
It's going to be close at the top. And the win goes, always on the brakes. 1490 on a 1480. To a 1590.
Lorna had a huge
Yeah,
advantage off the
she
line.
did. There you go. One Creswell in the final. Another Creswell yet to come. I'll tell you what, there could be a party in Sharnbrook this evening.
Sylvia Purcell and Dan Holloway. Well, we guaranteed a Mustang win, but which one? 1423 plays 1205. So Dan Holloway, he's the one doing the chasing at the moment. It's a double breakout, 1420. That's 300s under for Sylvia, but only 100th under for Dan. And Dan Holloway goes into the final against Rob Creswell.
Okay, all right. Well, I was going to say next class, but then the computer decided to have a reboot. Bear with us a second while the computer's just loading up. So it is Mark Huxley. He's going to be dialing a 963. And Kestrel Beer Lane, we've got an 898. Right, so here we go. Thomas Watkins comes into pre-stage as well. Lights come down. Great launch for Thomas Watkins. Good lights going up to the finish line, and the win goes to Thomas Watkins. 9:01 and an 8:98. Better reaction time as well. Congratulations. So we've got one Creswell in the final of Sportsman ET. Can Chris Creswell take his first event and take this one? Is this into the final as well?
Yep.
It is indeed. So meet Tom. He's got Don Scott though, trying to stop him. Don dials a 976. Chris Creswell goes 1049. The BMW is going to leave the line first. Oh, Chris Creswell goes red this time. He's been fantastic on the tree all weekend, but this one has just bit him. So it is going to be Don Scott's 976 on a 976. Fantastic run by Don Scott to take it into the final where he meets Tom.
How many times has Don Scott hit his index this weekend?
It's been a great weekend. So people are still here, hardcore still in. Don't forget, if you are getting hungry, the pizza parlor is still open, as is Oodles of Noodles, just to keep you fed for the ones that are still here. I know guys at the top end, you're still there as well and probably hungry. Right, comp. No, not comp eliminator.
Yeah, 850 bike. Or 545 bike to the 8th. Oh, unfortunately, Pete Wise a little bit too quick off the line, so Gary Hester is going to take that spot. Goes for, 545 with an 8 on a 545 class index. That's the way to do it. Very nicely done indeed there for Gary Hester. Now, Paul Morris is on a solo. He's just going to break the beams.
Yeah, he can take that away and say I was the first person to go perfect in the 545 class.
Yeah. Do you know what? We're whittling through it, you know.
That's it. Okay, so Paul Morris just breaks the beams and rolls back again. As we said, Colin just said, we're whittling through. We are getting to finals. Some of our racers will not want to put heat in their vehicles. If they don't have to, they can just settle down and wait down here for the final.
All right, 2 races decide the 2 finalists in 950 bike. 8th mile number, though, is 605. You've got Alex with the show pony, Dion with the Hartley Racing Suzuki.
Dion gets very close to the centre line, but still takes it.
Double breakout,
Wow.
603 and a 604. 604 takes it, because the index was 605.
At that point, Dion's like, thank God I got close to the centre line and had to lift.
Right, no TCA, unfortunately. Was he there? Very late coming.
Oh, that's really gutting, actually. So it should have been Hayden Michelle versus Thomas Cook. It is.
It is, it's still on.
So we have got Pudgy's Pictures versus Mark 1 Kieran in the first race of the season.
Giving each other the
Look
evils there.
at Pudgy staring at Mark 1 Kieran. He's trying to put him off his job. He's walking up behind Hayden. He's going to get in the Mark 1 Kieran shot as well. So 605 is the number we're looking for. Thomas Cook Abbott looks like he's got the bike dialed back in, but he lifts off the throttle just before the finish line. And the win goes to Hayden Michelle. 605 on a 605 index. There you go, Hayden Michelle, the first one to run a 605 in the 605 class.
Thomas had the better light, 02 to 09, but did not have the bike. Super Pro ET semi-final number 1. Sean Law take it on Charlie Seaward. What a weekend Charlie's having.
That's the first time I've actually seen a seat bracketeer. Every time I've looked, I've seen a racketeer. Right.
87 is the dial. There we go.
There we go. Thumbs up. Well done. Crew driver on the ball. That's what we like to see.
It is.
Coming round the corner. Reading your dial in first.
That was difficult to read, actually, that one.
Yeah. The second 8 does look like a 5. So 870, 887.
Close up the stripe, and it is.
Well done.
Short Law takes that 880 to a loser. 887 for Charlie Seaward. It is number, but just a little bit late off the line. So Short Law into the final.
Tell you what, Sean Law is expertly controlling that finish line wiggle. Every run,
Yeah.
it just catches him at the last second.
Well, what a matchup this one is. Aaron Fensom taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. I think, if I stand corrected on this, whoever wins this, it will be their first Super Pro final. I know Jacqueline hasn't been this far before. Aaron, well, let's be honest, they both started their careers in Junior Dragster. Quite a few years apart, though, because this is Jacqueline's first full season in the car. She did appear at a few races last year, but she starts her first full season here. And of course it is Aaron Fensom. Darlings, 779 plays 722. This to take a spot against Sean Law in the final. It's going to be Aaron Fensom. Jacqueline goes red. Oh, 722 as well. Superbly done. A 778 for Jacqueline on a 779 dial. Cherry on the tree told the story, but Aaron Fensom, what a weekend. 722 on a 722. He's into the final.
Who had Aaron Fensom getting into the final? When we come into, was it qualifying round 4? He wasn't even.
He did the
had
last
a pa- he
qualifier,
didn't
that
even
was
have
it.
a pass.
Went number 2 and has made it all the way through to the final.
Okay. Junior drag bike.
Only four classes to run their semi-finals, and then it is finals all the way.
Oh, we've caught up very well.
We have. First pairing then, Harry Isaacs and Leah Morrison. The Darlings at 9.50 for Harry. He's going to be going first. Leah is going to be doing the chasing, and she'll set off 1.4 seconds later. Oh, a breakout for Leah. Got there too quick. So it is Harry Isaacs into the final. He runs a 9.55 on that 9.50. Leah, 500's too quick, went 8.05 on that 8.10. On the other side of the ladder, Maggie Smallman and Lyra Humber. Maggie dials 8.61, so she's got to be the patient one on the start line. Is leaving first will be Lyra Humber. 10.28 dial in for the Rugrat Racing Honda. Flashback. Both Rugrat Racing.
And they're both Hondas.
Double breakout, but by the smaller amount. Maggie Smallman takes that one. 8.51 on 8.61. It was a 10.12 on a 10.28. So Maggie takes the win. Well, we've got our remaining 3 semi-final classes in the lanes, which is good. We've got Super Gas down there. You've got ET Bike and Junior Dragster. Well, we've got some of Super Gas. There's one more car to come. No, there isn't, because there's only 3 of them, so they're all there. There is a buy run there. There's 3 bikes down there for ET Bike and Junior Dragster. There will be 3 of them as well, as there is a buy in each of them. And then it'll be finals for the rest of the day. All of our sportsman finals still to come at you. A little bit of track prep at the top end. So what we'll do, just give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back with more eliminations here at the Festival of Power. I wanted that tune to carry on. That was a good tune. But we are back, and it is the continuation of Eliminations. This is Supergas semi-final. Lee Morris with a green with envy, Jaguar E-Type, taking on Wayne Hiscock. And then we have a bye run for Stuart Morris. And then we have 2 more semis to run after that with ZT Bike and Junior Dragster. So, for Tony Morris carburetors then, the E-Type Jaguar of Lee Morris has been racing this car, well, forever. I've been commentating up here for, well, this is my 19th season now, and I've always remembered this car from that first year I was up here. Sort this one out at the stripe. Oh, it's a double breakout, and they both go 986, so it's down to the next digit. And it's a 986 with a 9 instead of a 986 with a 7, so it is Lee Morris into the final. And that's Stuart Morris booking his spot in the final. Okay, you got to 986. Right, ET Bike.
Yeah, Phil Pat returns. He had a bye run on the last run. Race for the final. Nicholas Bladen. This is to meet Declan Butt in the final. Between them on the lights. That will be Phil Pratt that takes the win. 967 double breakout.
That was down to the thousands on that one.
So Phil Pratt into the final, first race of the year. There's a reason he carries the number 1 on the bike. But he's going to have to face up against Declan Butt. So Declan's going to take it for a run, see if he can get lane choice. Dial in 592. 589 also. Junior Dragster.
Yeah, our last class to run semis into finals. So, Kai Cooper and Emily Phelps. $7.95 darling for Kai, but going first will be Emily Phelps, 8.50. So both into pre-stage then. Emily is away. Kai is away. $7.98 and a 0.003 light as well for Kai Cooper. He takes the win, a 0.8 light and an 8.54 for Emily Phelps. Emily has done very, very well this weekend. Got it all the way through to the semi-finals. But it is Kai that takes the win there.
I'll tell you what, Kai's got his lift game on point.
He did.
Every run he has been on the tree, driving around his opponent and doing the womp-womp.
Right, on the other side of the ladder, it's Ella Rose Smallworth. Car just going to come round the corner. Here we go. Well, what a debut weekend for this young lady. The Dirty Paws Dragster.
All the practice has paid off. She's been here doing the run with your rungs pre-season. Getting to grips with the junior dragster.
So a first event in competition, and she takes it all the way to a semi-final spot where she gets a bye into the final. And that's it. She books her spot in the final. Yeah, does the right thing. Just coasting 10.76. And that is it. We are now at finals for all classes. The lanes are empty. And needless to say, obviously some cars and bikes will take longer than others to get prepared, but can we please have all finalists into the pairing lanes? Come down when you're ready, and obviously we try and run them in batches to get through. So, whilst things are quiet, we're going to take a break from commentary as we gather our finalists. And Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves. We'll be back soon as we reach a conclusion here at the Festival of Power.
that double zeros reaction time. 444, 224 to a 491. These two are racing for real.
Wow.
Yeah. Bit of a pedal job. She's getting smoky. 655, 220 miles an hour. Thomas Jaworski is now the fastest Polish racer in the world.
Fantastic.
Considering.
Absolutely beautiful. 0.88 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 357, 158. Clicked it as he should, which is exactly what you have to do for the light strikers here.
Oh.
Beautiful looking run. 430. Look at the speed. 281 miles an hour. But the most important thing, that run was nice and clean. Hold tight, here we go. And it's going to be Dale Leaks that coasts across the line to take the win at 6:25, 116. Spuff was away first, a 0-2 light, but it didn't go much further than that under power. But bizarrely, both of them were 116 to 60 foot, but very, very nice launch. 90.97 to 60 foot. Excellent. Lots of tyre shake, but Kev handled that superbly. Very nicely done indeed there for Kev, so fingers crossed. .440, clicked it early, 119 miles an hour, and takes the 1,000-foot box with him.
The parachute took it.
Oh, the parachute.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Literally went by. He just scooped it up. And went by.
And takes that 5:37, 167. At the 8th mile, though, he's doing 185 miles an hour. Got there in 4.06 seconds. Well, I'm not sure what happened to 543 there. It's very difficult with one jet running to hear the second one start. And 543 being pushed back there. 3, 2, 1, go! Looking at the computer screen here, at the 8th mile, 3.35, 175 miles an hour, coasting at the quarter, 6:04.16.
Kev will go into chase, but then it is a heads-up drag race to the finish line. Oh, flame and boom.
Well, Spencer takes that with 11:21. Run 585 again. Check that one.
Susanna's bin. Clutch dust takes it through 412 to 39 miles an hour. That run had it all.
Roof, that was close.
He held off as long as he could. Well, 825, 137.
It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop. come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been alarming, honey? Then take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been alarming, honey? Then take a look at where we are. Isn't the day so exciting, oh, honey? When I wake up, I'm feeling brand new. All I can say is I look like new money, and the only thing I know is true. I owe it to you. I swear you're the gold I've been running for. On it like I woke up and won the top rock. So many days feeling cold and too lonely, sitting all the time living in blue. All I can say is I look like new money, and the only thing I know is true. I owe it to you, you. I owe it to you, you. I owe it to you, you. I owe it to you.
Well, it's Sean Law that takes that 874 to lose out 7-4. Jacqueline Bowles, 0-1 light and a 781 takes out the whole of the M&M team. There we go, Aaron taking the sensible route there. Still want some data from the launch, 105 to 60 foot. Still got a launch here. Well, yeah, don't need to do any more than that, Joe.
See what the track will hold.
Yeah. Let's see how these two get on. Bill McDermott, Andy Bond. Oh, Bill goes red.
Unfortunately, Bill spun the tyres as well. He was trying.
736, 206 for Andy Bond.
Better spinner up.
791, that 185 you think would.
You can't handle twin turbos.
No, can't handle one, let alone two. But I'd give it a go. But then I'd want to put wheelie bars on it, and can't do that on a street car.
No, that's it. And imagine the fuel bill doing street weekend in that.
Probably the same as mine anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're not running on boost when they're running on the street
true.
weekend, are they?
Right, so just a day to run.
138 to 60 foot, 363 to 330 off the gas at the 8th, 574.
Got a little bit further.
1017, 111, but it's a learning.
2 green lights. 2 very nice green lights. Taken into the finish line, and the win will go to Stevie Gates. 891 with a 007 on the tree. Two very good lights yet again. Charlie's out in front. Oh, 890 with a 5 on an 03 light. Charles, you are 23, so the Mustang leaves first. Live now in chase mode. Oh, something's coming off Clive's car. Staying on. Just about.
Oh, breakout. 12:52, got there too quickly. So Sylvia Purcell.
But thank you. Oh. Okay, right, so Luna Love is out in front, and Luna Love.
So is it going to be the Smurf, or is it going to be the Roulette Vet first to the stripe? Who's going to take the win? It is Rob Cresswell. The 007 win margin.
And just edges it in. Okay. So 2 green lights. Getting close at the finish line. But the win goes to Dan Holloway. 12-12 on a 12.
Here we go then, folks. This is finals time at the Festival of Power. Going to kick things off with Funny Bike, and what a final we have in prospect here. Mike Ollie and Luke Ferrugia. In the semi-finals, Mike went 4.16. Luke went 4.09. Two insanely quick funny bikes. Don't forget, all the bikes to the 8th mile.
So everyone on the rock will be tuned in to see their superstar on two wheels. But this is going to be a really good race. Our number 1 and number 2 qualifier in the final.
At 173 miles an hour for Luke Ferrugia. Takes the win over a 4.29 at 149 for Mike Ollie. But congratulations to Luke, who takes the win.
Very nice. There you go. First event in a new class, new bike, takes the win.
Oh, a junior drag bike. The final with Maggie Smallman and Harry Isaacs. 8:48 plays 9:50. Harry will be going first, and it's Maggie doing the chasing. For Carl Cox Motorsports, thank you for their support of the juniors. Okay, sort this one out at the 8th mile then. Breakout for Harry, got there first, went 200ths under 8:49 on an 8:48 dial. Maggie Smallman takes the win. Sticking with two wheels. It's Combike. Paul Hambridge and Jasmine Cordell.
Our number 1 and number 3 qualifier. Both qualified with a 7.3.
On the green. Jazz is out in front, and Jazz takes the win with a 450 at 153, 484, 159 for Paul. But the winner, Jasmine Cordell, number 1 qualifier, and takes the event win. We move on to 850 bike. Index for the 8th mile for these is 5:45, and it's Gary Hester taking on Paul Morris. So it's JKE Raceworks 850 bike.
Paul Hester is out in front. Oh, then he had issues, unfortunately, and the win goes to Paul Morris. 589 on a 545. I think you saw Gary Hester lifting.
Yeah.
Takes a well-earned win.
Right, ET bike up next. Steve Johnson Transport ET bike. It's going to be Phil Pratt, Declan Butt. Declan from the world of junior drag bike. And here he is, his first weekend on this machine. He's taken it all the way through to the final. There's one person he really wanted to race, though, was Phil Pratt. And he's got him in the final here. Can he beat him? Or will Phil Pratt take it? 590 for Declan, 568 for Phil. And it is Declan that takes it. 592 and an 03 light. Phil did not have a response for that one. Congratulations, his first weekend on the bike. And he is undefeated. Well done, Declan Buck taking the win.
Declan can fully do the Star Wars thing when he sees Phil down the bottom. He can go, once I was the apprentice, now I am the master. Taken out the reigning champion at round 1 in his very first race in the new class on a new bike.
Huge congratulations.
Right, our number 1 and number 2 qualifier in this
Yes, the Evans family 950 bike. Thank you to them.
cut in half to the 605. Well judged, well judged. Hayden Michelle was out in front, off the throttle, and takes the win with a 608 on a 605.
Yeah.
Breakout, unfortunately, for
Dean
Dean
got
Hartley.
there first, but broke out. Yeah.
Dean had the better reaction time, was out in front, but he knew it would be a tough race. A hard one to judge, of course, for all of our racers, only running to the 8th mile. It's a bit of a curveball, but they have all adapted well. Next up, Super Street Bike, Jake Michelle and Alison Morrison. Number 1 and number 3 in qualifying. Jake Michelle ran a 669 in that super strong headwind. Alan Morrison went 704, but we know Alan can go into the 6s on the quarter mile. But of course, we are only running to the 8th mile, so anything can happen. And when I say that, we're missing Alan Morrison.
Yeah, don't forget he had a lot of smoke and oil from the semi-finals, so I think the bike has expired. So Jake is going to take the win here in Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike.
Oh, little wiggle.
466, 167. Okay, that's all of the bike classes done. As we switch our attention to 4 wheels, and apart from Junior Dragster onto the quarter mile.
Okay, well, the computer is resetting, but I was going to say, but we were well out, but he's reversed back super quick. We're just waiting on the computer to reset, but we're going to have enough time. So 890 plays.
It was 890 plays 890.
Oh, yeah. I'm still waiting on the computer to upload.
Yeah, this is Super Comp, of course.
He's in Super Comp, Super Pro, in fact, Pro ET as well on the back. There we go, 890 on the boards. Super Comp. Pro Tree once again. First to the finish without going quicker than 890.
I do believe that either one of these takes the win. It will be their first time win in Super Comp.
It's hard to pick them.
It's Charlie C with 893 against a loser 894. What a final that one. Was a fender in it at the stripe. But it is Charlie that takes that one. Sportsman ET. Rob Cresswell and Dan Holloway. Rob Darling in 480. Dan 1201. Just rolling forward into pre-stage. Here we go. Oh, it's a cherry on the tree for Rob. So it's Dan Holloway that gets the automatic win. $12.07 on a 12.01, 16.01. Commiserations to Rob, and congratulations to Dan. Right, Pro ET, Don Scott taking on Tom Watkins. Don Scott, championship runner-up, or tied for championship runner-up last season with Ruben Dawson.
Doing his best to make sure that doesn't happen again in 2026. While the rest of Nostalgia Superstock and Dan Sam.
Yeah, they are
Anston
indeed.
Raceway Park. We've got two Nostalgia Superstocks here in the final of Pro ET. Darling's on the board, 899 and 973. So it will be the Plymouth Superbird leaving first. Don's amassed a great amount of points this weekend. Number 3 qualifier. Let's see if he can take it through to the win. No, he goes. He goes red on the lights, unfortunately. 0.07 on the red. Still, congratulations, Thomas Watkins.
Yeah.
Winner, Pro ET 898 on an 899. Just the slightest of breakouts, but he'd already seen the lights on the top.
5 races to go. And next up it is Tony Morris Carburettor's Super Gas. Of course, that was Maverick Diagnostics, sponsor of Pro ET. It's Hutchinson and Dibley that sponsor Sportsman ET. This is Stuart Morris taking on Lee Morris. Different spellings, but number 1 qualifier taking on the number 9 qualifier here. Well, a fabulous debut weekend for this car for the Morris boys. Wow, that's the way to do it. A 009.
No. There's been a big one with Lee Morris, unfortunately.
Oh.
But yeah, Stuart Morris takes the win, 990 on a 990. A fantastic win. But as Lee Morris went through the finish line, he went very close to the Kestrel Beer wall. Saved it off the wall, but unfortunately, as he tried to save it, turned it over and into the wall. All of our safety crews are straight on it.
Right, obviously it's going to be a pause in proceedings at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, just for the time being, Nitro FM, if you could take the airways over, we'll be back with you soon. .16. Woo-wee, 409. Goodness me, that bike is getting quicker. Jack McClure got there first, but he broke out by less than 100 of a second.
Right, 2 green lights. 2 good lights as well.
68 on the 63. Oh, I feel a very small hole shot.
We've got a race though. This is going to be decided at the stripe. And the winner is, Chris well done. 04 on the tree.
We have Street Eliminator into the lanes as we have a green light drag race between these two. Oh, it's a double breakout. 984 and a 990, but 899 on a 9 flat. Tom, what? Check that one. For a little while now, so there is a bit more heat there. You still got the headwind. Top fuelers don't mind that too much. Well, I think it's fair to say copybook burnouts now from Colin Miller. He's totally used to that. So, Colin Miller here at the Festival of Power, and he's got around about 10,000 plus horses to play with there. Let's hope it sticks. And he can put an absolute belter of a run here. So it's all down to Colin now. And that just stood up on the rears there, unfortunately, for Colin. Really wanted to give it everything he got there. just tyres wouldn't hook, and it just went straight up into wheel spin.
Oh, she's strong. Okay, right, they've turned the wick up on Suzanne's car for this last run of the day. I suspect Suzanne would love to clock a 300 mile an hour to close out the Festival of Power. She's already been into the fours. I reckon love a free as well.
A lot of raw fuel pumping out the headers there.
Of course, in competition, 3.84 at 320 miles an hour. Suzanne has been. Clutch dust takes it through 412 to 39 miles an hour. Suzanne has been. Clutch dust takes it through 412 to 39 miles an hour. That run had it all. Oh well, red light for Patrick. Jasmine Cordell takes it through to a nice steady 474, 118. So taking it through 489, 135. Oh, and unfortunately Chalky goes red.
Yeah, deep stage foul, unfortunately.
Gives it away to Wayne Hiscock and takes it through to a 981 breakout. Well, Wayne Hiscock rolls through to the next round.
Super Pro ET with you in the pairing lanes.
Lee Morris going for lane choice. Look at the 990 again. 980. Oh, well, Martin Kershley not accelerating.
10-14, Stuart Morris takes the win. Don't know what happened there to Martin. We have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please. Super Gas. Spencer will lift and coast soon. There we go. No point. 11.95. Truth, that was close.
He held off as long as he could. Well, 825 100 Street Cars, Joe Baxter versus champion Rob Carter. Here we go. Both leave the line together. Rob has issues. So does Joe Baxter. Joe's back on the throttle, but he's going to take the win at the top end. 818 at 172 to a 903 at 100. He stretches his legs at the top end of the track.
7:12, 2:03, but how about an 8:37?
Both cars leave the line.
1480 plays 1562.
It's going to be close at the top. And the wing goes, always on the brakes. 1490 on a 1480. To a 15.
Lorna had a huge advantage off the line. So Dan Holloway, he's the one doing the chasing at the moment. It's a double breakout, 14.20. That's 300s under for Sylvia, but only 100th under for Dan.
Lights come down. Great launch from Thomas Watkins. Good lights coming up to the finish line, and the win goes to Thomas Watkins. 9.01 and an 8.98. Better reaction time as well. Oh, Chris Creswell goes red. This time he's been fantastic on the tree all weekend, but this one, he's just bit him. So it is going to be Don Scott. 9.76 on a 9.76. Fantastic run by Don Scott to take it. Dion gets very close to the centre line, but still takes it.
Double breakout,
Wow.
6.03 and a 6.04. 6.04 takes it, because the index was 6.05.
At that point, Dion's like, thank God I got close.
Close up the stripe, and it is.
Well done.
Short Raw takes that, 8.80 to a loser. 8.87 for Charlie Seaward, it is number. It's going to be Aaron Benson. Jacqueline goes red. Oh, 7.22 as well.
Not much between them on the lights. That will be Phil Pratt that takes the win, 9.67.
411, 173 miles an hour for Luke Ferrugia. Takes the win over a 429, 149 for Mike Ollie. Okay, sort this one out at the 8th mile then. Breakout for Harry, got there first, went 200ths under 8.49 on an 8.48 dial. Maggie Smallman takes it. Oh, it's on the green. Jazz is out in front. Yeah. Jazz takes the win with a 450 at 153. 484, 159 for Paul. But the winner.
Well, Paul Hester is out in front. Oh, then he had issues, unfortunately, and the win goes to Paul Morris. 5.89 on a 5.45. I think you saw Gary Hester lifting.
Yeah. And it is Declan that takes it. 5.92 and an 0.3 light. Phil did not have a response for that one. Congratulations, his first weekend on the bike. And he is undefeated. Well done, Declan Buck taking the win.
Declan can fully do. Well, it's hard to pick him.
It's Charlie Seaward, 8.93 against a loser, 8.94. What a final that one was. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a couple of updates for you here. The first one, obviously the incident at the top end of the racetrack regarding Lee Morris. He's fine, he's conscious, he got out under the car under his own accord and has been taken over to the medical centre to be checked out. So very, very good news from the top end of the racetrack. So Lee Morris got out of the car under his own accord, but has basically been taken over to the medical centre. Unfortunately, though, the other part that isn't so good is that's it. We are done for today. We are not able to run the last 4 finals of the event due to medical cover and other reasons. So, yeah, unfortunately, 4 finals that we can't run. but want to say thank you all so very, very much indeed for coming along this weekend. But going to sign off with some good news is that Lee Morris did get out of the car under his own accord and has been taken over to the med centre to be checked out. So ladies and gentlemen, not the way we wanted to wrap the event here for the Festival of Power, but that is it. We are done racing for today. Thank you ever so much indeed. We'll see you next weekend for the GTI Festival and of course the Run We Run on the Saturday. And then the weekend after that, it is the Spring Speed Nationals here at Santa Pod Raceway. Come along and join us. But until then, we're going to sign off from the tower. We will be doing some presentations for our trophy winners and runners-up in the not too distant future. So obviously we need everybody like that to come down to the start line for presentations. But that's it from the commentary box for today. Thank you ever so much indeed, folks. Safe journey home, and we'll see you all soon.